The awakening ceremony has begun, and chaos erupts instantly as the crowd scrambles for the strongest weapons they can find. It is a savage frenzy. Every adventurer desperate to secure a blade that might give them a fighting chance against the coming nightmare. Yet, amidst this storm of panic and greed, one man stands completely motionless, an island of calm in a sea of madness. He waits for the hysteria to die down before casually strolling to the leftovers, picking up the most pathetic weapon available, a rusty common dagger. Mocking laughter echoes around him, the others convinced he has sealed his fate as a failure, but Jfrey simply ignores their scorn. A cold calculation glimmers in his eyes. When the monster horde materializes, they only have 5 minutes to slaughter as many beasts as possible. Suddenly, the sky darkens as winged horrors swoop down from every angle. Panic seizes the crowd, but our main character moves with terrifying speed. He reads their movements like an open book. With a single, precise strike, he obliterates the first monster, silencing the very fools who mocked him seconds ago. While the others scramble to find their courage, barely managing to fight back, they struggle to take down even a single target. But Jfrey is dancing through the battlefield. He weaves through attacks with godlike reflexes, dropping the flying beasts one after another in a symphony of death. When the 5-minute timer hits 0, the monsters vanish into smoke, and the system offers class choices based on the kill count. Many fail to kill a single beast and are left classless, doomed to mediocrity. But Jfrey, he stands at the apex, with every single class unlocked for him. The crowd holds its breath, expecting him to choose the swordsman or summoner, the so-called kings of combat. Instead, he shatters their expectations by selecting the Synthesizer class, a role the world considers utter trash. Jfrey just offers a knowing smirk. He opens his inventory, the air humming with energy as he combines the loot from the flying centipedes with his dull common dagger. A blinding light erupts. The synthesis is a critical success, and in his hand now rests the deadly centipede dagger. This is the first hidden piece of the game you see. Jfrey is no rookie. He is a veteran legend who cleared this game countless times before waking up inside it. That is why he possesses the ultimate guide to every hidden item and the secret recipes required to craft them. Our protagonist knows the truth. While the masses chase levels and classes, true dominance comes from hidden rank equipment, artifacts that shatter the limits of power. A confident smile plays on his lips. He knows this blade is merely the first step on his road to godhood. The scene shifts to the bustling streets of Rogue Beginner. As he walks through the central hub of Ground 1, every alley and shop feels nostalgic, etched into his memory from his past life. Biting into a fresh apple, his mind races with calculations for his next move. He may have his first hidden rank weapon, but in this unforgiving world, stagnation means death. He must evolve. He recalls the world structure, 7 vast continents, each ruled by an S-rank dungeon and guarded by a catastrophic boss monster. To clear this game, he must hunt down and slaughter all 7 of these apex predators. But at his current level, that is a suicide mission. Determination hardens his gaze. He heads for the dungeon entrance, intending to grind, thinking he will start with a safe F-rank zone. But fate has other plans. A swirling portal manifests directly in front of him, glowing with the ominous energy of a C-rank dungeon. The system interface flares to life, displaying the location, the woodman's forest, and the objective: kill the boss. Standing before the shimmering gateway, a crimson warning notification blocks his vision. It warns him that once he enters, there is no turning back until the mission is complete. He takes a deep, steadying breath and steps into the abyss. His eyes scan the environment, his gamer knowledge screaming that this zone is meant for adventurers between level 17 and 30. Clad only in beginner gear and boasting level 1 stats, he knows he is walking a razor's edge between glory and the grave. Suddenly, a rustle in the brush. A level 17 devil plant bursts forth. Jfrey instantly draws the centipede dagger, his eyes locking onto the threat. The level gap is 16 levels. It is insanity, but he knows one truth: if he gets hit once, it is game over. Vines whip toward him with bone-crushing force. He twists his body, dodging by a hair's breadth, reading the attack patterns he memorized years ago. There, an opening reveals itself. He lunges forward, targeting the vitals as his sharp eye skill activates. The monster collapses instantly. Golden light showers over him as the system roars, announcing he has skyrocketed from level 1 to level 10 in a single kill. Power surges through his veins, his HP and MP bars expand massively, and he's awarded 5 stat points for every level gained. He does not hesitate. He dumps all 45 points straight into defense, his durability reaching a staggering 72. He grips his dagger, feeling the raw potential coursing through him. With this newfound might, he feels invincible enough to challenge even a B-rank dungeon, but he knows he has barely scratched the surface of his weapon's true capabilities. Smiling with anticipation, he pushes deeper into the forest, hunting for the boss, but suddenly, 3 level 23 noir snakes slither from the shadows. His eyes widen. These are mid-boss monsters, and the spawn rate for encountering 3 at once is less than 1%, but before he can plan, a serpent strikes. He dodges instinctively, muttering that their terrifying speed is exactly as he remembers from the game. A shadow lunges from the darkness. He barely twists his body in time to escape the ambush, but the assault isn't over. 2 more fangs snap at his heels, forcing a desperate retreat. Lungs burning, he forces his racing heart to slow down. Focus, he commands himself. I know their attack patterns. I know where they bleed. He launches a crushing aerial strike, but impossible. One serpent coils up, sacrificing itself to shield its ally from the blade. Our hero is stunned. Their artificial intelligence is evolving. They are working as a team. A split second of hesitation costs him dearly as fangs sink deep into his shoulder. A scream tears from his throat, yet through the blinding pain, his blade flashes in a counterstrike. The monster falls dead, and a golden light surrounds him, level 13 reached. Collapsing to the ground, he gasps for air and opens his status window. His health points are critical, barely 8 remain. Only his monstrous defense stat kept him from the grave. This was the plan all along. He dumped every single point into endurance for one reason: to survive the dungeon's brutal one-hit kill mechanics. The remaining pack closes in for the kill, but then a ping echoes in his mind. The centipede sword has awakened its second hidden skill. Look at those numbers. With the seal broken, his agility explodes from 19 to a staggering 190 C. He vanishes from their sight in a blink. Heads roll across the dungeon floor before the snakes even realize they are dead. The quickness ability is active. It grants 10 times his usual speed when death is knocking at the door. Staring at his trembling hands, he grins. My story doesn't end here. The experience points flood in. He rockets from level 13 straight to 17, a massive leap in power from a single desperate skirmish. Later, he collapses under the roots of a massive ancient tree. Exhaustion weighs heavy, but pride swells in his chest. He is finally strong enough to clear this hellhole. A potion sits in his inventory, tempting him, but he pushes the thought away. If he heals now, his godlike speed buff will vanish instantly. He chooses to walk the razor's edge. He will rely on pure skill and muscle memory. A true glass cannon run, don't get hit, just kill. A trail of monster carcasses marks his path. Deeper and deeper into the abyss he marches, an unstoppable force of nature. But the boss isn't the only prize. He needs materials for a legendary hidden item: acidic berries, skeleton jelly, thorny vines. The list goes on. He scoffs at the holographic display. All this grinding for a mere D-rank artifact, the system is cruel. Just as frustration sets in, a massive shadow looms. A bear monster strikes from his blind spot. Flash. The beast is slain before it even lands a hit. Sitting on its corpse, he sighs at the terrifying realism of this world. But whining won't fill his inventory. He dusts himself off, eyes burning with determination. Time to finish this scavenger hunt before the main event begins. Hours bleed away until he reaches the edge of a thunderous waterfall. 2 ingredients secured. As he reaches for the third, "Hey, you," a familiar voice cuts through the noise, freezing him in place. He spins around, eyes widening in shock. Fate has a cruel sense of humor. It is a party of hunters from his own hometown. Leading them is Julius, the golden-haired tyrant. His sneer is unmistakable. Well, look who wandered into the danger zone. Julius howls with laughter, pointing at our hero's worn-out armor. Still wearing that trash tier gear, once a peasant, always a peasant. "You know this trash?" his lackey asks. "Unfortunately," Julius spits. "The village charity case. Dead dad, crippled mom, pathetic." The insults sting because they strike the truth. Our boy clenches his fist, silence his only shield. Father gone too soon. A mother who can't leave her bed, a little sister forced to grow up too fast to care for her. This dungeon is his only lifeline to save them. He turns back to his gathering, ignoring the taunts. That silence makes Julius snap. Don't ignore me. Julius seizes him by the collar, rage twisting his face. Need another beating to remember your place, rat. But before the first punch can fly, boom, the earth quakes violently. From the darkness, a single giant eye opens. The level 31 Cyclops has arrived. The bully's lackey turns pale as a sheet. Terror roots him to the spot as the mountain of muscle approaches. Run, you idiot, Julius screams. But the beast's gaze is already locked. The aggro has shifted. There is no escape. A massive fist descends like a hammer of judgment. Splat, one hit, instant death. Julius falls to his knees, his mind shattering at the sight. But our hero doesn't flinch. His eyes scan the behemoth, calculating odds. The level gap is severe. Its skin is like iron. Suddenly, the Cyclops turns. That massive, unblinking eye focuses on a new prey. Ding! A system notification flames into existence. Target locked. Escape impossible. Fine, he whispers, unsheathing his blade. Let's dance. The monster charges like a freight train, but he is already gone. The low health passive turns him into a phantom. He has played this scenario 1,000 times in the game. He reads the telegraphs before they happen. Dodge/counter. Julius watches, jaw on the floor. Is this the same useless trash? The boy is moving faster than the human eye can track. Our hero weaves around the giant legs. Evasion keeps him alive, but running won't kill the beast. He scrambles up the monster's arm like a spider. He strikes, but the Cyclops reacts, swiping him away with terrifying force. He launches himself into the air, aiming for the vital point behind the neck. Clang. His blade bounces off the hide like it struck a mountain. He hits the dirt, rolling to safety. The gap in raw stats is too wide. Every second of this high-speed dance is draining his stamina dry. Yet, surrender is not in his vocabulary. Dancing through the Cyclops' devastating strikes, he realizes he needs a game changer. He already possesses 3 components for a lethal formula, but the recipe is incomplete. His sharp gaze sweeps the battlefield, locking onto the missing materials lying right next to the bully. Moving like lightning, he rushes past the coward, ignoring the fool's terrified whimpers. He snatches the ingredients and dashes toward the water source. Alchemy requires speed. His hands blur as he synthesizes an F-rank toxin, a deadly brew designed to drain the enemy's health points every single second. Gimme always. The blonde fool scoffs at his efforts. It's useless, he cries. That monster has immense poison resistance. Your tricks won't work. But our hero simply smirks. He knows the mechanics of this world better than anyone. He retrieves the noir snake venom he harvested earlier. Fusion. Combining it with the fresh ingredients, the mixture evolves into a potent, high-grade poison. Without hesitation, he coats his centipede sword in the vile liquid. The yellow-haired guy stares in shock as a system window pops up. System alert weapon has awakened the poison attribute. A cold smile graces the protagonist's lips. This is no accident. This is the true form his dagger was meant to take. The Cyclops roars, shaking the earth, but he stands his ground. Round 2 begins now. He weaves through the charge, once a leap, a slash. The toxic blade bites deep. At first, the giant's constitution resists the corruption. But the venom is relentless. Strike after strike, the high-grade poison begins to shatter the monster's ironclad defenses. The Colossus stumbles. Its strength is fading fast, its massive frame struggling to remain upright. He scales the beast like a phantom. Gathering his aura, he drives the dagger straight into its ocular nerve. Skill-activated sharp eye. One strike to end it all. The giant crashes to the ground. System message victory achieved. A flood of experience points washes over him. The yellow-haired adventurer stands there, trembling. His mind cannot comprehend the sheer power he just witnessed. Terror consumes him, convinced the hero will silence him next. The coward turns and flees for his life. Our boy watches him go, perplexed but utterly unbothered. He summons his status window. A satisfied grin appears as he sees the words, level up. Stat allocation can wait. It is time for the spoils. 3,500 gold and the Cyclops' canine tooth are now his. This is why I fight alone, he muses. All the rewards belong to him. This gold is the lifeline his family desperately needs. But the grind never stops. He begins the hunt for the Cyclops' eye, a vital component for his next legendary hidden piece. It is a grotesque trophy, hardly pleasant to look at. He stows it away, deciding to ignore its ugliness for now. Inventory closed. Destination set. He arrives at the entrance of the D-rank dungeon. Flat plains. Standing there, a wave of nostalgia washes over him. The scenery reeks of his humble beginnings as a novice adventurer, but his eyes are set on the summit. To clear this game, he must slaughter the demon lords ruling over all 7 continents. And to do that, he must claim the hidden rank equipment buried in these depths. Inside, he pauses before a solemn statue of the goddess. The trial ahead demands a sacrifice. The Cyclops' eye and one other rare material are the keys to unlocking the treasure. The silence is broken by the howl of beasts. A pack of wild, dog-like monsters lunges from the shadows. He becomes a blur of motion, steel flashes, and he cuts them down one by one with surgical precision. Stronger, he tells himself between strikes. He must transcend his limits to save this world. But amidst the blood, his heart drifts to his family. He vows to build a paradise where his mother and sister can live without worry. The villagers who once spat on their names, they will be silenced by his rising glory. Wiping the monster's blood from his cheek, he cements his resolve. Meanwhile, whispers of a prodigy begin to sweep through the region. The Adventurers Association is in an uproar. A rookie named Jfrey has shattered history, with hair black as the void and eyes like ice. He slaughtered 33 monsters in the baptism and is now a storm heading for the starter village, but darker rumors follow. Suspicious figures have been spotted, mercilessly overhunting the cobalt birds. Deep in the dungeon, Jfrey strikes down another beast. He checks his list. Only one ingredient remains: the feather of a cobalt bird. But hours pass, not a single feather found. The silence is unnatural. These creatures should be swarming here. He searches his memory of the game's lore, sensing a disturbance. Each continent holds 7 dungeons, 6 ranging from F to A rank, and the 7th, a hellscape ruled by a demon lord. The flat plains are the home of the cobalt birds. Their absence in this D-rank dungeon is not a coincidence. It is a warning. Something is rotting in this kingdom. He sheathes his blade, changing course for the nearest city to uncover the truth. The bustling town offers no comfort. He heads straight for the general store to gather intel. His hand reaches for the door, but suddenly, a thunderous shout erupts from within. Halt! Chaos reigns inside. It is a robbery in progress. The bandit leader throws his head back, laughing at the law, and orders his gang to move out. The thugs shove our boy aside like trash, laughing at their so-called lucky catch. As they strut away, he realizes the truth. They didn't just bump into him, they robbed the place blind. Outside, cruelty strikes again. He sees the same men shove a helpless little girl toward the stone steps. In a flash, he dives forward. He catches her safely just inches from the hard ground. The scumbags glance back, seeing him interfere, but they don't even care enough to stop. They just vanish into the crowd, leaving chaos in their wake. While the trembling mother pours out her gratitude, the shop owner rushes out in a panic. He screams the name that haunts this town. The Wolfpack Guild has struck again. Our hero narrows his eyes. Wolfpack, the shopkeeper explains through gritted teeth. They are a guild of ruthless hunters and thieves who recently claimed this town as their personal playground. He pauses, genuinely surprised. A guild openly operating like bandits. It seems hard to believe such a group is allowed to exist. The old man adds a bitter detail. The cobalt birds have vanished recently because of them. Suddenly, it clicks. The missing feathers he needed. These thugs are the reason he came up empty-handed. The merchant's voice cracks with despair. These monsters hurt women and children without a second thought. He is done. He plans to shutter his shop and flee before they come back. Watching the broken man walk away, our hero shakes his head. A look of pure disgust settles on his face. To him, the word guild means something specific. A brotherhood of adventurers sworn to protect the weak, not prey upon them like vultures. They have ruined innocent lives, and now They have dared to block his mission. Determination hardens his gaze. If no one else will stop them, he will do it himself. As the sun sets, he tracks them to their hideout. From the shadows, he watches the wolf pack celebrating their dirty victory. They drink and laugh, surrounded by mounds of stolen treasure. His eyes scan the loot, ignoring the gold. He is looking for only one thing: the cobalt bird feathers. His gaze locks onto a shelf. There are jars stuffed with shimmering blue feathers. Now he is certain. These greedy fools really did slaughter the entire flock. But before he can formulate a plan, a voice barks out. One of the lookouts spots him, demanding to know why a stranger is lurking in their territory. He raises his hands, playing the innocent fool, but the thug isn't buying it. With a snarl, the man lunges, a jagged knife aiming straight for his gut. Too slow. The hero sidesteps the blade effortlessly. He sweeps the attacker's legs and delivers a precise chop to the neck. Lights out. The thud of the body alerts the entire room. In seconds, the party dies down. They swarm around him, weapons drawn, accusing him of being a spy from a rival guild. He sighs, keeping his cool. He tries to explain that he isn't here for blood. All he wants are the feathers sitting on that shelf. But the sight of their unconscious friend enrages them. The leader screams for his head, realizing words are useless here. He grips the hilt of his weapon. It is time to dance. The mob attacks at once. Steel flashes, but he blocks the first strike with a yawn. He counters not with the blade, but with the flat of his sword, smacking the thug across the face. The man shrieks, clutching his face as blood pours down. He screams that his nose has been shattered. The hero sighs internally. He barely even tapped him. He thinks about how troublesome it is to fight an entire guild alone, but he has no choice now. Sense danger. Another enemy strikes from the blind spot behind him. He ducks instinctively and sweeps the man off his feet with a crushing kick. A spear thrusts toward his chest. He catches the shaft midair and drives a fist into the attacker's gut. A system window pops up, critical hit. The sharp eye skill activates. The spearman crumples, groaning in agony. Our boy whispers a soft apology for the heavy hand before spinning to face the next victim. He weaves through another attack like smoke, a swift slash across the face, followed by a knockout blow. Another one bites the dust. Standing amidst the groaning bodies of his enemies, he shakes his head. He truly never wanted this brawl. One of the battered men gasps out a question. What is he after, gold territory? The hero points calmly. He just wants the bird feathers, nothing more. While he is distracted, a shadow moves. The leader launches a cowardly strike from behind. But our boy's senses are sharp. He turns and blocks the heavy blow just in time. He looks at the attacker's face. It is the same scum who shoved the little girl earlier. Their eyes lock. Both warriors drop into their fighting stances. System analysis reveals the truth. This is Meso, the vice guild master of the wolf pack. The hero tightens his grip. This isn't a grunt. He is facing a genuine elite. Meso sneers, puffing out his chest. He asks if the intruder trembles at his famous name. The hero blinks blankly and delivers the ultimate insult. Never heard of you. The insult lands harder than a punch. Meso's face twists in fury, roaring like a beast. He charges forward, his sword thirsty for blood. Our boy smirks, taunting him. He calls Maso's blade a cheap piece of junk for a thief. Maso realizes it is a provocation, but he forces himself to focus. This intruder is more skilled than he looks. The hero dances around every slash with terrifying ease. Maso grinds his teeth, convincing himself that the boy is only surviving because of that strange, rare weapon. Meso scoffs internally. He is a seasoned adventurer. To him, a weapon is just a tool, mere decoration for his own greatness. True strength comes from class and skill. He analyzes the hero's gear. Beginner armor, a synthesizer class? He laughs. This kid is nothing but a rookie with a lucky sword. Believing he has won the tactical battle, Meso activates his hidden art. His swords begin to levitate, glowing with energy, and shoot toward our boy like guided missiles. Reacting instantly, the hero raises the centipede sword. Metal clashes against metal as he deflects the aerial barrage. Meso grins. He thinks he has the upper hand. He knows the kid's class limitations. If he can just use his steel skill to snatch that blade away, the boy will be defenseless. And the best part, the kid has no idea what is coming. Maso holds the element of surprise. Our boy tilts his head, playing dumb. He asks if Maso is a thief class, mocking him by saying thieves can only hide in the shadows using stealth. The taunt hits the bullseye. Maso's ego snaps. He screams out the truth, revealing his secret card. He isn't a thief, he is a summoner. The hero's expression sharpens. A summoner. That complicates things. If Maso uses the steal skill, he could lose his weapon. There is no time to play around anymore. He needs to end this right now. As two thugs rush him from behind, he dances out of range with surgical precision. He strikes the leader's vital point skill, Sharp Eyes, activated. The man crumples like paper, a final scream of agony tearing from his throat before he hits the dirt, out cold. A pity, really. Our hero glances at the trembling remnants and issues a cold ultimatum. Hand over the cobalt bird feathers, unless you wish to join him in dreamland. One rat tries to negotiate, but his partner cuts him off, eyes narrowing with suspicion. Don't listen to him. He's a spy from a rival guild sent to crush us. The atmosphere turns heavy. Reinforcements pour in, surrounding him with murderous intent, furious that a lone outsider dared to slap their guild in the face. Murmurs ripple through the crowd. They refuse to accept reality. The Vice Master lost impossible. He must have been drunk to lose to this kid. A booming voice shatters their debate. The sea of thugs parts instantly. Bowing low as their absolute ruler, the Guildmaster steps onto the stage. Our boy locks eyes with the newcomer. The pressure is different. This man is the apex predator of this den. Who sent you? The master demands. But the hero stands tall, his voice calm amidst the storm. No one. I stand alone. The Guildmaster throws his head back in laughter. Impressed that a single man humbled his Vice Master, he makes a shocking proposal. Join us, kid. Take a seat at the table of power. But our protagonist doesn't flinch. He spits on the offer. I'm here for the feathers, and to extract the price of blood for the shopkeeper and the girl you tormented. I don't join trash who prey on the weak, he declares, his words cutting deeper than any blade. That insult sealed his fate. Roaring in fury, the Guildmaster draws his steel, killing intent flooding the alleyway. Boom. The Master's strike shatters the earth itself. Our hero weaves past the destruction, watching his opponent's rage boil over into a promise of torture. This isn't just a thug, he's a monster. The hero realizes he's fighting a true warrior as the next strike whistles past his ear, too close for comfort. Clang, clang! The assault is relentless, driven onto his back foot. Our boy realizes he's on a timer. He has to end this before the enemy unleashes a hidden skill. He sees an opening and dashes in, but the Master is faster. A massive swing comes, aimed right for his head. Reflexes take over. He ducks under the death blow, pivots, and slams a clean counterattack into the giant's ribs. The Guildmaster staggers, even through his armor. The blunt force rattles his bones. He realizes with a grimace, I can't tank these hits forever. Then, something bizarre happens. The giant sheathes his sword. Our hero pauses, confused, until the terrifying realization hits him. The Master bellows a command to the system. A crimson aura erupts from his body, shaking the very air around them. Skill. Infight. Physical stats doubled for 3 minutes of bare-handed carnage. The thugs cheer wildly as the hero realizes the truth. He's not a swordsman. He's a brawler class. No time to think. The behemoth launches forward. Crash. A punch meant for the hero's face pulverizes a solid brick wall into dust. Cold sweat runs down the hero's back. The math is simple, one hit from those iron fists, and it's game over. The second haymaker comes flying in. Time seems to slow. Using the hilt of his sword, he targets a pressure point. Sharp Eyes guides his hand. Ding! The system flashes a crimson alert. Critical hit, fatal damage confirmed. The giant freezes. Blood sprays from his mouth. His eyes roll back, and the Guildmaster crashes to the ground like a felled tower. Silence descends. The minions watch their invincible leader drop, their arrogance instantly replaced by pure, unadulterated fear. Wait. One thug trembles, his face pale as a sheet. That sword. Those eyes. I saw him on the news. A collective gasp tears through the crowd. The realization strikes them like lightning. They aren't fighting a nobody. They're facing the rumored blue-eyed prodigy. Meanwhile, our MC just stands there, tilting his head. Why are they looking at me like I'm a ghost? He opens his mouth to speak, but whoosh, like cockroaches scattering in the light. The entire gang screams and vanishes into the city, terrified for their lives. Left alone in the dust, He scratches his head. Weird. Why run when they had the numbers, and how do they know who I am? He sighs, dismissing the mystery. At his feet, the guildmaster remains comatose, no longer a threat. Job done. He retrieves the cobalt bird feathers and gathers the stolen loot. The shopkeeper will finally get justice today. With that chapter closed, he marches toward his true goal. The coordinates are set, the B-rank dungeon, Sigrun Falls. Deep within the damp caverns, the dust settles. The massive level 35 boss, Baphomet, already lies defeated at his feet. Experience points shower down in a golden light. But looking at the beast's corpse, our hero just shrugs. Is that it? It felt dull. After his life or death struggle with the Cyclops, this boss felt like a warm-up exercise. He exits into the dungeon plaza, where the ancient statue of the divine goddess watches over the ruins. A strange sense of destiny pulls at his heartstrings as he gazes up at her. He remembers the lore, unlock the statue, and the second hidden treasure shall be revealed. It's time to test the theory. From his inventory, he withdraws the gleaming Cyclops eyeball and the cobalt bird feathers. Just as he suspected, the statue's left socket is empty, waiting for the eye, and a distinct slot in the stone wing yearns for the feather. With steady hands, he inserts the artifacts. Click. Immediately, a system window pops up. The divine goddess is pleased. The conditions have been met. Magic fills the air, and from the cold stone eyes of the goddess, tears of pure light begin to fall. As the golden tear falls into the chalice, the system stirs, and text flashes before his eyes, revealing the true nature of this new artifact. It is the Lucifer's Halo, an item of unknown rank. It boosts the wearer's luck by 100 points and boasts invulnerable durability. This ring bestows 3 terrifying abilities upon its master. First, the power to pierce the mind, laying bare the thoughts and emotions of others. Second, an omnipresent radar that detects the magical signatures of adventurers and monsters within a 3-mile radius. And a third, sealed ability that requires specific conditions to awaken. Realizing the catastrophic power of this treasure, a smirk touches his lips. Now he understands why the trial to obtain it was so hellish. He glances back at the statue. With a silent bow, he offers gratitude to the goddess for this divine reward. As he equips the halo, a strange sensation washes over him. It feels as if he has returned from the very depths of the underworld to walk among the living once more. Yet, this ominous appearance is a disguise. No one would ever suspect this eerie aura conceals an absolute defense. Armed with the Lucifer's Halo, he sets his sights on the next target, the S-rank dungeon, Mount Agni. However, his anticipation shatters upon arrival. The dungeon gate bears a cruel warning: danger level extreme, entry restricted to parties of 7 or more. A heavy sigh escapes him. He is a solo player. He has no team to call upon to bypass this restriction. He recalls the laws of this world. Once an S-rank boss falls, the dungeon vanishes, only to manifest randomly across the 6 continents later. His resolve hardens. Defeating the first Demon King is the only way to earn the title that unlocks the second realm. Speed is essential, but his focus snaps as voices drift nearby, whispering in awe about a famous flame wizard. Turning his gaze, he scans a group of gathered adventurers. Among them sits a young woman, radiating a quiet intensity. Freya Ashbury, age 23, a level 45 wizard. The Lucifer's Halo hums to life. His mind pierces hers. She is desperate to raid the S-rank dungeon, but her party lacks the numbers. A plan forms instantly. Fate has dealt him a winning hand. He gleans more intel from the air. Her team is on the verge of disbanding for the day, having failed to recruit a 7th member. Seizing the initiative, he strides forward. He offers his sword to their cause, asking to fill their empty slot. The group turns, but their eyes are not on his face. They stare in horror at the spectral death halo floating above his head. He hears their silent judgment but brushes it aside. The party leader, a brunette man, politely refuses. We have decided to withdraw. Through the halo, he senses the man's true feelings. It is not fear, but caution. Their main comrade lies injured in a hospital. Knowing the leader's hesitation, our protagonist pivots to the girl. And what about you? Shadow clouds her face. The weight of her trouble is plain to see. He presses for her motive. She tries to deflect, but against his mind reading, her heart screams the truth. Grief and anxiety swirl within her. Her father, a veteran explorer, vanished inside this very dungeon 1 month ago. Armed with this knowledge, he drops the formalities. He states his name and his intent to conquer the dungeon. The air shifts instantly. Recognition dawns on them. The rookie from the news, the anomaly who slaughtered 33 monsters during the baptism, despite his frail appearance. In that silence, he finally grasps the weight of his own reputation. The mixture of fear and awe that follows in his wake. Jfrey is stunned to meet the legend in person, yet her walls remain up. She is not a fool who trusts blindly. She shivers. Something is off. It is as if this stranger is peeling back the layers of her mind. His aura is not that of a novice. It reeks of 1,000 battles, triggering her survival instincts. He waits patiently for her verdict. Finally, she nods. You may join, but fall behind, and we leave you to die. A victory. He mentally thanks the Lucifer's halo. Lady Luck is truly smiling upon him today. Time skips forward. They stand before the maw of the S-rank dungeon, a hellscape of erupting peaks and rivers of molten lava. He takes point as the vanguard, and internally, he grumbles. Of course, the newcomer gets the deadliest position. Behind him, the party's knight leans into Fra. Are you sure this was wise, bringing him along? Her eyes remain cold. If he fights, good. If not, he will serve as excellent monster bait. A red-haired youth steps up to our hero. Hey, are you really that guy from the news? I suppose so. He answers awkwardly. The skepticism in the youth's eyes is palpable. The stench of distrust is heavy in the air. Another adventurer scoffs loudly. Liar. And look at that ridiculous light over his head. He stifles his annoyance. Fools. They judge the book by its cover, blind to the god-tier artifact floating right before them. Suddenly, the Lucifer's halo pulses. The magic detection skill triggers violently. His blood runs cold. A massive surge of energy is closing in fast. His instincts scream a warning. A catastrophe is imminent. Perhaps a beast stampede or a volcanic awakening. He barks orders at the support unit to deploy defensive arts instantly. The brown-haired tank hesitates, his pride wounded by a stranger giving commands. But reality strikes hard. The mountain roars, erupting with apocalyptic fury and spewing molten death into the sky. The shield-bearer stands frozen in terror, paralyzed by the sight, until our protagonist's voice cuts through the chaos like a whip. Snapping back to reality, the tanker activates his skill. A shimmering violet barrier materializes just as the scorching debris begins to rain down. The hero observes the inferno with a calculating gaze. The lava fall is too dense. They are trapped until nature's wrath subsides. Amidst the panic, the female mage stands like a statue of ice, her voice steady as she commands the party to hold their ground. She steps to the front line, mana surging around her as she begins an ancient chant. A radiant magic crest ignites beneath her feet, and the air distorts as a colossal sphere of flame manifests above her. She waits for the mana to reach critical mass, then unleashes the spell with the grace of a conductor. The fireball tears through the sky. It collides with the falling debris in a spectacular explosion, vaporizing the threat in a single heartbeat. The deadly rain ceases instantly. Our main character watches, genuinely impressed by the sheer density of her magical power. But the dungeon shows no mercy. The earth groans in agony, and a massive fissure rips open directly beneath their boots. Gravity claims its victim. The ground vanishes under Arthur, the red-haired warrior, sending him plummeting into the abyss. With lightning reflexes, the hero lunges forward, snatching Arthur's wrist a split second before doom. Muscles straining, he tries to haul the young man up, but the unstable ledge betrays him. The ground crumbles, and they both plunge into the encroaching darkness. As the wind rushes past, the hero curses his wretched luck. A fall from this height spells certain death. He braces for the bone-shattering impact, but instead of hard stone, they strike something soft. Miraculously, they are unharmed. The hero scans his surroundings and realizes they haven't hit the floor. They've landed on the back of a titanic soft-haired bat, 30 times larger than normal. He exhales a breath he didn't know he was holding, silently thanking the passive luck buff from Lucifer's halo for saving their skins. However, in a dungeon, safety is nothing but an illusion. The beast stirs, its slumber transforms into murderous rage as it detects the intruders. The hero's danger sense spikes. and he screams at Arthur to move. Ooh. They scramble across the creature's fur, but the monster's fury reaches a boiling point. Our boy analyzes the threat instantly. This is no ordinary mob. It possesses the unique ability to absorb kinetic energy, amplify it, and reflect it back with devastating force. Their fall wasn't an attack, it was fuel. The impact has supercharged the beast to a lethal level. Arthur draws his dagger, steel glinting in the dark, prepared for a fight to the death. The bat's maw opens wide. A sonic nightmare erupts. A violent sound wave blasts outward, shattering the cavern walls like fragile glass. Instinct takes over. The hero yanks Arthur out of the kill zone and hurls him to the rear line for safety. Stay back if you want to live. He turns to face the Colossus alone, his presence expanding. Arthur watches from the shadows, eyes wide as he surveys the cratered landscape left by the beast's attack. Cold sweat drips down his neck. He realizes that without the hero's intervention, he would have been reduced to a stain on the wall. Is this the terror of an S-rank dungeon? His thoughts are severed by a sharp, high-pitched whistle cutting through the air. He blinks in disbelief. The massive soft-haired bat collapses, slain instantly by a single unseen strike. High above, the mage focuses her mana. A gentle aura ripples out from her, scanning the darkness for life signatures. The tank asks for a status report. She nods with relief. Arthur is alive, but her mind lingers on the mysterious stranger who fell with him. He sensed the eruption before anyone else. He dove into the void to save a teammate. Intrigue burns within her. Who exactly is he? And what kind of monstrous power is he hiding behind that casual demeanor? The surviving party members gather to decide their next move. The girl steals her heart. Launching a rescue mission now would only drain their stamina before they even reach the boss room. Their mission is absolute defeat the Demon King and restore peace. She asserts that Arthur is her brother. He has the strength to survive on his own. She masks her anxiety with a facade of cold logic, but internally, she prays desperately for the safety of her brother and their missing father. Meanwhile, in the depths of the abyss, the hero learns the truth. The party leader is Arthur's sister, and their father vanished exploring this very dungeon. Information filed. The hero checks Arthur's mental state, then commands him to stand. It's time to move. Arthur follows, scrambling to keep up, but confusion clouds his features. Wait. He points upward, puzzled. Why are we going deeper? The Demon King's lair is up the mountain. The protagonist looks him in the eye and speaks the cold truth. Challenging the Demon King at his current level is a death sentence. Instead, he drags Arthur to the lower zones. They need weaker prey to cultivate strength. Arthur bites his lip, humiliated but knowing his master is right. He clenches his fists until his knuckles turn white. He vows to transcend his limits. Soon, they reach a vast clearing. It is teeming with crimson firebirds. Arthur freezes. These beasts are leagues above the soft-haired bat from before. Taking on this flock alone would be absolute suicide. However, our main character operates on a different level. Silence falls. He grips his blade. He vanishes. A single flash of steel cuts the air. A firebird is decapitated before it even knows it is dead. The flock screams in bloodlust. They dive like living missiles. But he dances through the chaos. One swing. One kill. A symphony of slaughter. The red-haired youth watches, trembling. He realizes the gap between them is like heaven and earth. But awe turns to terror. A scorching heat wave blasts against his back. Death is approaching from behind. He spins around. A blazing firebird dives straight for his heart. Its beak glows with the heat of a furnace. Instinct takes over. He rolls aside, barely escaping the flames. The beast misses. It screeches in fury and banks for a second pass. No hesitation, Arthur draws his bow. Close combat with this monster means death. The arrow flies true. It pierces the throat. Critical hit. The monster crashes in a shower of sparks. Arthur smirks. His warrior spirit is returning. He turns to check on the protagonist, but the sight before him defies all logic. Dozens of carcasses litter the ground, a field of death. And in the center, our hero stands there, casually gnawing on a roasted drumstick. He grins, tossing a leg to Arthur. He claims firebird meat tastes just like fried chicken. Arthur stares. Is this madness or a reward? But make no mistake, the hero is not gluttonous. Internally, He is cursing. The system demands he consume 50 of these birds to unlock the full stat enhancement. Suddenly, his Monosense skill screams a warning. A massive energy signature is incoming. He stiffens. Why now? He looks up. A level 45 salamander crawls from the shadows. Our boy knows this nightmare well. It is the gatekeeper, the mid-level boss of Mount Agi, the salamander. But disaster strikes. Stomach cramps hit him like a truck. He vomits. The system alerts stats reduced by 30%. The boss swings its titanic tail. He evades by a hair's breadth, but the shockwave blasts Arthur. The kid slams violently into the canyon wall. He checks his status. Arthur groans but signals he is alive. The hero barks an order. Stay back. Let him handle the beast. The monster moves sluggishly. The hero sneers. Perhaps the beast also ate something rotten. The salamander hacks up a pile of bones. Human bones. Arthur spots a familiar sword amidst the gore. His blood runs cold. The protagonist smirks. They must end this now, before the indigestion kills them both. But Arthur sees the torn crest. That sword belonged to his father. Pure, unadulterated rage consumes him. System alert. Arthur's killing intent is breaking the scale. With a roar of grief, he draws his blade. He charges the boss blindly. I will avenge him. Our boy shouts a warning. It is no use. The salamander strikes first. Arthur is swatted away like a fly. He struggles to his feet. Blood drips from his lip. He swears on his life to slay the monster. The hero grabs his collar. Get a hold of yourself. He forces Arthur to look at the beast. This opponent is a calamity. Dying here only brings more despair to his family. Arthur trembles. The fight leaves him. He sobs, admitting his heart cannot forgive the beast that took his father. The system pings. The subject is drowning in guilt. The hero softens. He apologizes for the harshness. Do you have the Inspire skill? Show me your inventory. Arthur wipes his eyes. He lists his gear, healing potions, a bow, arrows, and the pelt of the soft-haired bat. He pauses. How did that item get there? The hero smiles mysteriously. A hidden perk of the hunter class. He waves off the questions. Focus on the strategy. He lays out the battle plan. His eyes shine with absolute confidence. Arthur nods, stealing his resolve. It is time. Our boy steps onto the battlefield. He calls out, buff me now. Arthur screams the incantation Inspire. Lightning crackles, wrapping around the hero's body. System announcement, strength and agility increased by 30% for 5 minutes. Next, the bat pelt. He equips the item. Power surges through his veins. He launches himself at the salamander. He analyzes the health bar. Massive. Usually, this takes a full raid party to bring down. First strike. The blade bites deep. Centipede poison floods the monster system from the rear. Arthur fires. The arrow strikes dead center between the eyes. The absolute weak point. Their coordination is perfect. The real hunt begins now. The beast looks like a pincushion with all those arrows, but it refuses to fall suddenly. It lets out a deafening roar and enters rage mode. The system flashes a crimson warning. Its stats have just skyrocketed to impossible levels. The heat radiating from the monster is intense, even from a distance. The archer feels his skin scorching, realizing this battle has just crossed the line into a death match. But our protagonist doesn't flinch. Instead of retreating, he plans to turn the monster's own overwhelming power into a weapon against it. He strikes the soft-haired bat fur again, unleashing a burst of thunder mana. In that split second, he realizes the salamander's weak point has shifted to its front legs. Now, Arthur locks onto one leg and fires. While the hero activates his sharp eye skill, he slashes the other leg with surgical precision, dealing critical damage. The monster staggers, its health dropping critical, but before they can deliver the final blow, the salamander's flesh begins to knit together. It's regenerating. Panic grips the archer. If that thing fully heals, they are dead men walking. They have to end this right now, or it's game over. With shaking hands, he reloads his bow and signals he is ready. The hero nods, eyes burning with determination, and charges straight into the jaws of death. As the salamander lunges, he parries and slashes at its head. In one fluid motion, he tosses the soft-haired bat fur high into the air and screams for the archer to take the shot. Arthur holds his breath, aims, and releases. The arrow flies true, driving the fur straight into the salamander's gaping maw. For an agonizing moment, nothing happens. Silence falls over the battlefield. Did the plan fail? Our boy stands calmly and whispers, "Wait for it. 3, 2, 1. Boom! A catastrophic explosion erupts from inside the monster, tearing its body into pieces. The secret of the soft-haired bat fur is finally revealed. It possesses a hidden attribute. It absorbs kinetic energy and reflects it back with triple the force. As the dust settles, the system chimes, warning that his strength buff is about to expire. He exhales, relieved that they managed to clear the boss just in the nick of time. The two survivors stand in silence at the edge of the cliff, catching their breath. The hero decides to give them some privacy. He removes Lucifer's halo to mute the archer's inner thoughts for a moment. Soon after, the sister arrives at the mountain peak, leading the rest of the raid party. She spots her younger brother and sprints toward him, desperate to know if he is safe. But as she gets closer, her eyes fall upon the object in his hands. It is their father's sword. Her blood runs cold. With a trembling voice, the brother explains that he found the sword in their father's clothes, as inside the salamander's stomach. The grim truth crashes down on her. She pulls him into a tight embrace, tears streaming down her face. She whispers that she is just thankful he is alive. But the brother shakes his head. He insists that he didn't save himself. It was all thanks to our hero. The group's attention shifts to our boy, who is silently digging a grave nearby, away from the celebration. Realizing what he is doing, the mood shifts. One by one, they join him. Together, they bury the sword and clothes, a symbolic farewell to a fallen warrior. The siblings kneel before the makeshift grave, offering quiet prayers to their father's spirit. Watching them, a pang of sorrow hits the hero, awakening old memories of his own tragic past. Afterward, the sister approaches him, gratitude shining in her eyes. He stays humble, simply replying that her brother survived because of his own will to live. But the archer disagrees. He knows his limits. He looks at the hero with awe, admitting he wouldn't be breathing right now if not for him. From slaying the salamander to protecting the weak, he made the impossible possible. The rumors were true. This man is a monster in human skin. Our boy brushes off the praise like dust on his shoulder. He reminds them that the true nightmare, Demon Lord S, is still waiting for them. The girl wipes her tears, her eyes hardening with resolve. She vows to turn that demon into ash. Stealing their hearts, the group continues their treacherous climb toward the volcano summit. Monsters ambush them from the shadows, but they are no match. The sister blasts them with high-tier magic, while the hero cuts through the rest like a reaper. Finally, they reach the fiery peak. They scan the area. Where is the enemy? Suddenly, the volcano screams, magma erupts into the sky, and from the flames rises a massive, terrifying titan, the Demon Lord himself. With a roar that shakes the heavens, the monster mocks them. Have you insects crawled all this way just to die? The hero's instincts scream danger. He senses the mana gathering in the beast's throat. Fall back. It's a breath attack. The girl doesn't hesitate. She screams for everyone to follow his lead immediately. The party retreats, but the hero stands motionless. He faces the titan head-on. She screams for him to move, but it's too late. The Demon Lord unleashes a tsunami of hellfire. The world turns white with heat. The shielder barely manages to erect a barrier to save the others from the shockwave. No. The brother cries out in horror, convinced that their savior has been incinerated instantly. The monster laughs, arrogant and cruel. Not even his bones remain, but as the smoke clears, a silhouette stands amidst the flames, unharmed, unmoved. Everyone stares in absolute shock. The Demon Lord's jaw drops. How? Our boy dusts off his shoulder and smirks. Is that it? I expected it to be hotter. The only reason he is standing there without a scratch is simple. It's the fire resistance buff he stacked up by consuming all those firebirds earlier. He's practically immune to flame. Witnessing this, the Demon Lord's grin returns. Huh, you are an interesting human indeed. The archer collapses in relief, thanking the gods, while his sister watches in disbelief. That attack would have turned an army to ash, yet he stood through it like a god of war. A smirk curled his lips as he checked his inventory. Consuming 50 pieces of firebird meat wasn't gluttony, it was strategy. 7 minutes of absolute fire resistance. Yet, even that preparation couldn't nullify the inferno completely. His health bar plummeted, flashing dangerously close to zero. But dancing with death had a perk. His agility skyrocketed. The beast grinned, its eyes gleaming with twisted amusement. Finally, a toy worth breaking. Another wave of scorching heat exploded outward, turning the very air into a suffocating furnace. A notification chimed for the onlookers. Burn status applied. Their life force began to drain away, tick by agonizing tick. "Take cover behind the boulders," the girl screamed, her voice cracking with fear. "Move, or you'll burn where you stand." It was futile. Even their enchanted gear sizzled and failed, unable to withstand the demon's hellish aura. Trembling, the brother peeked out. He couldn't believe his eyes. That man. He stood unyielding before the demon lord, calm as a still lake. "Warm-up is over," our protagonist declared coldly. "Time for you to perish." The monster's laughter boomed like thunder, shaking the cavern. "Arrogant insect," the beast roared. "Resisting a little heat has swollen your head. Witness true despair." Suddenly, the demon lord vanished, plunging straight into the boiling magma below. The earth groaned. Boom! The beast erupted from the depths, but steel met claw instantly. A perfect block that left the spectators breathless. The creature's eyes narrowed. Impressive reflexes. It rumbled, voice dripping with grudging respect. "You are entertaining." With that, it dove back into the molten abyss. The girl strained her ears. The rumbling. It was moving beneath them. Our hero closed his eyes, cutting off sight to heighten his spirit. He focused everything on the flow of mana. There, as the demon erupted from his blind spot, he moved. Flawless precision. Spell detection had already painted the target. The demon lord froze in midair. Impossible. That strike was unavoidable. "Your instincts are sharp," the beast snarled. "Instincts," the hero smirked. "I don't need to guess. I know every move you'll ever make." "Bah, pure luck and bluster," the monster scoffed, sinking back into the lava pool, refusing to believe a human could outmatch him. The beast remained arrogant. After all, dodging was one thing. The human hadn't landed a single scratch in return. Playtime was over. Eyes glowing, he activated spell detection to track the beast. Speed boost on. He was ready to end this with a critical blow. Magma exploded behind him, but he was already airborne. Gravity aided his blade as he brought it down a thunderous strike. He landed gracefully, looking back at the wound. "Still think I'm just lucky." Roaring in fury, the demon lord spat magma. "Filthy human, you dare get cocky after one lucky hit. You pests always interfere with the grand mission." The hero paused. Grand mission. That line. It was never in the original game script. Something was wrong. The beast dove again, desperate to reset, but the moment it breached the surface, steel bit into flesh. Another clean hit. A system window flashed. Alert sharp eye triggered. A golden number floated in the air. A massive critical hit. How? The demon staggered. How do you see the unseen? Inside, our boy grinned. Perfect frame. Perfect timing. Suddenly, purple veins spread from the wound. The poison took hold. The mighty demon lord shrieked as venom coursed through its blood. "Poison!" The beast howled, eyes bloodshot. "You coward. You rely on such dirty tricks." "Cowardice." He shrugged nonchalantly. "You have zero poison resistance. I'm simply exploiting a fatal flaw in your build." The girl watched, paralyzed. That monster. Its aura alone could annihilate entire elite raids in seconds. Yet this stranger faced it alone, treating a catastrophe like a casual stroll. "Come on," the hero taunted. "Try to land just one hit." Humiliated, the demon lord unleashed a roar that cracked the cavern floor. The entire dungeon trembled. "Back! Everyone get back!" the girl cried as the temperature spiked. Her brother clenched his fists, realizing with bitter shame that he was utterly useless here. An ocean of fire washed over the platform, yet, when the flames cleared, our hero stood dusting off his shoulder, completely unscathed. "What are you?" the demon screamed. "What sorcery lets you read the flow of magic itself?" Our main character laughed darkly. "Are you writing your eulogy, or just looking for an excuse when you lose?" "Insolence." The demon sneered. "You predict one. But can you predict a legion?" In a blur of motion, the beast split. 3 identical demon lords now stood ready to kill. His eyes went wide. Cloning, no. This phase. It never existed in the game. All 3 dove into the magma, vanishing instantly. Sweat beaded on his brow. Sensing one was easy. tracking 3 simultaneous surprise attacks that was near impossible. A shadow loomed behind him. Slash. Pain exploded across his back as his health points plummeted into the red zone. The second one lunged. He twisted his body, barely escaping death. Yet, amidst the agony, a wild, manic grin spread across his face. This was a real raid. The third clone descended for the kill. It was over. Suddenly, crack. Frost explosion detonated, freezing the beast in a prison of ice. The girl stepped forward, mana flaring around her. Hey, 3 against 1, now that's just bad manners. The Demon Lord bellows, a roar that shakes the very earth, but his threat is cut short with a single blinding flash of his blade. The protagonist severs the beast's neck. He turns to the mage, his voice calm amidst the chaos, urging her to end this now. Only 2 targets remain. One monster lunges at our hero with reckless abandon, while the other locks its murderous gaze on the wizard girl. I will tear you both limb from limb, it shrieks, eager for blood. But they are ready. Steel meets claw as our boy deflects the heavy blow. Beside him, the girl weaves a barrier of mana, stopping the attack dead in its tracks. Sensing the flow of her mana, he shouts a question. Can you cast ice magic as well? She hesitates but nods. I can, though my affinity lies with flame. Ice is not my specialty. Then how are you standing here? He demands. The heat should have incinerated you. Her expression remains composed. I am using a frost shield to nullify the burn, but it will not hold forever. That is all he needs to hear. Hold that shield, he commands. Just stay right there and do not move. In a blink, he vanishes, moving faster than the eye can follow. He appears behind the second Demon Lord. Slash, the monster falls, lifeless. A smirk plays on his lips. The paralyzing poison he administered earlier is taking full effect. Terror seizes the final Demon Lord, realizing it is outmatched. The creature turns and dives back into the boiling magma to escape. He wastes no time. Fall back now, he orders the girl. I will handle the rest. She nods, understanding her limits, but refuses to leave him completely unaided. Chanting an incantation, she unleashes her ultimate support spell, Sunflame. Activate. A blue system window materializes before his eyes. Notification: the Sunflame buff is now active. Power surges through him. The buff dramatically increases attack damage and skyrockets fire resistance for the next 3 minutes. Our hero grins as he checks his status. With this buff, his resistance to fire has transcended human limits. As long as I maintain this on you, I cannot cast anything else, she cries out. This is all I can do. She retreats to safety as he shouts his gratitude for the blessing deep within the molten core. The Demon Lord trembles in pure fury. A mere human drove me to this, the beast mutters, his pride shattered. He spits curses at our boy's name. That annoying insect. Once I regenerate, I will slaughter every last one of them. But fate is not so kind to monsters. A shadow looms over him. The hero has followed him straight into hell. Our boy stares down at the cowering beast. Why are you hiding down here? He taunts coldly, too scared to face me properly. The demon's eyes widen in disbelief. A human inside the lava. It defies all logic. But before the creature can process the shock, the blade descends with a catastrophic blow. The protagonist ends the Demon Lord's reign once and for all. Boom. The volcano can no longer contain the energy. Magma shoots into the heavens in a violent eruption, leaving the squad outside paralyzed with awe. And from the inferno, a silhouette walks forward, unscathed, unbroken. Tears of relief stream down the red-haired brother's face. He sprints toward the hero. Are you alive? A squad member screams for a healer, ready to treat burns that do not exist. The wizard girl watches with a gentle smile. Father, she whispers to the wind, your soul can finally find peace. Ding. The system rewards flood in. Notification: Demon Lord defeated. You have earned 800,000 gold. But that is not all. An S rank item and an A- rank material drop into his inventory. Rare treasures, indeed, but not the prize he was hunting for. The girl breaks his concentration, bowing low in gratitude. Her brother steps forward, voice trembling. Without you, we would be ash right now. He shakes his head with a humble smile. We fought as a team. This victory belongs to us all. The sister reveals she received drop items as well, but guilt clouds her face. I did not do enough to earn these, she insists. but our boy waves it off. Your buff was the key to victory, that you soon earned every bit of it. Still, her honor will not let it slide. Please, take something of mine, she urges. I received a B- rank item? The blazing stone. The hero's eyes snap open. The blazing stone. He tries to hide his desperation. I will trade you my S-rank steel claws for it. She blinks, confused. You would trade an S-rank weapon for a generic stone? He nods seriously. To me, that stone is worth more than gold. Seeing his intensity, she smiles and hands it over. If it means that much to you, take it. I have no use for it anyway. Yes, our boy punches the air, shouting in pure joy. The final piece of the puzzle is his. Watching him celebrate like a child, the girl's cheeks turn a shade of crimson. Suddenly, a passive skill triggers. Lucifer's halo detects a strong emotion. Someone has developed romantic feelings for you. But alongside the love, he senses a sharp pang of jealousy from elsewhere. He sighs, brushing off the notification. Romance is a distraction he does not need. He has the blazing stone, and it is time to ascend to Ground 2. The scene shifts to the bustling streets of Rogue Begin, the central hub of Ground 1. It is time for farewells. The wizard girl looks determined. She and her brother have made a vow to take up their father's mantle and protect the family legacy. The brother clasps the hero's hand. Next time we meet, I won't be a burden, he swears. I will be strong enough to stand by your side. Our boy grins. I will hold you to that. As he walks into the sunset, he clutches the blazing stone in his pocket. The legendary item that only drops in Ground 1. His knowledge of the future guided him here, but he knows the truth. Lady Luck was smiling on him today. With his family provided for and his pockets full of gold, he approaches the dimensional gate. 2 seasoned adventurers spot him nearby. Is that him, the one who soloed the Demon Lord? One whispers. The other scoffs loudly. Look at that trash gear. That is a newbie, not a hero. Ignoring the chatter, a system window glows before him. Do you wish to ascend to Ground 2? Without hesitation, he presses yes. Mana begins to swirl around him in a blinding vortex. The adventurers drop their jaws in absolute horror. As he fades away, the crushing pressure of his aura hits them. The man they mocked was indeed the monster who conquered the dungeon. One of the onlookers scoffed in disbelief, laughing. There is no way that could be true. Convinced the other man was lost in a daydream, the scene shifts to Ground 2, the bustling metropolis known as Second Life, the city of raging desires. His first destination is the Grand Casino, but before he can enter, a blue system window flashes before his eyes. A missed call from Amelia, his little sister. Wondering what she could possibly need, he taps the screen to return the call. Her voice starts warmly, but the tone shifts instantly. She demands to know his location. Terrified, he has dragged himself into another dangerous situation. He reassures her with a gentle lie, claiming all is well. In truth, he keeps his life as an adventurer hidden, shielding both her and their mother from the harsh reality. She sighs, accepting his words for the moment. But then, the heavy news drops. Their mother's condition has taken a turn for the worse. The hero freezes. He collapses onto a nearby bench, a silent vow forming in his heart to amass a fortune for her cure. Just then, 2 adventurers pass by, discussing an upcoming auction. One asks about rare treasures, and the answer stops our protagonist cold. High Elf tears. That single name ignites a fire in our boy's eyes. He knows the lore well. High Elf tears are the core ingredient for the elixir of life, capable of curing any ailment. But such a divine item would spark a bidding war costing millions. It seems impossible, but he refuses to yield. He decides to secure the funds immediately, no matter the cost. The setting shifts to the frozen waste of Ground 2, the E-rank dungeon, eternal snowfields. Usually, clearing high-ranking dungeons is the fastest path to riches. But he is here for a secret purpose. Venturing deep into the snow, he encounters a unique entity known as Kashi. Our boy dumps his entire inventory of loot before the creature. Impressed by the hoard, the monster offers a single golden coin in exchange. This is no ordinary currency. It is an A-rank artifact with a passive skill. It doubles all gold acquired by its holder. A smirk crosses his face. With the deal sealed, the real hunt begins. He decimates wave after wave of monsters, His gold balance skyrockets, reflecting the fruits of his slaughter. By the end of the grind, he has amassed 12 million gold, but he is not done yet. He turns his gaze back toward the city lights. Later, he descends into the underbelly of Ground 2, a crowded underground club, a den of greed where souls are sold for coin. The atmosphere reeks of danger, but he steps inside without hesitation. At a table nearby, a man roars in triumph, proclaiming his streak of bad luck has finally broken. However, our boy's eyes flash. Using the item Lucifer's Halo, he sees the truth. The man has swindled over 10 million gold through deception. Corrupt and loaded. The perfect prey. The bald gambler notices the newcomer and flashes a predatory grin. The hero plays the part of a naive rookie perfectly. In reality, he is a veteran who knows every corner of this virtual world. Thinking he has hooked a fresh fish, the bald man proposes a game of high-stakes roulette, queen of the casino. He even graciously allows the hero to set the wager, drowning in his own arrogance. But our boy's mind-reading skill flares to life. He realizes the dealer is conspiring with the gambler to rig the game. He chuckles internally. Even after all this time, the filth of this casino remains the same. The mechanics flood back to his memory. In Queen of the Casino, the dealer launches 2 balls, and players must predict their final resting places. Fate rests entirely on where those spheres stop. Match one number, and you win half. Match both, and your fortune doubles. Miss completely, and the pot grows until a winner emerges. A single restriction applies. You can never choose the same number twice in one round. The bald man smirks, asking for the wager. With eyes cold as ice, our boy drops the bomb. Red 36, black 10, 10 million gold. Silence descends. The cheater and the dealer freeze, staring at him as if he has lost his mind. A confident grin spreads across his face as he repeats the astronomical sum. While they stand paralyzed, he taunts them. If they do not place their bets before the wheel stops, they will forfeit everything by default. As the balls rattle around the wheel, the dealer's eyes widen in horror. The rookie has predicted the exact outcome he had rigged the game for. Meanwhile, the hero simply smiles, waiting for the inevitable. Panic seizes the bald man. He leans in, frantically whispering to the dealer for the winning numbers. Our boy watches the chaos with amusement. His skill allows him to see their desperate intentions as clearly as day. He sees through the disguise. The dealer is actually a hunter class, using the skill Snipe 1 to manipulate the balls with perfect accuracy. The spheres clatter to a halt on red 36 and black 8. Just as he foresaw, he calmly rakes in the chips, declaring it his lucky day. Beneath the surface, he sees through their pathetic charade. The dealer is using a cheat skill to feed the winning numbers directly to the player. But such cheap tricks are useless before him, for he is a veteran of the gamble who cannot be fooled so easily. Humiliated, the bald thug explodes in rage, accusing him of cheating. The dealer instantly backs the lie, summoning the manager to escalate the situation. The manager arrives, stunned by the staggering 10 million gold bet, and narrows his eyes, suggesting they take this conversation elsewhere. Immediately, the hero senses the killing intent hidden in those soft words. His instincts scream danger as the guards suddenly lunge forward. Moving faster than sight, he kicks a table into their path and sends the first guard crashing down with a bone-shattering punch. The mob surrounds him like a pack of wolves. A gunshot rings out, and the bald man draws a knife, aiming for the kill, but the hero reacts in a split second. He seizes the bald man, using him as a human shield against the shooter, silencing both threats in a single, ruthless breath. Amidst the wreckage, the manager watches in horror, realizing this is no ordinary troublemaker he is dealing with. A terrified whisper cuts through the room. This is the monster rookie who shattered the baptism ceremony record. The manager freezes, pure terror gripping his heart. Another voice trembles, realizing that if this legend is here, it means the demon lord has already fallen by his hand. Tired of their chatter, the hero releases his pressure, demanding they stop wasting his time, either kick him out or play the game. The manager's arrogance instantly vanishes. He bows deep, scraping the floor, desperate to apologize for the grave offense. His face shows respect, but his heart is full of venom. He still plans to crush this upstart, convinced he is just a lucky newbie. With a trembling smile, the manager asks if there is any way he can atone for this terrible misunderstanding. An icy smirk curls the hero's lips as he demands every single coin in the vault. The manager's jaw drops, unable to process the sheer greed. He does not stutter, he wants the gold, and he demands the exclusive auction invitation as tribute. Seeing the hesitation, his gaze turns cold, warning the manager not to play the fool he already sees through all their dirty schemes. One word to public security, and this place burns. Drenched in cold sweat, the manager has no choice but to surrender everything. The scene shifts to the heart of wealth and power, the grand auction hall of the Second Life Center. Checking his account, the hero notes the sum. It is less than he hoped, but it must suffice for his plans. This is his sole opportunity to acquire the High Elf tiers. Thanks to the casino manager's donation, he has secured his place among the elite. Now, he must only win. Meanwhile, back at the gambling den, a sign announces its permanent closure. Inside the ruined club, the manager screams into the void, cursing the man who stripped them bare. Suddenly, the branch manager arrives, an ominous aura surrounding him as the focus returns to the auction hall. The event begins. The host announces 11 legendary items, each verified by the system itself. First is the Orcish Sword, a collector's masterpiece of high rank. The bidding opens at a staggering 2 million gold. While the crowd cheers, he reviews his shopping list for the Divine Elixir High Elf tiers, the Ice Chimera's Fang, and Ancient Red Soil. Typically, these treasures are hidden deep within the most hellish dungeons across the continent. Yet, by a stroke of destiny, all three have gathered here at this very auction. Suddenly, the Azure Dragon Liquor is revealed. With this, he could accelerate the crafting of his hidden gear exponentially. Next up is the Ice Chimera's Fang, a rare drop harvested from the terrifying S-rank dungeons. The bid opens at 500,000, but a voice instantly screams 10 million gold. He turns in shock, only to spot a familiar face. The casino manager is here. The scoundrel played him, hiding his true wealth all along. He has the funds to fight, but he holds back, deciding to conserve his resources for the ultimate prize, the tears of the High Elf. The gavel falls. The Ice Chimera's Fang goes to the manager, representing the mighty Windsnake Guild. This is a titan among organizations, an intercontinental superpower. He knew the manager was a member, but he underestimated the guild's endless pockets. The branch manager turns his cold gaze to the hero, confirming if this is the brat who caused the chaos. The subordinate spills everything how he stole their gold, seized the invitation, and flaunted it without shame. The branch master's expression darkens. This insult cannot stand. They will make a bloody example of him, showing the world the price of offending the guild that rules this nation from the shadows. On stage, the announcer unveils the next treasure, the Ancient Red Soil, a mystery found only in the depths of S-rank dungeons on the 3rd floor. The bid starts at 7 million, but the hero instantly crushes it, 50 million gold. The crowd gasps. The announcer stammers, shouting the astronomical figure for all to hear. But silence falls as a new voice booms, 200 million. The Windsnake Guild strikes back, leaving everyone, even the hero, completely stunned. He anticipated a fierce competition, but he never imagined the price would skyrocket to these heights. Their wealth and influence run deeper than the abyss itself. Scanning the buzzing crowd, he activates his mind-reading skill. The malice is distinct. The Snake Guild intends to sabotage every single one of his bids as petty revenge for the past. The moment he realizes their strategy, the weight of the situation crashes down on him. If they continue this interference, his one chance to secure the High Elf tiers will slip through his fingers. Retrieving them later would cost him years of blood and effort. Engaging in a direct bidding war against such a colossal organization is a battle he simply cannot win with money alone. Yet, in the midst of despair, a stratagem sparks in his mind. It is a dangerous gamble, but perhaps the only card he has left to play. With a heavy sigh, he accepts that peace is no longer an option. He begins placing bids on absolutely every item in the catalog. Hook, line, and sinker, as expected. The Windsnake Guild blindly overbids on useless trash. They even drop 300 million on the Azure Dragon Liquor without hesitation. Our protagonist feigns frustration, fueling the manager's manic laughter. The fool declares he will not stop until he blocks every purchase the hero attempts. But internally, a cold smirk forms. They call him the fool, unaware they have walked right into his trap. He wanted them to spend it all. At last, the main event arrives. It is time for the auction of the High Elf tiers. A holy artifact described as breathtakingly beautiful, said to steal hearts and souls alike. The bid opens at 50 million, but our boy instantly explodes the price to 500 million, silencing the room. He cannot afford to hesitate. He must lock in this item, for it is the key to his future power. Enraged by the challenge, the manager roars and doubles the bid to a staggering 1 billion gold. Convinced victory is his, however, the gavel does not fall. Invalid bid. The system rejects him because they have already hit their item limit. The manager stands frozen in shock. The announcer delivers the killing blow. By regulation, a single bidder is capped at 5 wins. The Snake Guild has already filled their slots with useless garbage, leaving them unable to bid. This anti-monopoly clause was designed to protect the market. Furious, the manager screams that he was never informed of such a rule, but our boy knew. This is no ordinary market. It is a special auction sanctioned by the Adventurers Association, where fairness is absolute law. The organizers may have failed to emphasize the rule, but the guild paid the ultimate price for their ignorance. The hammer falls. The high elf tiers are sold to the man with the halo for 500 million gold. Thunderous applause fills the hall, though our hero grimaces at his tacky new nickname. Meanwhile, the manager's sanity finally snaps. He screams accusations of humiliation, swearing on his life that this insult will not go unpunished. Mana begins to gather, but before he can cast a spell, our boy cuts him off with a chilling warning. Calm down, settle this outside, and do not dare drag innocent bystanders into your tantrum. Blind with rage, the manager prepares to strike until a heavy hand stops him. The branch master intervenes. Violence here would bring down the wrath of the association. The dog is leashed. The manager falls silent, and the chaotic auction finally comes to a close. Later, under the evening sky, the hero sits alone, processing the madness of the event. It was a messy victory, but relief washes over him as he holds the high elf tiers. He lost 2 other targets, but he is confident he can farm them eventually. However, the loss of the Azure Dragon liquor stings. That ingredient was crucial for crafting his next hidden piece quickly. He lets out a sigh. Spilled milk cannot be gathered. He must move on. Suddenly, a shadow falls over him. A girl approaches, her eyes fixed on the light above his head. That is quite the rare equipment you are wearing, she notes. He rises, silent and alert. Who is this? She quickly apologizes for the intrusion and pivots to a dangerous question. Do you know the Windsnake Guild's branch master? Caught off guard, he presses for details. She explains that the long-haired man restraining the manager was actually a high-ranking executive, the master of Division 2. The hero shakes his head. I have no personal ties to such men. Our paths only cross due to business. His eyes narrow. More importantly, who are you? She claims it is a personal vendetta, but he activates his mind-reading skill to pierce through her lies. Her name is Mila. She is an investigator dispatched directly by the Adventurers Association to purge corruption within the guild. Recognition flashes in his eyes. She belongs to the League of 8, the elite S-rank enforcers who handle the world's most dangerous requests. Beings of immense power, boundless wealth, and absolute authority. A wave of nostalgia hits him. In his past life, after clearing the game, he joined that very league just to kill time. He snaps back to reality. The target is gone. Why are you still here? Mila admits her mission is ongoing, but her curiosity has shifted. She points a finger upward. That floating halo, what is it? And exactly where did you acquire it? Alarm bells ring. She is unaware of the concept of hidden equipment items that exist outside the system's regulations. Explaining it now would only invite disaster. He puts on his best poker face, pretending to be clueless about her question. He scans her mind again and almost stumbles. She isn't interested in its power, she just thinks it looks cute. Mila tilts her head, sensing his awkward tension. Is something wrong? He waves his hand, forcing a smile. Not at all. It is just a very long story, one we do not have time for today. She bristles with annoyance, her pride stung, but she swallows the irritation, declaring she will hunt down the artifact with her own strength. He watches her retreating figure, analyzing the anomaly, a fanatic obsessed with equipment, yet she bears the terrifying title of the 8 elites. Her aura whispers a power far beyond her peers. She is a monster among monsters. As she vanishes, her thoughts remain fixed on him. She has traversed the treacherous 7th round, yet his gear defies all logic. It is an enigma she has never encountered in all her travels. The mystery of his identity consumes her. Scene shift deep within the A-rank dungeon. Moonlight wilderness. The boss monster falls before our protagonist. The beast dissolves into light, dropping the prize, the goblin's glove of thievery. It is exactly what he needed. But this is merely a stepping stone. His true ambition lies higher, the S-rank dungeon and the legendary Ice Chimera's Fang. However, the path to power requires preparation. He must infiltrate the guild and seize the Azure Dragon Liquor, a vital catalyst for crafting his next hidden artifact. Activating his mana detection, he sweeps the area. Suddenly, a familiar presence registers. The elite girl's lurking in the shadows nearby. She locks onto him instantly, suspicion clouding her gaze. Is he also tracking the corrupt movements of the Windsnake Guild? Unaware of the eyes upon them, the manager and the branch master slip into a concealed passage, thinking they are safe. They emerge into the Windsnake Guild's private biotope. Before them lies a sea of blooming flora, inspected closely by the branch master. The manager inquires about the harvest. A sinister smile forms on the master's face. The yield is rich, and the profits will be astronomical. Relief washes over the manager. Their financial wounds will finally heal. He turns to summon more labor for the harvest, but a voice cuts through the air. Our protagonist materializes behind them, mocking their little gardening hobby. Terror grips the two villains instantly. The manager's shock explodes into rage. He screams, demanding to know if this intruder has been stalking them like a shadow. Our hero remains ice cold. He identifies the bloom's moonlight azaleas, the primary ingredient for illegal magical doping. The branch master's gaze sharpens. Is this an association agent? The protagonist scoffs. He cares not for justice. He only demands the Azure Dragon Liquor. It is a simple trade. Hand over the liquor, and he vanishes like smoke in the wind. The manager loses his mind, roaring at the arrogance of this brat, but before he can even twitch, our hero blurs out of existence and reappears directly behind him. Hidden in the darkness, the elite girl watches with bated breath, analyzing every micro movement of the confrontation. The protagonist sighs. He is not here for bloodshed. He prefers negotiation, and is even willing to pay cold hard cash for the item. The manager snarls, realizing the truth. This brat was after the liquor at the auction all along. He swears he will never surrender it. Daggers drawn, he lunges with killing intent, but our hero sidesteps like a phantom. A single, precise chop to the neck ends it. The manager crumbles to the floor, lights out, defeated in a heartbeat. The elite girl's eyes widen in shock. One hit. He neutralized a high-ranking executive with a single casual blow. Her gaze locks onto his weapon, a short sword of unknown design. Meanwhile, the branch master holds his ground, praising the boy's foolish bravery. But the game's end now. The master's patience has evaporated. It is time for the intruder to pay the ultimate price. A smirk plays on our hero's lips. Good. He was getting tired of holding back. Now, the real fun begins. The girl leans in from her vantage point, her instincts screaming. She must witness the true potential of that mysterious blade. Steel clashes against steel, sparks fly immediately. The protagonist feels the weight of the gap. The branchmaster's level is far superior. The girl finally connects the dots. This is the rookie. The anomaly who shattered every record during the association's baptism ceremony. Despite the level difference, his movements are razor sharp. He flows through combat like water, displaying the skills of a veteran. However, Samoan, the branchmaster, is a wall of pure power. The difference in raw stats is undeniable. Bam Samoan lands a devastating blow, sending our hero skidding back. The villain sneers, impressed by the rookie's tenacity, but dismissive of his chances. He mocks him, asking if he thinks this is a fairy tale where the hero wins through sheer willpower alone. Our protagonist wipes blood from his chin. He is no hero. He is a man on a mission, and nothing in this world will stand in his way. Samoan throws his head back in laughter, calling him a delusional child, before charging in for the kill. But the boy does not crumble. He parries. He deflects. He refuses to yield an inch of ground. A cold sweat breaks out on Samoan's brow. Something is wrong. The rhythm is unnatural. He realizes he must unleash his class skill to end this. Samoan freezes. The elite girl gasps. They both realize the terrifying truth at the same moment. His eyes are closed. He is evading death solely by sensing the flow of mana in the air. Impossible. The girl racks her brain. This isn't a known skill. It must be a hidden ability granted by that mysterious equipment he wields. Simoan desperately blocks a counterattack, but the momentum has shifted. Suddenly, the world seems to pause. A holographic window flashes before our protagonist's eyes. The notification rings out. The third skill of Lucifer's Halo has been unlocked. To unlock this god-tier ability, he had to grind his spell detection level all the way to 252. This stat only rises by perfectly parrying enemy strikes in the heat of combat. The logic of this world is brutal but simple. The deadlier the foe, the faster the growth. After surviving death matches against the branch manager and the demon lord of Ground 1, our protagonist has finally maxed out this hidden parameter. He checks the system window, realizing just how insane his leveling speed has become. He feels lucky that the branch manager was strong enough to push him over the edge. But letting his guard down is a fatal mistake. The enemy seizes the opening and drives a blade straight through our hero's chest, mocking him for spacing out in a duel to the death. The villain sneers, lecturing him about underestimating the world. He claims there is always a bigger fish in the sea. However, a voice chills the air from behind him. Our main character stands there, Tao, completely unscathed, calmly telling the fool to keep running his mouth about power levels. The branch manager freezes, his brain unable to process the sight. He just felt his sword pierce flesh. Yet, the boy is alive and looming behind him like a ghost. Is this a class skill? A hidden ability? Panic begins to set in. Our boy sighs, telling him his fear is pathetic to watch. Meanwhile, the elite assassin girl watching from the distance senses a distortion in the air, something terrifyingly unreal. The manager looks down, and his blood runs cold. The body on his sword has dissolved into nothingness. Yet the sensation of the impact was undeniable. Before his mind can catch up to reality, the hero materializes again, launching a counterattack. It's too fast. The manager loses track of him completely. He looks down, only to see the hero's blade already buried deep within his own chest. Gasping for air, eyes wide with shock, he screams out, demanding to know what kind of sorcery this is. From the shadows, the girl watches the man thrash and scream in agony, even though physically he hasn't been touched. This is the terrifying power of the hero's third unlocked skill, Phantom Gaze. Anyone who makes eye contact with him is instantly trapped in a hellish hallucination. The girl steps into the light, her cover blown. Our hero greets her with a knowing smirk, teasing her for stalking him this entire time. She maintains her poker face, claiming she wasn't following him. Her target was the manager all along. Our boy just laughs, turning his back to leave the cleanup to her. But suddenly, he stops in his tracks. He almost forgot the most important part of the raid. Accessing his inventory, he equips the goblin's gloves of thievery and approaches the defeated manager. With a swift motion, he extracts the legendary Azure Dragon Liquor. This item is crucial. It's the key to crushing the second demon lord and saving his sick mother. The girl's intense stare is burning a hole in his back. Nervous, he asks if there's a problem, quickly clarifying that his looting is completely within guild regulations. She shrugs, confirming she doesn't care. Relieved, he gives a casual wave and disappears into the distance. As he walks away, she analyzes the battle. No mana readings, no forbidden items. The source of that monstrous power must be the halo floating above his head. Since that artifact isn't on the association's blacklist, he is technically playing by the rules. However, one thing is certain: this boy is no ordinary adventurer. He is an anomaly. The scene shifts to Ground 2, outside Tover's workshop. Our hero arrives with a confident smile. It is time to craft a weapon that will break the game balance. Suddenly, the doors burst open. Two men storm out, cursing up a storm about the crazy old blacksmith inside who thinks he's a god of the forge. Our boy chuckles to himself. He knows exactly who they are dealing with. Tover, the legendary craftsman with an ego as big as his skill, who only works for those worthy enough to bring him tribute. As the hero steps inside and politely announces himself, a heavy hammer comes flying straight at his face. With lightning reflexes, he blocks the projectile with a wooden plank. There stands the grumpy legend himself, eyes burning with annoyance. The old dwarf growls, sick of amateurs wasting his time. He shouts that he has no equipment for brats and tells him to get lost. Our boy sighs inwardly. The old man hasn't changed a bit since the game days. Still, he tries to reason with him, but Tover snaps back instantly. He warns the boy not to speak his name so casually unless he has a death wish. Without missing a beat, our hero reveals his trump card, the Azure Dragon Liquor. He tells the old master he brought a gift fit for a legend. The old man's eyes nearly pop out of his head. He recognizes the rare vintage immediately and demands a taste. The hero recalls the game mechanics, giving just a liquor makes the blacksmith drunk and happy enough to forge an S-rank item. But that is setting the bar too low. He reaches into his pocket and reveals the second ingredient, the blazing stone. The blacksmith is floored. He ushers the boy inside immediately. As the wine pours, the old man tears up, remembering how his late wife loved this drink, warmed by that very stone. The hero smiles softly. He didn't just want a weapon, he triggered the hidden memory of the lost event. The rule is absolute wine alone gives S-rank gear, but combining the wine with the blazing stone unlocks a hidden rank artifact beyond imagination. The night flies by as the old master drinks and shares stories of the past, the fire of inspiration returning to his eyes. As the morning sun pierces through the workshop windows, our boy realizes the old man hasn't slept a wink. Filled with gratitude and renewed passion, the legendary blacksmith swears to forge a masterpiece that will shake the heavens, just to repay this kindness. He accepts the offering with deep gratitude, having expected nothing less from a craftsman of legend. Finally, the set is complete with the third piece of hidden equipment. It is a masterpiece of leg armor, granting him the ultimate freedom of movement and the godlike power of teleportation. A dormant skill still slumbers within it. With this arsenal, the protagonist finally feels prepared to conquer the S-rank nightmare known as Grace Castle. Hearing his resolve, the elder hands him a parting gift, a flask of special, non-alcoholic liquor. This brew possesses a unique property, capable of igniting a blazing warmth within the body to combat extreme cold. But a warning follows the gift. He must be vigilant against the Ice Demon Lord, a monster infamous for its treacherous and cunning nature. Expressing his thanks, the hero departs for the second ground. There, Grace Castle stands looming, shrouded in eternal snow and besieged by hopeful adventurers. The moment he arrives, the biting frost gnaws at his skin. He immediately retrieves the elixir gifted by the blacksmith. As the liquid slides down his throat, a comforting heat radiates through his veins. His status window chimes the warming buff will persist for 100 minutes. A relieved smile crosses his lips. With this inner fire, he has no need for cumbersome winter gear to weigh him down. However, the surrounding adventurers take notice, and whispers begin to ripple through the crowd. Some sneer at his light attire, convinced he is underestimating the frost. Others cackle at the glowing halo above him, dismissing him as a clueless rookie seeking attention. Suddenly, a system window flashes before his eyes. The timer is ticking. 1 hour and 59 minutes remain. Realization strikes he must move. Now, the S-rank dungeon enforces a brutal 2-hour limit. Overstay, and the system forcibly ejects you, stripping away half your entry fee and gold as a penalty. A bitter memory surfaces the days of his poverty, grinding for gold and gear just to recover from that very penalty. Shaking off the past, his eyes lock onto the path ahead. In the distance, a party of adventurers clashes violently with dungeon beasts. The competition is fierce, with many already ahead. But his target is Singular Breach, the Demon Lord's Hall, and sees the legendary Ice Chimera's fang. Up ahead, 2 adventurers curse their luck, complaining bitterly about their sluggish pace. Panic sets in as the clock ticks down. Suddenly, a massive shadow looms. A level 82 monster, Cuniculus, blocks their path. Roars of frustration erupt from the pair. Another delay means their chance to reach the Demon Lord's castle is turning to dust. But as they struggle, a blur of motion shoots past them. The protagonist glides by effortlessly, leaving both man and monster frozen in shock. His movement is fluid, weightless. It is as if he is treading upon the very air itself. This is the power of the blacksmith's masterpiece boots. Further ahead, 2 aerial beasts dive at him, but he obliterates them in a heartbeat and presses on. The onlookers stare with jaws dropped, their minds unable to process what they just witnessed. With that glowing halo and aerial grace, they whisper that he must be a spirit. Even the monsters seem to be praying for mercy in his presence. In record time, the Demon Lord's castle looms before him. A surge of thrill electrifies him. He cleared the distance in a mere 5 minutes. But at the gates, a familiar silhouette makes him groan internally. It is the elite girl, the one person he hoped to avoid today. Her behavior betrays her intent. She, too, hunts for the hidden equipment. But why would a high ranker like her descend to this level? The girl scrutinizes the massive gate, muttering to herself. Her intel claims that a mysterious figure is concealing themselves within. The Demon Lord awaits inside, but the dungeon's laws are absolute. No adventurer can exist here for more than 2 hours. Unless, of course, the prey inside possesses a trick to cheat the system. With a single devastating strike, she shatters the colossal door and strides in. Witnessing such raw power, the protagonist is genuinely impressed. He quietly slips into the breach, following in her wake. Suddenly, a horde of monsters erupts from the rear, but he does not engage. In a flash of light, he teleports, bypassing the chaos to penetrate deep into the castle. A system notification chimes he has successfully infiltrated the 9th floor of the main castle. The Demon Lord awaits on the 10th floor, but a formidable guardian stands in the way. He must slaughter the mid-boss to ascend. Empowered by his legendary leg armor, he grins. It is time to set a new personal record. Meanwhile, down on the 7th floor, a darker scene unfolds. The guildmaster of the Windsnake Guild has turned his blade against his own party. He berates them for their slowness, then without a shred of mercy decapitates a teammate. His timer instantly jumps to 2 hours and 42 minutes. He is harvesting their time. The murderer scoffs, muttering about the time wasted wandering this dungeon, and demands an answer. Who will compensate him for the treasures and gold he missed? Who will pay the price for his lost opportunity? A terrified subordinate begs for his life, but his pleas fall on deaf ears. The guildmaster slaughters them systematically. His timer swells to 4 hours, 21 minutes, and 58 seconds. Another desperate soul cries out, pleading not to die, only to be silenced by a swift, brutal strike. Covered in digital blood, he turns calmly to the sole survivor. He asks a simple question: were they the only ones who entered today? The master is clearly dissatisfied with the harvest. Trembling, the survivor stammers an apology, explaining they are trying to lure more victims, but they just need a little more time. The guildmaster stares down with eyes like ice. He asks coldly, should he just harvest him as a replacement instead? Panic seized the man's heart as he scrambled away, vowing to drag more victims to the slaughter as quickly as possible. His mind raced with terror, knowing the guildmaster was butchering innocent people solely to harvest their remaining time limits. A chilling realization struck him. The tyrant intended to remain in this abyss far longer than any sane human would dare. Meanwhile, the guildmaster calculated his next move, dwelling on the capture of his branch manager by the notorious League of Eight. He knew their ruthless methods well. They always dismantled the executives first before obliterating the entire guild from the shadows. They might be hunting him right now, but in this dungeon, time was his greatest weapon and his ultimate shield. Elsewhere, our protagonist dominated the 9th floor, reveling in the thrill of combat as he cut through the darkness. Suddenly, a tremor of mana shook the air, a massive surge radiating from the 10th floor, likely the aura of the Demon Lord itself. But beneath that power lay something else. A presence so overwhelming, it made the Demon Lord feel insignificant. Curiosity tugged at him, but he steeled his resolve. The boss remained his priority, and he marched forward, ready to face the next guardian. The heavy doors groaned open, and the elite huntress from the League stepped onto the floor, her presence commanding the room. Our hero instantly realized she was the source of that monstrous energy, breathing a sigh of relief that he had sensed her before she detected him. The girl, however, frowned at the silence. The eerie lack of monsters told her someone had already cleared the path. Before she could investigate, space warped behind her as 2 level 92 golems materialized from the void. She didn't even flinch. Summoning a spirit, she whispered a quiet apology for the rush before obliterating both mid-bosses in a single, devastating heartbeat. Watching from the shadows, our protagonist stood in absolute awe of her prowess. To annihilate 2 mid-bosses with one strike, she wasn't just strong, she existed in a completely different realm of power. He watched as the defeat of the Guardians triggered the mechanism, revealing the ominous gate leading directly to the Demon Lord's throne room. But she ignored the prize, turning her gaze toward the annex building to continue her search for the fugitive. A wave of relief washed over him. If she had no interest in the boss, the spoils of war were still his to claim. Suddenly, her instinct screamed. She spun around, her eyes piercing the shadows as she sensed a gaze upon her. Finding nothing but empty darkness, she shook her head, convincing herself it was merely a trick of the dungeon, and vanished into the annex. The moment she was gone, our boy pushed open the heavy iron doors, revealing a chamber that looked less like a throne room and more like a slaughterhouse. Gazing at the carnage, he muttered that it had been an eternity since he last stood before the second demon lord. The monster sat upon a throne of bone, laughing maniacally as he branded the intruder as mere livestock destined for the grave. Amidst the piles of death, a survivor gasped for air, looking up with pleading eyes to warn him to flee before it was too late. The warning came too late. The demon lord lunged, but our hero weaved through the attack, recognizing the attack patterns from his past life. Yet, as he dodged, a cold sweat formed. The timing was erratic, different from the game he knew so well. The beast licked its lips, boasting that this fresh meat would be the 10th sacrifice of the day, a perfect addition to his grotesque feast. The survivor closed his eyes in despair, knowing that challenging such a calamity was nothing short of suicide. With a deafening roar, the demon lord charged, declaring that the real butchery was about to begin. In a flash of blue light, our protagonist triggered his teleportation skill, appearing instantly in front of the beast and slashing across its face. Black blood sprayed across the chamber as the creature shrieked in agony, leaving the survivor stunned and unable to comprehend the speed he just witnessed. Unfazed, our hero scoffed at the monster's screams, taunting that a scratch like that shouldn't hurt a demon king. The creature's rage turned to twisted amusement. He laughed, praising the human as a sharp, feisty piece of meat. Declaring this a mere warm-up, the demon lord unleashed his mana, casting a catastrophic ice spell that froze the very air. A glacier crashed down from the ceiling, burying the area in ice as the boss cackled, certain that no vermin could survive such devastation. But like a phantom, our boy rematerialized directly behind the monster, driving his dagger deep into the demon lord's spine. The beast crumbled to its knees, vomiting blood as a look of pure, unadulterated shock filled its eyes. He hadn't just moved fast, it was as if he had erased the space between them, striking before reality could catch up. With 3 legendary hidden items in his inventory, our protagonist didn't see a boss, he saw a stepping stone. He wanted to end it, but he held back. He needed to push the monster to the brink of death to force it to summon the Ice Chimera. As he prepared the final blow, the desperate demon lord snatched a human corpse from the ground, using it as a meat shield. Our hero froze mid-strike, his eyes widening at the sheer depravity of desecrating the dead. The boss mocked his hesitation, laughing that it was just dead meat, before raising his hand to unleash his ultimate dark art, the Glacier Marionette. Dark mana pulses through the chamber. Suddenly, every corpse defies gravity, floating into the air to serve a new master. With a bone-chilling command, the demon lord unleashes his army. The protagonist stands firm as a tide of rotting flesh surges toward him, his eyes narrow in confusion. He has never seen this spell in the game version. Why do the bosses in this reality possess powers unknown to the original lore? While the hero holds back the undead wave, the demon lord's gaze shifts. He spots a lone survivor trembling in the shadows, barely clinging to life. A twisted grin splits the monster's face. He decides to crush the insect before finishing the main course. Fear paralyzes the survivor as the beast approaches, but before the strike can land, steel flashes. The protagonist severs the demon lord's hand in one clean motion, roaring, "Focus on me, I am your opponent." The beast bellows in agony. Pure rage consumes him, his skin shifting to a sickly purple hue as the poison takes hold. A system window pops up. The toxin is lethal. The boss's health points are plummeting by the second. Desperate, the demon lord summons the legendary Ice Chimera, but the hero just smirks. This is exactly the prey he was hunting. He explodes into motion, in a blur of speed. The Chimera falls, and the rare item, the Chimera Fang, is finally his. But the cost is high. His centipede armor's durability drops below 500. Unfazed, he turns back to the boss. Game over. A golden notification chimes. The centipede sword has awakened. Its 3rd hidden skill is now unlocked. Meanwhile, the guildmaster continues his slaughter to extend his timer. He corners the last victim, sneering. There is nowhere left to run. The blade descends to finish him, but suddenly, boom, a violent gale blasts the weapon right out of his grip. Emerging from the storm, the girl from the association stands tall. "I found you," she declares coldly. She recites his sins like a death sentence: murder, human trafficking, illegal gambling, black market production, and that is just the surface. Betraying your own guild members for time, truly, his cruelty knows no bounds. Mana flares around her, she summons Anine, the spirit of water Efrit, The spirit of fire and sulfid. The spirit of wind. The guildmaster's eyes widen. He assesses the threat instantly. These aren't just spirits, they are top-tier elementals. And she controls 3 simultaneously without breaking a sweat. Masking his fear with arrogance, he shouts, "Who do you think you are? Some association lackey. I am Mila Goldlin of the League of 8. Her voice rings with authority. "And I am here to arrest you by order of the Adventurer Association." Back in the boss room, adrenaline surges through the protagonist with the 3rd skill unlocked. He feels invincible. The Demon Lord snaps, "Enough of this defiance, I won't eat you. I will grind your bones to dust." Wings unfurl with a sonic boom. The boss ascends, looking down with mockery. "Stay in the dirt where you belong, human." But gravity loses its hold. The hero floats upward, matching his height. Finally, he grins. Now the real fight begins. The monster gasps in shock. Flight magic. But he quickly recovers his sneer. You cannot maintain that speed for long. He manifests the trident of despair, hurling it with lethal force. He screams that anyone interfering with his mission will die. The protagonist weaves through the air like a phantom, dodging every strike with ease. Every miss fuels the Demon Lord's blinding rage. As the boss charges in again, the trap snaps shut. 3rd skill, activate. The blade liquefies, shifting form at his will. Before the beast can react, the hero is above him. The liquid metal hardens into a colossal greatsword, poised to strike. A single, devastating slash. It shears through the Demon Lord's weapon and impales his body in 1 heartbeat. Victory. The system clocks the kill at 1 hour, 21 minutes, and 35 seconds. He smiles. A new personal record. The lone survivor watches, jaw dropped. A solo raider killing a Demon Lord. It defies all logic. Suddenly, his time hits 0. Light envelops him as he is forcibly teleported out. The penalty is half his gold, but he keeps his life. Meanwhile, the hero inspects his prize. The Ice Chimera Fang glints in his hand. Now, only one ingredient remains, the ancient red soil. Once he finds it, the elixir to save his mother will be complete. But his moment of hope is shattered. The ground shakes violently beneath him. The vibrations intensify. He looks around in confusion. Is the dungeon collapsing? The scene shifts back to the battle outside. The guildmaster calls her ruthless just as she launches her assault. He barely deflects her strike with his short sword. Sparks fly. She unleashes the torrential wave. A wall of water crashes down, but he blocks it with terrifying ease. From a distance, the protagonist watches the shockwaves. The earthquake wasn't the dungeon. It was their battle. His eyes lock onto the guildmaster's movements, that swordsmanship. Could this be the target she was hunting? The guildmaster laughs maniacally. Is this the power of the League of 8? You aren't worthy of the title. With a roar, he unleashes a tempest of blades, sending razor-sharp wind slash toward her. Waiting for the split second her focus wavers to strike the fatal blow. A confident laugh bursts from his throat as he declares the battle finished, mocking her feeble resistance against his overwhelming might. Yet the girl remains as still as a mountain lake, her eyes cold as she ridicules his ignorance, reminding him that he never truly understood the depths of his own limitations. Her words strike his soul like a hammer, and horror dawns on him as he realizes the figure he just impaled is nothing but a fading afterimage. Her voice echoes from everywhere and nowhere, proclaiming that, since he strayed from the righteous path and brought shame to the association, she will now educate him on the meaning of true power. Terror grips his heart as the air becomes heavy with mana. Behind her, the majestic spirit of heavenly thunder, Kirin, manifests into reality. His expression twists into a mask of pure despair as he witnesses the impossible. She has awakened the legendary fourth spirit. Before he can even scream, a cataclysmic bolt of lightning crashes down, and she coldly sentences him to judgment for his sins against the guild. Watching from the shadows, the hero stands paralyzed, his mind reeling between awe and absolute terror at her monstrous strength. He swears to himself that making an enemy of this woman would be a death sentence. But as he attempts a stealthy retreat, her gaze locks onto him, identifying him as Jfrey. Frozen in place, he stammers nervously, frantically waving his hands to prove he wasn't spying with malicious intent. She dismisses his fear with a calm smile, noting that he didn't interfere, before asking if he was the one who silenced the Demon Lord's aura permanently. He puffs out his chest and confirms the kill, and with a nod of respect, she bids him farewell, vanishing as quickly as the wind. The scene shifts to the Adventure Association's deepest dungeon, where the corrupt guildmaster sits rotting in chains. The president bows his head in gratitude, thanking the girl for a flawless execution, though she humbly dismisses it as merely fulfilling her sworn duty. He praises her further, declaring the Windsnake Guild will be dissolved, a move that will send a shockwave of fear through every criminal syndicate in the realm. She opens her mouth to speak, but hesitation catches her tongue, leaving the sentence hanging in the air. Sensing the shift in her demeanor, the president asks what troubles her, and she confesses that her mind is not on the mission. Her thoughts are consumed by a certain adventurer she crossed paths with, a man who has ignited a spark of curiosity within her. Meanwhile, our protagonist has advanced to Ground 3, calculating that slaying the demon here will yield the final ingredient for the legendary elixir. He inspects his gear and frowns. The centipede weapon's durability has plummeted to a critical 299 out of 1,500. Knowing his trusty blade will shatter against the next high-tier beast, he decides it is time to hunt for the replacement, the fourth hidden rank equipment. He arrives at the bustling central city and steps into the enigmatic Flying Dragon Inn. When the innkeeper questions his stay, he answers with the code just one day, and he requires the specific rooms on the 3rd and 4th west sides. The code is accepted, and he slips inside, breathing a sigh of relief that his knowledge of the future remains accurate. Descending into the depths of the building, he overlooks a massive, blood-stained arena ring below. A radiant system window materializes, confirming his location: Ground 3's hidden rank dungeon, the underground boxing gym. Standing like a titan in the center of the ring is Mayweather, the undefeated Fist King, who beckons him to step forward and test his mettle. A knowing smirk plays on our boy's lips. The champion is exactly as arrogant as he remembers from the original timeline. Though Mayweather appears comical, the hero knows this is a trap for the unwary. Obtaining the hidden equipment will require lethal precision. He vaults over the ropes, and the announcer's voice explodes through the speakers, hyping the clash between the reigning legend and the rookie challenger. The audience erupts into a frenzy as the combatants' stats flash on the screens above. Mayweather is a fortress of muscle, weighing in at 280 pounds and towering at 6.5 feet, with 108 wins, every single one a knockout. In stark contrast, our boy is a mere 150 pounds and 5'8". The rules are brutal: no weapons, 3 minutes, and points only for clean hits on invisible zones. Victory belongs to the first warrior to score 10 points or deliver a devastating knockout. Tension thickens the air until it threatens to snap, and the announcer finally screams for the battle to commence. The instant the bell rings, the boxer launches himself like a cannonball, throwing a punch that could crack stone, but the hero blocks it, surprised by the big man's agility. Another fist comes flying, but he weaves through the danger like smoke, stepping back to land a sharp counter-strike. Mayweather absorbs the blow, but the system chimes, indicating the challenger has drawn first blood on the scoreboard. The boxer sneers, asking if that lucky tap made him feel strong, but the hero remains ice cold, revealing he intentionally allowed the opening just to gauge the speed. His eyes narrow as he taunts the champion, daring him to stop playing games and unleash his full killing intent. A dark grin spreads across the boxer's face as he accepts the challenge, and suddenly, his aura explodes with terrifying intensity. His fists become a blur of violence, striking faster than the eye can follow, but our boy dances through the storm, dodging by a hair's breadth. The champion's eyes widen in shock at the boy's reflexes, but he calculates that no human can maintain this level of evasion forever. Our protagonist is forced entirely on the defensive against the relentless barrage, knowing that in a direct clash of power, he has zero chance of victory. The system's ruthless mechanics dictate that his opponent's power scales infinitely with every point scored, meaning the only path forward is to accept defeat. The difference is staggering. The champion stands at 43 points, while our protagonist clings to a single, pitiful mark. Pushed into the corner, he faces a torrential downpour of blows, leaving zero room to breathe, let alone recover. He dances on the edge of consciousness. Victory's impossible, but his goal is the fourth hidden piece. He simply needs to survive this hell for 3 minutes. Just as the champion winds up for a devastating strike, our hero's instincts flare to life. He weaves underneath the blow and unleashes a flurry of counters to the face, instantly racking up 9 points in a display of raw skill. But resistance only fuels the beast's excitement. The strikes become heavier until a killer uppercut connects, yet our boy refuses to go down. With seconds remaining, the champion goes for the kill. He charges with a straight punch, but meets a thunderous cross counter at the exact same instant. A smirk cuts across the champion's face as the protagonist declares that today is not the day he kisses the canvas. The bell rings, freezing the score at 97 for the champion, against a respectable 49 for the challenger. Impressed by the only warrior capable of standing until the bitter end, the champion expresses his gratitude and offers a reward. This is the moment he has been waiting for. He accepts the fourth hidden piece, the legendary item known as the Soul Bandage. This artifact ignites his fist to double his attack power, while granting a devastating counter capability that reflects damage at triple the intensity. Though the third skill remains sealed, his arsenal is now sufficient. It is time to hunt the third Demon Lord. He marches directly toward the S-rank dungeon of the third floor, the Desolate Revenant Ruins. This domain is an anomaly, devoid of lesser mobs. It houses only the Demon Lord himself. The clear condition is brutally simple. Slay the boss, and the dungeon closes. However, the spawn rate is a nightmare, a mere 0.1% chance of encounter. Countless adventurers have wasted their lives scouring these sands, only to retreat in exhaustion and failure. But our protagonist does not have the luxury of time. Ignoring the standard method, he forces the boss to spawn. His eyes scan the wasteland until he spots a specific coffin buried beneath the dunes. Offering a quiet apology to the resting soul, he throws the lid open. A blinding pillar of light erupts, consuming the ruins. Instantly, the atmosphere grows heavy. A terrifying presence is approaching at high speed. The earth itself screams in agony as the third Demon Lord, Jackal, rises from the abyss. This place is the Tomb of Ghosts, a cursed sanctuary holding the vengeful spirits of those who perished here in ancient times. As the guardian of the dead, Jackal begins a dark incantation to punish the intruder. Without hesitation, our hero equips the Soul Bandage. Jackal activates his signature authority, the Scales of Judgment. He weighs the hero's soul, declaring his intent to purge the living. The scales tip ominously against him, and a Crimson System notification flashes before his eyes. A catastrophic penalty. All stats are slashed by 30%. The Demon Lord demands repentance, but our hero remains unfazed. This was all part of the calculation. The Scales of Judgment are the price one pays for bypassing the dungeon's rules and forcing a boss spawn. It is the cost of efficiency. To him, this crippling debuff is merely spiced to make the battle more exhilarating. Now, he must slaughter the boss before it unleashes a hidden pattern not found in the original game data. No sooner have the words left his mind than the Demon Lord fires a barrage of void bullets. He weaves through the onslaught. Since mental skills are useless against monsters, this will be a brutal test of pure physical might. He throws a counter-strike, but the entity vanishes into thin air, instantly teleporting to his blind spot to fire again. Reacting on instinct, he flips out of range and launches himself back into the fray, aiming for a critical hit. Jackal deflects the blow and retaliates with a wave of dark energy, forcing the protagonist to retreat. The stat reduction is taking its toll. His body feels like lead. Suddenly, the system interface rings. An emergency call from his sister pierces the chaos. Panic grips his heart. Has something terrible happened to their mother in the real world? But a split-second hesitation could mean death here. He ignores the call, resolving to end this battle in the next breath. The Demon Lord summons a vortex of abyss. Seizing the opening, the hero triggers the active skill of the Soul Bandage. Crimson flames engulf his fist. The first skill activates, doubling his destructive power at the terrifying cost of draining his own life force every second. Like a meteor, he closes the distance and smashes his burning fist into Jackal's face, launching the beast across the ruins. The Demon Lord stabilizes in midair, wiping his jaw with a disdainful smirk, mocking the human's desperate attempt at power. "Shut your mouth and die," the hero retorts, enraged. Jackal summons a catastrophic swirl of darkness, far larger than before. The air pressure drops. The hero realizes too late this isn't a normal attack. From the abyss, the Demon Lord unleashes his ultimate calamity, Night Meteor. A void tears open. A colossus of shadow erupts, slamming into our protagonist with earth-shattering force, burying him beneath a mountain of debris. The Demon Lord smirks, arrogance radiating from him. He crows about the unstoppable might of his invisible void strike. Rising from the rubble, our hero grits his teeth. Why are the Demon Lords here so radically evolved compared to the game logic he remembers? He struggles to his feet, dust swirling around him as the monster stalks closer, savoring the kill. Suddenly, his system interface flashes crimson. It is another urgent notification from his sister. The Demon Lord pauses, amused by his prey's tenacity, but that condescending sneer only fuels the main character's irritation. His passive skill, Fire Fist, is a double-edged sword, burning away his HP by the second. His life force is fading, but he has no choice. This must end now. He weaves through a barrage of dark energy. The system blinks again. His sister is calling. An icy grip of dread squeezes his heart. He cannot ignore this omen. Teleportation. He commands. Space bends. He vanishes from the monster's vision, materializing safely within the deep shadows of the ruined cityscape. He accepts the connection. His sister's voice is breaking, choked with terrified sobs. "Brother, where are you?" He tries to explain he is in battle, but she screams the truth that stops his heart. Mother is running out of time. He must return immediately. Before he can reply, a murderous intent locks onto him. The boss has found him. He cuts the line. "I am coming home," he vows. The demon lord roars in fury, accusing him of fleeing like a coward after staining a noble soul. The enemy summons the cataclysmic night meteor, but our hero is faster. He blinks behind the beast, unleashing a blazing fire fist strike. The demon lord catches the fist effortlessly. He mocks this weak, futile struggle, but the protagonist smirks. The hidden damage counters are ticking up. Another night meteor descends to crush him. This time, our boy dances through the destruction with supernatural grace. Now he activates the ultimate trap card within Soul Bandage X counter, a technique that reflects damage with massive output. With the force of a collapsing star, he slams the attack back into his foe. The reflected night meteor obliterates the demon's defense. Blasting the lord through the ruins, dust settles. The battle is over. It was a mathematical massacre, double his raw attack, multiplied by the triple force of the enemy's own ultimate. The third demon lord falls. He loots the ancient red soil and legendary drops, then sprints for home. Every second counts. Back in the outskirts of Ground 1, silence hangs heavy over the house. His mother lies still, deathly pale. He kicks the door open. "Mother!" His sister collapses into his arms as the doctor delivers the grim verdict: terminal magic deficiency disease. Necrotic darkness stains her skin. She has slipped into a deep, unresponsive coma. Her mana core is empty. Blood pressure is bottoming out. Heart and lungs are failing. Not even a high priest could save her now. His sister wails in despair, but the hero's eyes are cold with determination. "I will save her," he declares. The room watches in shock as he accesses his system. He dumps every available stat point directly into intelligence. His processing power spikes. The synthesize class skill ascends to a new tier. He pulls out the god tier materials: ancient red soil, the ice chimera's fang, and the high elf's tear. He begins the forbidden alchemy to craft the panacea. Light floods the room. The legendary elixir takes form, pulsating with a divine golden aura that leaves the doctor trembling. The doctor gasps. It is a myth made real. His sister tries to ask, but he silences her with a look. Later, he kneels, pouring the glowing liquid past his mother's lips. The room holds its breath. Suddenly, the darkness vanishes from her skin. Her eyelids flutter open. Life returns to her gaze. She looks around, bewildered by her weeping children. His sister tackles her in a sobbing embrace. The mother is confused by the hysteria, while our hero offers a gentle, exhausted smile. "How do you feel?" She pauses, testing her limbs. The heaviness of years is gone. She feels reborn. "Brother did it," his sister cries. "He brought you back from the dead." The mother looks at him, skepticism warring with hope. The doctor steps forward, voice shaking. "It is a miracle, madam. That elixir, it erased every trace of the disease." The word elixir hits her like a physical blow. She knows the panacea is not something money can buy. It is a treasure of legends. The truth dawns on her. Her son has become an adventurer. Fear turns to maternal rage. A terrifying aura erupts from her. She leaps from the bed, screaming at him for risking his life on such a bloody path. Our overpowered protagonist sits in silence, head bowed, accepting the scolding without a word. The doctor wisely flees the scene. The sister intervenes. "He did it for you, Mom. He had to." The hero sweats nervously. Perhaps the panacea worked a little too well. She is full of energy now. Finally, her fury subsides into tears. She pulls him close, whispering, "I understand. But I was so terrified I would lose you too." Just as relief washes over them, She shatters the celebration by ordering him to return to the battlefield and hunt down the remaining demon lords. The air in the room freezes. He and his sister stand paralyzed, their dreams of a peaceful family dinner instantly destroyed. But their mother's gaze is steel. She sees it the same burning determination in his eyes that once blazed within his father. She understands the heavy truth. He did not become an adventurer for glory, but because a colossal destiny weighs upon his shoulders. With a mother's strength, she pushes him away. She is healed, she is whole, but she grants him permission under two non-negotiable conditions. First, he must send word every single day. Second, he's absolutely forbidden from dying, no matter the cost. A solemn vow is made. She pulls him into a bone-crushing embrace, whispering for him to survive. With his resolve hardened like steel, our protagonist sets out once more. The magic deficiency, a terrifying curse that strikes when a human's mana is completely devoured by the darkness of monsters and demon lords. Although the elixir saved his mother from the brink of death, countless innocents across the continent still writhe in agony from this plague. A conviction takes root in his soul. If he exterminates the demon lords and restores balance, perhaps this disease will vanish from history forever. However, a chilling memory surfaces. In the game, even after the 7 demon lords were slaughtered, the monsters never disappeared. A terrifying realization strikes him. The game hid the truth. Lurking in the shadows, there might be a secret 8th demon lord he never faced. Pushing aside the dread, he arrives at the colossal arena on Ground 3. The Battle Olympia is about to commence. This is the apex of combat, a brutal annual tournament to crown the absolute strongest adventurer in the realm. The roar of the crowd is deafening, forcing him to shield his ears. Here, the system balances the scales. Every fighter is equalized to level 150. But there is a twist. While stats are capped, class skills and equipment remain unleashed. Our hero knows the reality. To crush the demon lords, he must transcend his current limits and evolve. The prize, 1 billion gold. But the true warriors aren't here for coin. They hunt a legendary artifact found only in this arena. The manual of class change. But first, the preliminaries. The system scans magic and attack power to forge the rankings. Only the elite top 8 will survive the culling to enter the main tournament. He presses his palm against the glowing circle. The light is dim, as expected. His mana score hits rock bottom. He is merely a synthesizer. His natural mana is pathetic, and his true level hasn't even scraped 150 yet. Now, it is time for the attack test. He remains calm amidst the whispers. Mana defines a mage, but destruction defines a warrior. He will prove his worth here. He ignites Fire Fist, doubling his power. He layers it with X counter. He unleashes Night Meteor. The buff stacks 6-fold. He strikes. The impact is catastrophic, shaking the very foundations of the Colosseum. Silence descends. The crowd stares, jaw dropped. The system flashes the result, rank 1 in attack power. The tension leaves his shoulders. He feared his low mana would disqualify him, but raw power has secured his path. The final calculations appear. He has clinched the 4th seed among the top 8 elites. Suddenly, a shadow blocks his path. The association girl materializes, eyes narrowing, accusing him of stalking her. He blinks, caught off guard. She claims he is following her, but he counters with a smirk. It seems she is the one following him. Her eyes scan him. She knows. She knows he used an artifact to amplify that punch, and she demands to know the secret. But she forgets one thing. Lucifer's halo is active. Her thoughts are an open book to his mind. He cuts to the chase. She is here for the class change scroll. She admits it. True power requires evolution. She's a titan of the League of 8, fighting under the alias Lima, and currently, she sits at rank 2. The tournament bracket lights up the screen. He scans the names. Fate is cruel. If he survives the first round, his next opponent is none other than the association girl. She offers a cold wish of luck, but her tone suggests it is not a blessing, but a declaration of war. He steps into the arena light. The audience murmurs, mocking his synthesizer gear and the strange halo hovering above him. Standing opposite him is Glincy, guildmaster of the Silver Guild. The crowd roars his name, predicting an easy slaughter. The guildmaster sneers. He feels insulted. To be matched against a wretched synthesizer in clown clothes. Our boy says nothing. He simply moves. Fire ignites on his fists as he launches a blitzkrieg assault. It is a storm of devastation. A barrage of flaming punches overwhelms the enemy. The final blow launches the guildmaster into the wall, knocking him out instantly. The arena falls dead silent. The referee stammers the result. Winner by absolute domination. In the stands, the association girl's eyes gleam. She doesn't care about the man. She's obsessed with those flaming gloves. Now, it is her turn. Under the name Lima, she strides forward to face a wizened old mage. The arena erupts with ridicule, mocking her simply for being a woman and demanding she leave. She stands tall, ignoring their venom, while the protagonist watches in silent irritation. As the duel commences, her opponent, a lecherous old man, sneers, offering mercy in exchange for a perverse touch. His disgusting proposition is met with cold silence. Instantly, she invokes the spirits of fire and wind, fusing them into a cataclysmic technique known as the breath of heat. The inferno swallows him whole within a heartbeat. The foolish challenger is reduced to nothing but drifting ash. Even the main character is stunned by her devastating power. The tournament rages on, and soon, only the 4 strongest warriors remain for the semifinals. Destiny sets the stage. The protagonist will face the enigmatic girl from the association, while the second bout pits Ryuta against Janus. His sharp eyes scan the other competitor from the shadows. A chill runs down his spine. This stranger's aura might rival, or even surpass, the agent girl's terrifying strength. As they step into the ring, she offers him a final chance to surrender. But he refuses, seeing this as the perfect moment to prove he isn't the stalker she believes him to be. The crowd roars as the battle begins. Without wasting a second, the spirit summoner calls forth her blazing avatar of fire. Sensing the rising heat, the protagonist realizes this won't be a sparring match. He needs to fight with everything he had, but she isn't finished. To the audience's shock, she summons the spirits of water and thunder simultaneously. A triple summon is unheard of. A bead of sweat trickles down his face. Facing 3 high-level spirits at once is a nightmare scenario. Recognizing his resilience, the girl decides to stop holding back and fights with lethal intent. A massive water dragon crashes down, barely missing him, followed instantly by a thunderbolt that scorches the ground where he stood. Her speed is blinding as she hurls a volatile flame bomb. He intercepts it with his signature fire fist, detonating the blast mid-air. She grits her teeth at the stalemate, while he wonders if this is still a tournament or an execution. The girl is forced to admit that despite his strange demeanor, his combat prowess is undeniable. She cannot afford a single mistake. She mocks his desperate struggle, but he fires back, claiming she is arrogant for hiding behind her summoned puppets. The audience turns on him, screaming insults and branding him a cheater based on his previous victory. Irritated by the noise, she decides to end this farce immediately, commanding the Thunder Spirit to deliver the final blow. He evades the lightning, only to find his escape route cut off by the surging water spirit. Trapped on all sides, the reality sinks in fighting multiple elemental constructs alone is suicidal. She stands poised calmly, holding her fire spirit in reserve, knowing his resistance to heat makes it less effective. Anticipating a pincer attack, he refuses to wait for death. He shifts into pure offense. In a flash of light, he teleports directly into her guard, his fist wreathed in flames. Warning bells ring in his mind. Lucifer's halo signals a trap. Suddenly, a 4th spirit emerges, unleashing a violent gale of wind. He realizes too late. He didn't catch her. She lured him in to be crushed by her wind spirit. The tempest strikes with bone-crushing force. The arena falls silent as a cloud of dust swallows the stage. Victory seems certain, but as the smoke clears, he stands unscathed. He warped away a fraction of a second before impact. Her eyes widen in disbelief. How can he spam such a high-tier movement skill without depleting his mana? While she processes the shock, he readies his counterattack, determined to seize the rhythm of battle. She reacts on instinct, sending her fire spirit to intercept. The 2 infernos collide, exploding in a shockwave that neutralizes both attacks. She smirks, noting that her spirit can effortlessly block his brute force fire techniques. Undeterred, he launches another wave of flame. She scoffs, reminding him that fighting fire with fire is futile, but that was just a distraction to hide his true intent. He dismisses the soul bandage and draws the centipede sword, activating its special ability. The blade liquefies, extending like a metallic serpent. Before she can react, the living weapon slithers past her defenses and coils tightly around her body. The weapon's durability is dropping fast, but he only needs a moment. It constricts her completely, choking off her voice and silencing her commands to the spirits. She gasps in pain as the centipede lifts her helplessly into the air, rendering her immobile. The match is over. He ends the confrontation instantly, recalling his weapon before it shatters. The referee declares him the victor. As her spirits fade, he catches the exhausted girl before she hits the ground. Regaining her balance, she bows her head. She admits defeat, acknowledging his tactical superiority. He hands her a high-grade healing potion and a handcrafted antidote. She studies him, fascinated by his terrifying versatility. His combat prowess is simply unnatural, far beyond what should be possible for a mere synthesizer class. Our protagonist hastily retreats, sensing her burning curiosity about the Lucifer's halo. Meanwhile, the arena gates groan open for the next semi-final clash. The bald challenger plans a blitzkrieg attack, but his opponent stands like a mountain, calm and unshakable. A sudden explosion rocks the stadium foundation. Our duo turns just in time to see the long-haired fighter standing amidst the smoke of victory. The truth is revealed. He is a sword master, a legendary class evolution that transcends the limits of a mere swordsman. As their gazes lock across the arena, electricity crackles in the air. Destiny has chosen its finalists. The announcer's voices boom, summoning the last two warriors to the stage of death. She teases him with a grin, telling him not to die, but he silences her with a sharp look. He knows he must focus everything to defeat this terrifyingly beautiful monster. The final battle begins. The Swordmaster unleashes a terrifying surge of aura, signaling his intent to end this in a single breath. Our hero simply smirks. Beneath his cold exterior, a blazing inferno is ready to erupt. Watching from the stands, the girl realizes the danger. He must finish this quickly. A prolonged battle means certain defeat. He triggers the third forbidden skill of the Soul Bandage for 3 rounds of 3 minutes. His stats will be doubled, but power comes with a terrible price. If he fails to secure victory in time, his legendary equipment will shatter into dust. With his gear on the line, he gambles everything. The Swordmaster instantly executes Quick Slash, cutting through the air at the speed of light. He weaves through the initial strikes, but the relentless barrage leaves him zero room to breathe, feeling the weight of each blow. He realizes the terrifying truth. This opponent has already completed his class advancement. It is the ultimate evolution for an adventurer, a state that unlocks god-tier skills and overwhelming stat boosts. He counters with a roaring fire fist, but the enemy effortlessly sidesteps using the acceleration skill. The Swordmaster mocks him with a cold sneer. Is that your top speed? You are moving like a snail. Ordinary methods will not work on a monster like this. The second round begins, and his stats triple in power. He charges with explosive velocity, yet the Swordmaster merely smiles, taunting him for being too slow. He attempts the X-counter technique, but the enemy evades and blasts him backward with a bone-shattering strike. He recovers instantly, grimacing. This Swordmaster is far more powerful than he ever calculated. The enemy follows up with Light Beam, a supreme technique mastered only by the elite. Thanks to his S-rank shoes, he barely escapes death. The stadium erupts, roaring for both warriors. The Association agent watches closely. That Swordmaster rivals the League of Eight. How can our hero possibly survive? The final round begins. His stats quadruple in a burst of energy as he reignites his fire fist. The air grows heavy with killing intent. One final clash will decide the victor. They collide. The Swordmaster unleashes Aurora, a blade of pure light, but our boy vanishes, teleporting directly behind him. The enemy reacts, but the hero pulls a trump card. He equips the Centipede midair. The weapon dissolves into a toxic cloud. Confused by the poison, the Swordmaster takes a direct hit from the fire fist. The enemy tries to recover, but it is too late. Our hero is in the zone. He teleports again, soaring above him. He unlocks the third seal of his shoes, a skill that tears through the atmosphere for a devastating smash. He summons a colossal dragon construct. The beast roars, diving straight for the opponent. Impact. The Swordmaster is hurled into the wall. Silence falls before the arena explodes in thunderous applause. He stands victorious amidst the rubble. He breathes a sigh of relief. His precious equipment is safe. Watching from the shadows, the girl clenches her fist. She vows to become strong enough to stand by his side. As the champion of Battle Olympia, he claims his prize, 10 billion gold, and the legendary class change manual. He inspects the scroll. The system window glows, urging him to accept the new class. Logic dictates he accept, but he defies the norm. He selects no. The system flashes red, warning that the scroll might vanish. He confirms without hesitation. He waits, anticipating the hidden code. Suddenly, A secret option manifests transform manual into equipment. He presses yes. This exploits a glitch found only in this specific layer of the S-rank dungeon. The scroll warps and shifts. It transforms into the hidden rank artifact, the Pendant of Memorialia, a god tier item. It grants the wearer the ability to freely mimic the class of any foe they have defeated. With this 5th hidden treasure, he has transcended limits. Now, he can adapt to any war, shifting classes and stats to crush any opponent in his path. The Pendant of Memoria is no ordinary accessory. It is a key that unlocks the ultimate arts of every class, making it the most broken item in his arsenal. With the corpse of the 3rd Demon Lord cooling behind him, his hunger for conquest leads him to the next hell, the 4th floor. He hesitates at the threshold, well aware that this zone is the graveyard where 90% of adventurers' dreams go to die. Yet, stepping into the central hub known as the 4th resort, the air smells not of blood, but of sweet, deceptive peace. Warriors have traded their swords for cocktails, basking in the artificial sunlight like cattle before the slaughter. The entire continent disguises itself as a paradise, a sprawling carnival designed to rot the warrior's spirit. But the hero sees through the illusion. This is a honey trap meant to dull their fangs until they forget how to hunt. As he scouts the coast, a shadow stirs. A petite cat girl named Kukuru intercepts him, wearing a smile too bright to be trusted. His eyes narrow as the system analyzes her. Class Thief King, a master of the 5-finger discount. When she asks for his name, he offers it cold, shutting down her tour guide pitch. He is here for power, not sightseeing. Undeterred, she latches onto his arm with desperate enthusiasm, but he shakes her off like a pest. Feigning defeat, she pouts and walks away, but that parting pat on the shoulder, it was a calculated strike. He opens his status window to allocate his points, and his blood runs cold. The soul bandage. His lifeline has vanished. Rage flares instantly. That innocent act was a perfect diversion for grand larceny. Unaware of the Reaper coming for her, Kukuru skips down the beach, already counting the mountains of gold her new loot will fetch. Karma strikes fast. In her glee, she slams right into a familiar, high-ranking silhouette, the Elite Association girl. Before apologies can be exchanged, the ground trembles with the sound of a predator closing in. The hero descends like a storm, ignoring his old acquaintance. He seizes the thief by the scruff. Give it back. Kukuru plays the victim perfectly, eyes wide with fake terror. I don't know what you mean, mister. But before he can interrogate her further, splash, a cold torrent of fruit juice drenches him. The association girl stands over him, cup empty. She thinks she is saving a defenseless child from a bully. Have you no shame? She snarls, completely misreading the situation. Sparks fly between the rivals while Kukuru watches, baffled by this clash of titans. He tries to explain he is the victim of a robbery, but a blood-curdling shriek pierces the air. Steel chains constrict Kukuru like a python. Shadows manifest into men, bagging the thief before she can even blink. The hero steps up, eyes glowing. That prey's mine, but the thugs just laugh. We've been hunting you since the Colosseum, champion. The beastkin is just a bonus prize for the market, they sneer. Exotic slaves fetch a high price, but you're the main event. While he processes the ambush, the association girl turns pale. She recognizes their emblems instantly. The Diamond Guild, scavengers of the 4th floor who specialize in hunting players, not monsters. It clicks. They aren't here for glory. They want the 1 billion gold bounty on his head. Don't struggle. The chains lash out like vipers, but they strike only air. Swoom. He vanishes, reappearing behind them in a blur of speed. Disoriented, the hunters pivot. If they can't catch the ghost, they'll take the girl who climbed the ranks alongside him. He smirks from the sidelines. Look at you, famous enough to be kidnapped. Congratulations. She sighs, cracking her knuckles. So much for my holiday. Boom. She sends thugs flying with bare-handed strikes. Seeing his squad decimated, the leader bolts with the kidnapped cat girl. The hero moves to intercept, but a mountain of flesh blocks his path. A tank class stands in his way. Without his soul bandage, his stats are crippled. Even trash mobs like this could be trouble. The association girl, standing atop a pile of unconscious bodies, sneers. Having trouble, you're moving like a turtle. I'm unarmed, he roars. That cat burglar stole my gear. Realization finally dawns on her face. Dodging a crushing blow from the heavy tank, he shouts, Inventory check. Toss me anything sharp. She swipes her interface. Ping. A holographic list of her armory materializes before him. His jaw drops. Swords, spears, axes. She isn't just a warrior, she's a walking arsenal. He scans the list and selects a jagged dagger. Her eyes widen. Are you crazy? That's a rogue class weapon. You can't use that. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he clutches the pendant. Watch and learn. System Command Class Change Thief. She freezes in disbelief. He didn't just change classes, he shattered the logic of the system itself. Embracing the path of the shadow, he activates his steal skill. In a blink, an item vanishes from her inventory and appears in his grasp. It is the golden silk cloth, a treasure worth a kingdom's ransom. She consents to his chaotic methods but warns him that silk was never forged for war. Ignoring her logic, he stuffs the priceless fabric away and reaches into the void. Instead of a blade, he draws out the massive, brutal iron club of the ogre. Her eyes widen. Never in her life has she witnessed such an unorthodox application of items. With the heavy weapon swinging, he becomes a whirlwind of destruction. One thug is instantly crushed into unconsciousness, sending the cowards scattering in terror. The battle isn't over. He turns his gaze back to her, demanding yet another artifact from her vast collection. But disaster strikes. Her legendary super muscle axe is gone. He realizes the truth instantly, that sneaky wolf girl must have pickpocketed it amidst the chaos. He offers to hunt it down, but she explodes with fury. To a true collector, her treasures are worth more than her own blood. She will reclaim it herself. Deep within the criminal underworld, the thugs drag their prize before the leaders. They bow before the twin tyrants of the gang, Vajra the Younger and the formidable Vajra the Elder. They sneer, plotting to sell the rare sea wolf for a fortune, assuming the hero is already dead. But their greed is interrupted by a deafening boom. The entrance is obliterated. The association heiress storms in like a goddess of war, demanding her property, while he strolls in casually behind her. He sighs that she could have used the handle, but she scoffs. No barrier in this world is strong enough to block her path. Kukuru and the prisoners gaze in awe. How did they breach the defenses? Where's the army of guards? She smiles coldly. The guards are likely fish food by now. She points a finger to release the wolf girl, or join them. The vice guildmaster refuses to listen, launching a surprise ambush, but she dances away, effortlessly evading his strike. The brothers realize their minions have fallen. No matter. They will simply crush these intruders with their own hands. Meanwhile, he stands on the sidelines, scratching his head. This rescue mission is becoming a real headache. She identifies them as S-rank bounties. The villains laugh, mocking the association's elite for stooping to petty vigilantism for coin. The Vice Master unleashes his signature art, the wooden worm technique, targeting both of them simultaneously. He sidesteps with a bored expression, hating the extra work. But the girl has had enough. She calls upon the wind spirit to decapitate the leader instantly. Useless. The leader summons the earth wall, an impenetrable fortress that swallows her wind magic whole. She grinds her teeth. His affinity is Earth, the natural predator of her wind arts. The tyrant roars with laughter against his brother's ironclad defense. Her magic is nothing but a gentle breeze. The main character finally steps forward. He had no desire for violence, but since they insist on blocking his path, they have chosen death. Before he can strike, the twin activates. Dancing branches vines erupt from the ground, flinging him across the room. They sneer at his pathetic attempt. Even the champion of the Battle Olympia would be an insect before their might. Sweat beads on the brows of our heroes. The intensity of the duel is taking its toll. The wolf girl trembles in realization. These aren't common thugs. They are monsters known for torture and slaughter. He turns to the heiress, scolding her. If she had just listened to his plan, they wouldn't be in this mess. She snaps back instantly. A member of the Elite League does not take orders from a rookie. While they bicker, the brothers seize the opening. A massive combined spell slams into them, engulfing the entire building in a catastrophic explosion. Thick smoke chokes the air. The villains grin, ordering their lackeys to scavenge the corpses of the fools who dared challenge them. The wolf girl weeps, believing she caused their doom, but as the smoke clears, there are no bodies to be found. Impossible. They appear instantly behind the brothers, still arguing about the plan. The entire room freezes in pure shock. He yawns. He only wants his loot back. The lives of these villains mean nothing to him. But her eyes blaze with justice. As a member of the legendary League of Eight, she cannot let evil go unpunished. He sighs, agreeing to fight if she follows his lead, but she ignores him completely, summoning the water spirit for a frontal assault. Water dragon wave. The torrent crashes forward, but once again, the earth wall rises to nullify the impact. She hesitates. She held back the fire spirit to avoid murder, but these monsters leave her no other option. She begins the incantation, whack. He interrupts her ultimate move by slapping her with a wet starfish. He commands her to stop. He needs materials, not magic. He demands the smelly cypress stick, the monster frog oil, and the breath of Ifrit. She fumes at his audacity, but his eyes are serious. He promises to forge a weapon that will transcend the limits of her imagination. The collector's soul within her ignites with curiosity. Tempted by the promise of a god-tier artifact, she surrenders the materials. With a pulse of mana, the hero activates the pendant, instantly shifting his class from thief to alchemist right before her eyes. The girl freezes, her jaw dropping as she witnesses the impossible feat of switching job classes at will. He wastes no time, activating a combination skill. He transmutes raw materials into a wooden sword drenched in volatile oil. She scoffs at the junk weapon, but the show is just beginning. He shifts classes again, becoming a sword master, and invokes the legendary breath of Ifrit. As he swings, the sword of Ifrit erupts. Roaring flames engulf the room, incinerating everything in a single, devastating strike, leaving the girl utterly speechless. The sheer pressure of the heat freezes everyone in place. The gang members, the brothers, and even the wolf girl are paralyzed by fear. The enemy guildmaster screams to break the stupor, while his twin brother arrogantly declares that their combined might is invincible. The twin launches a massive seismic wave, but the girl steps up. She counters instantly, summoning a dragon of pure water to meet the earth. The enemy realizes too late. The hero's flashy display was merely a diversion to set up this fatal trap. Her hydroblast shatters his defenses. The torrent crashes over him, washing away his resistance in seconds. She stands over him, declaring that a barrier full of holes can never hold back a true tsunami, proving their invincible technique was nothing but a bluff. Enraged, the remaining twin unleashes a storm of razor-sharp wood, but our protagonist counters with a blazing inferno, turning the enemy's own element against him. Witnessing the twins' instant defeat, the remaining thugs scatter in terror, while the wolf girl stares at the hero, her admiration growing into worship. In the aftermath, the association executive shows mercy, forgiving the thief but issuing a stern warning: never hunt outside the designated zones again. Crushed by guilt and gratitude, the girl bows her head, swearing to walk a righteous path from this day forward. However, our hero remains cold and calculating, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. The executive turns to him, thanking him for forging a legendary S-rank weapon. On the surface, she remains professional, but inside, her collector's soul is screaming with joy. He simply smirks, dismissing her gratitude as unnecessary. Later, at the teleportation gate, he reveals his true nature. He pulls out an equipment card he swiped from her while in his thief form. It is the shark head mask, a bizarre item that grants 30 minutes of underwater breathing and, strangely enough, a working microphone. It looks absolutely ridiculous, but stats are king. This item is the key to taking down the 4th Demon Lord. He knows the S-rank dungeon on ground 4 is a submerged nightmare, and this mask is his ticket to survival. But just as he prepares to dive into the abyss, a familiar voice calls out the persistent wolf girl has tracked him down. His composure cracks. He demands to know why she is here, and she confesses she traveled all this way just to thank her savior properly. Suspicious of her motives, he uses the halo to peer into her mind, but he finds no malice, only a blinding light of pure admiration. This actually annoys him more. She immediately drops to her knees, begging him to accept her as his apprentice. Before he can reject her, she boldly declares that they are destined to slay the Demon Lord side by side. He tries to shut her down, but she vows to prove her worth. Our hero is baffled. He never signed up for a sidekick arc. Suddenly, she dives into the water and vanishes. He turns to escape, but she explodes from the surface seconds later, clutching a haul of fish. He pauses, his eyes widening. Her speed in the water is not just fast, it is supernatural. He admits he momentarily forgot her heritage. As a sea wolf, the ocean is her domain, and she moves through it like a torpedo. The sea wolf race may look human on land, but in the water, they are apex predators capable of holding their breath for half an hour. Unimpressed by fish, he turns his back, coldly telling her that catching dinner is all the training she needs. But she refuses to be discarded. She screams at his retreating back, her voice desperate with the hunger for power. Realizing she will never stop following him, he sighs in defeat. He agrees to let her tag along, but only for this single dungeon run. He justifies it to himself coldly. It is better to keep a potential thief where he can see her than to let her stab him in the back later. The girl beams, instantly calling him master. His eye twitches in irritation, and he threatens to abandon her if she says it again. She snaps to attention, and together they descend into the darkness. Just as he predicted, they have entered the submerged S-rank ruined Pablo Palace. Upon reaching the seabed, our hero executes the next phase of his plan, initiating another class change. As his aura shifts to the summoner class, the wolf girl swims over, her curiosity piqued by his ever-changing gear. Her enhanced hearing picks up his muttering even through the water. He summons Dendoan, an E-rank electric monster capable of stunning foes. He laments his low proficiency. He cannot call forth high-tier spirits yet, so this little spark thrower will have to suffice. Looking for an efficiency boost, he orders his new apprentice to lure a weak monster to their location. As she swims off, he calculates the XP gain. With a lure, he can power level this summon much faster than usual, but she returns in seconds, trailing dozens of fish monsters. It is a stampede. He is shocked, but he realizes this chaos is actually a perfect grinding opportunity. He commands his summon to fire. The little monster unleashes its electricity, but its low level means the damage is pitifully weak. The paralysis takes hold. It grants him the perfect window to deliver the killing blow. The grind continues without pause. As the wolf girl lures in fresh prey, the main character strikes them down, boosting his summon's power to level 12. Mid-combat, a realization strikes. He never returned that weapon to the association girl. He shakes off the thought immediately. Finders keepers, right? He decides to hold on to it. The experience points keep flooding in. The little lightning spirit hits level 21. At this velocity, max level is within reach. But just as victory seems assured, the wolf girl drags in a beast that defies all logic. It is a colossal kraken, radiating pure malice. He praises her chaotic efficiency. This is the dungeon's mini-boss. Its death will summon the demon lord instantly. The kraken lashes out with massive tentacles. A smirk crosses the protagonist's face. This is an experience point gold mine. He targets the limbs first. The wolf girl taunts the beast, drawing its rage. It works perfectly, allowing him to slip into the blind spot. In this system, each tentacle counts as an individual monster. Severing them yields massive rewards. Since the host is an elite mini-boss, the experience gain is astronomical. He orders his summon to paralyze the beast with voltage, then slices through the limbs with surgical precision. The spirit evolves before their eyes, gaining muscle and raw power. With the final limb severed, it hits level 45. While the girl keeps the main body occupied, he prepares the summon's ultimate technique. Having surpassed level 40, it can now enchant weapons with lightning. He infuses this elemental power into his soul bandages. Wielding the thunder charge bandages, he obliterates the kraken with a barrage of lightning fists. The beast is annihilated. The wolf girl swims over, eyes wide, asking about the summon status. He confirms the good news. It has reached max level. The preparations are complete. Suddenly, the water churns into violent whirlpools. The main character knows exactly who is coming. He shatters the vortex with a thunderous punch. A chilling voice echoes through the deep. The true master of this dungeon has arrived. The demon lord stands at level 200, boasting infinite underwater regeneration. The wolf girl trembles at his aura, but the protagonist only grins. This is the thrill he was waiting for. Every demon lord has deviated from the script lately. The world is changing in ways he cannot yet comprehend. Regardless of the anomaly, he must end this quickly before the variable becomes uncontrollable. He activates his pendant, instantly swapping his class from summoner to wizard. The wolf girl screams, "Cheater," but he calmly corrects her. It is not cheating, it is optimal strategy. A magic circle flares to life. He fires a bolt of lightning point blank. The demon lord blocks it effortlessly, but the hero teleports behind him, landing a heavy strike. Capitalizing on the impact, he casts flash to blind the enemy and unleashes a torrent of thunder punches. Despite the cheering, the demon lord rises, scoffing at the feeble damage. The hero stands his ground. He knows this boss is a tank. He invokes the dragon god's wind, blasting the demon into the turbulent currents. Is it over? No. He must land a critical hit to stop the regeneration. Oxygen is running out. He switches back to Summoner to utilize the max level stun mechanic, but before he can command the attack, a massive pressure wave hits them. The Demon Lord emerges from the abyss, mocking their intrusion. Yet, he offers a twisted respect to the human daring enough to challenge him solo. Suddenly, familiar tentacles burst forth. The Demon Lord has fused with the undead Kraken. This never happened in the original game. The monstrosity roars, demanding they witness his true, ascended form. Horror grips the hero. The glowing blue limbs dissolve a passing fish instantly. Deadly poison. A tentacle smashes down before he can dodge, burying him under crushing debris. The wolf girl screams his name as the Demon Lord's laughter fills the ocean. Despite his broken body, our boy defies death. He sits up, and the look on his opponent's face is pure shock. One touch from those tentacles means instant death. With oxygen critical, he swaps to the Brawler class and equips the Soul Bandage. A system window flashes red. To unlock his class's ultimate potential, he must sacrifice 80% of his remaining life force. He doesn't hesitate. He drains his own health bar to the brink, trading blood for an explosive boost in attack and defense. A terrifying crimson aura erupts around him. The pressure is so intense that the girl wonders if he just popped a legendary buff. This is a hidden mechanic, absolute power granted only to a brawler wielding the Soul Bandage. But the Demon Lord laughs at his struggle. Tired of these transformations, the monster unleashes a storm of tentacles. He dives deep to evade, but the water pressure is crushing, and the enemy speed has jumped to a whole new level. 2 minutes of oxygen left in his shark mask. He needs one decisive strike, but the monster refuses to show a single opening. Suddenly, a shadow cuts through the water. It's the wolf girl. He screams for her to run, but she ignores his warning. The Demon Lord attacks both of them at once, but she grabs the hero and accelerates like a living torpedo. She smirks, reminding him that in the water, the Seawolf tribe is untouchable. She moves so fast the world blurs around him. The Demon Lord roars in frustration. This slippery prey is making a mockery of his speed. As they stabilize, the hero gasps for air. She just saved his life. He looks at her and asks, "Can you keep dodging like that?" "Dodging is the only thing I'm good at," she replies with a grin. And for him, that is exactly what he needs. Time is almost up. He devises a final gambit. He signals her, "Get me close to the beast, then bail the second I strike." The girl nods, eyes burning with determination. They understand the mission. She grabs him and launches forward. They weave through the tentacle hellscape with godlike reflexes. Her movement is too chaotic, too fast. The Demon Lord completely loses track of their position. Now, at his signal, she closes the gap, and our boy unleashes a hurricane of fists. The monster strikes back in a rage. She darts away, leaving our boy to charge his Thunder Fist, aiming right for the kill. The Demon Lord tries to counter, but waits. Something is missing. He just got mugged in the middle of a fight. Floating back, the wolf girl waves the stolen equipment card with a cheeky smile. Oops, old habits die hard. Our boy scoffs at her kleptomania, but he can't deny it that theft just turned the tide. He fuses his Thunder Fist with the Lightning Surge Fist. A massive shockwave tears through the ocean floor. The Demon Lord reels from the impact. Our boy shouts, "Take the weapon and get to the surface now." This beast is immortal underwater, but on land, it's vulnerable. He plans to punch it all the way to the sky for her to finish. She freezes, terrified, him trusting her with the final blow, but his roar snaps her back to reality. There is no time to argue. She breaches the surface below. The hero activates his ultimate combo, launching the Demon Lord upward like a missile before switching to Summoner. "I choose you." He summons his lightning spirit. The electric ball blasts the boss, paralyzing it in midair for a crucial second. "Finish it," he screams. She swings the stolen weapon with everything she has. Boom, a critical hit straight to the face, ends the nightmare. The fourth Demon Lord has fallen. She looks at the loot screen, her jaw dropping at the astronomical gold and XP reward. 5 million gold. The hero states calmly, "Split 50-50, half for me, half for you." She flinches, shaking her head. "No way, I just ran away the whole time. I don't deserve this much." He chuckles. A master thief who has no problem stealing, but feels guilty about honest pay. The irony is rich. "Stealing is a skill, slaying is work," she insists. He shakes his head and forces the gold on her. "Take it, we part ways here." He turns to leave, but a piercing ultrasonic cry halts him in his tracks. "Wait." He looks back. She's clinging to the hope of staying with him, pleading not to be left behind. Later. The scene shifts to ground 5, the 5th garden. The scenery is breathtaking, but dangerous. "I'm heading to the sudden death survival game," he says, glancing at her. "You coming?" Her eyes light up and she nods instantly with her thief skills and his power. The 5th Demon Lord doesn't stand a chance. Plus, victory in this game is the only key to unlocking a legendary hidden equipment piece. They reach the arena, but a massive sea of players blocks the way. Her confidence vanishes as she whispers, what is this event exactly?" He sighs, face palming. "You call yourself an adventurer, and you don't even know the main event." She dismisses the concern with a casual shrug, claiming such trivial matters are beneath her notice. He begins to lay out the rules, but chaos erupts nearby. A brute is screaming at a trembling elf girl, cursing her existence for choosing the so-called useless apothecary class. Fools. They do not realize it is an evolution of the synthesizer class. The very same path to power our protagonist chose in the beginning. Tears well in her eyes as she begs for a chance, but their hearts are cold. They have already replaced her, shoving her into the dirt like common trash. That is when the main character steps into the fray. He extends a hand, offering her a place among wolves instead of those blind weaklings. His voice is steady as steel. He explains that this survival game demands a trinity, and fate has left them exactly one member short. Shock washes over her face. She stammers, unable to believe that anyone would actually want her strength. Both the hero and his wolf companion welcome her with open arms. Suddenly, a booming voice shakes the arena. The time for preparation is over. With a determined nod, the elf joins their ranks. Beside her, the wolf girl beams, radiating chaotic energy for the battle ahead. Her ex-teammates scoff, spitting mockery in her direction. Their cruel words strike deep, making her spirit waver. But there is no time for regrets. The game has begun. Glowing heart badges manifest on their chests as magic circles ignite beneath their feet. In a flash of light, reality warps. The trio is instantly transported into the heart of a dense, unforgiving forest where the true test of survival begins. Once the dust settles, she turns to the hero, finally asking the question on everyone's mind. What is the true objective here? He lays out the brutal reality. For the next 48 hours, it is a hunt. The team holding the most heart badges claims the throne. Lose your badge, and you are erased. But steal one from an enemy that power can drag a fallen ally back from the abyss. Her eyes light up with understanding. It is not just about survival. It is about plunder. They must become predators. The main character formally introduces himself and his wild companion, and the elf bows politely, introducing herself as Ravine, the master of herbs. But talk is cheap. To kick off their first skirmish, he challenges her. Can her synthesis skills keep up with his plans? She nods, revealing an inventory full of rare herbs. He commands her to fuse them, crafting a volatile plant bomb to hurl at a precise target. Trusting his vision, she weaves her mana into the herbs, forming the explosive and hurling it. Boom! A massive blast rips through the forest, sending a hidden team flying right into their lap. Fate has a twisted sense of humor. The victims are none other than the fools who abandoned her. They cough in the smoke, utterly bewildered. Our protagonist looms over them, a devilish grin stretching across his face. He demands their heart badges as tribute. They roar in anger, but he shuts them down with a single truth. It was the useless elf who blew them away. Frozen in shock, they instantly revert to blaming her. While they bicker, the wolf girl strikes, a blur of motion, and she snatches their heart badges before they can even blink. Even the hero is impressed by her savage speed. The enemy team fades into particles of light, eliminated from the game, sent back to the starting line in shame. Meanwhile, Kukuru praises Ravine's explosive talent, though the shy elf humbly insists she just followed orders. High on victory, the wolf girl spots new prey. She dashes off recklessly before the hero can shout a warning. Disaster strikes. In her haste, she fails to notice the trap. Before she can land a hit, her own heart badge vanishes from her chest. The main character lets out a heavy sigh. This is the price of arrogance on the battlefield. The enemy sneers, mocking her ignorance. She triggered the Steel Counter skill, a rare artifact that reflects theft attempts instantly. The system shows no mercy. She is teleported away in a flash of light, leaving her team down a member in enemy territory. The hero narrows his eyes. The Steel skill is a top-tier ability. In this game of thieves, countermeasures are the difference between life and death. Brute force is meaningless here. Victory belongs to those with preparation, strategy, and cold, hard intellect. Seeing an opening, the enemy squad charges. Thinking the hero is vulnerable foolishness, he moves like a phantom, stripping them of every single badge in a nanosecond. The enemies stand frozen, their minds unable to process the theft. As they dissolve into light, they curse his godlike speed. With the loot secured, our boy prepares the ritual to bring his wolf companion back. Resurrection is successful, but it comes with a harsh lecture. She bows her head, promising to curb her recklessness. As twilight falls, the team sets up camp. But rest is for the weak. Before closing his eyes, he issues a command to Ravine. Synthesize everything, prepare for war. Later, amidst the silence of the forest, a twig snaps. He hears them. A smirk plays on his lips. The prey is coming to him. Morning breaks to reveal a glorious sight. A mountain of heart badges, all ensnared by the theft vine Ravine planted overnight. It is a terrifying creation. A botanical thief that automatically strips valuables from anyone foolish enough to approach. Suddenly, his instincts scream danger. He wakes the girls instantly. Eyes are watching them from the shadows. The enemies step out, mocking the trio. They admit with zero shame that they were planning to ambush them in their sleep. The main character just smiles, unfazed. He reminds his team that only monsters survive the first night. The real game starts now. The blonde summoner smirks, praising his own keen perception, while mocking our hero's gear as mere beginner trash used to deceive rookies. In a flash, he triggers a spatial disruption. The party is instantly scattered across the forest, forcing each member into a lonely duel for survival. He reveals his sadistic game plan: isolate the prey and feed them to his ravenous beasts. Our protagonist remains unfazed, though the arrogance of this fool is testing his patience. The summoner sneers, asking if fear has set in, promising to send him back to the starting point in a body bag. A heavy sigh escapes our hero. He tells the chatterbox to shut his trap. The only one visiting the respawn point today will be the blonde himself. True to his words, his teammates aren't the type to roll over and die. Across the forest, the real battles begin. The petite assassin unsheathes her twin daggers, staring down a spiky-haired brute surrounded by his monstrous minions. He acknowledges her speed, but she scoffs, calling him sluggish. The wolf girl weaves through his attacks, her eyes scanning for a tactical opening. She calculates the victory condition instantly take out the summoner, and his beast will vanish into thin air. She explodes forward in a blur of motion, but he raises his great shield, absorbing every strike and laughing at her lack of destructive power. A wicked smirk curls her lips. She dares him to block her next barrage if he has the guts to step out from behind his turtle shell. The cheap provocation works perfectly. Enraged, the man roars, commanding his pack of monsters to rip her limb from limb. As the beasts lunge, steel flashes, blood sprays through the air as she dissects them before their claws can even graze her skin. She taunts the brute again, her voice dripping with disdain. At his snail's pace, he will never lay a finger on her. Consumed by blind fury, he turns to issue a command, only to realize his target has vanished from sight. Emerging from the shadows behind him, she delivers a crushing kick to his skull. Lights out. She snatches his heart badge, convinced the duel is done. But the atmosphere shifts. The summoned beasts don't fade away. Instead, they lock onto her, their growls vibrating with murderous intent. Her eyes widen in horror. He was a decoy. Realizing the true summoner is hiding elsewhere, she flees immediately, securing the stolen point. Meanwhile, deep in the woods, the elf maiden sits in meditation before a peculiar patch of flora. It is the sonar plant, a botanical radar emitting ultrasonic waves to detect any magical signature within a 100-meter radius. Yet, the scan comes up empty. Her slippery opponent had previously vanished into a smokescreen, ghosting her completely. Unbeknownst to her, the hunter is watching from the shadows, eyes locked on the elf with the confidence of a predator stalking a rabbit. The hunter sneers internally, convinced that taking down this fragile elf will be nothing more than a warm-up exercise. A distinct twang echoes. The elf reacts instantly, raising a thick wall of vines to intercept the arrow before hurling a volatile plant bomb toward the source. The enemy's voice rings out from the canopy, mocking her for possessing such savage reflexes behind such a gentle face. She ignores the banter, sensing the air shift behind her. She spins around just as 3 summoned beasts charge with bared fangs. Quick as lightning, she detonates a smoke plant to blanket the zone, barely weaving through a lethal volley of arrows raining from above. Cold sweat trickles down her neck. Despite the dense cover, her opponent is tracking her every step with terrifying precision. The hunter's taunts continue, but the elf centers her breathing. Panic is not an option. Carrying the weight of her team's trust, she crafts a lure plant, potent with irresistible pheromones, and hurls it toward the hidden enemy. The beasts are instantly enslaved by the scent. They abandon the elf and rush the lure, finally forcing a fair one-on-one confrontation. The hidden hunter cackles, claiming she doesn't need pawns to crush a weakling like her. The elf girl replies with a chilly observation for all that big talk. Not a single one of the hunter's attacks has actually landed. Growling in frustration, the hunter claims she was merely toying with her prey, unimpressed. The elf prepares her trump card, the strobe plant. She covers her eyes and triggers the bloom. A blinding supernova of pure white light erupts, scorching the retina of anyone looking. A scream tears through the forest, blinded and disoriented. The hunter stumbles backward, slipping off the ridge and crashing down the slope. The elf descends with elegant calm, plucking the heart badge from her defeated foe. She politely apologizes for the flashbang, promising the blindness is only temporary. The hunter flails in the dirt until the system intervenes, warping her straight back to the starting point in particles of light. Back at the main battlefield, the blonde summoner is still laughing, warning our hero to stop posturing. He brags about his invincible legion, fueling our boy's irritation. But the fool doesn't realize his incessant yapping has bought the hero exactly the time he needed. Suddenly, the monster horde turns, marching ominously toward our protagonist. Confused, the blonde demands answers, only to see our boy smirk. It seems they prefer a new master. While the enemy was monologuing, he secretly evolved the third skill of Lucifer's halo, ascending from mere fantastical illusion to greater fantastical illusion. After 20 grueling hours of continuous combat usage, the proficiency has finally peaked. He points a finger at the stunned blonde and issues a single, cold command, devour him. The traitorous horde charges, but the blonde doesn't panic. He summons a colossal humanoid titan that obliterates the smaller beasts with a single, earth-shaking swing. His arrogant laughter fills the air. He mocks the summons for defying their master, but his triumph is short-lived. His eyes bulge in sheer horror as the beasts rise from the grave, fully revived. Trembling with terror, he screams for an explanation, but our boy just offers a chilling smile. And then, the multiplication begins. 1 clone becomes 2, 2 become 4. In seconds, an army of identical versions floods the battlefield. The blonde panics, realizing too late this was never a fair fight. "I'll crush you all," he roars in desperation. He summons a colossal orc to turn the tide. The giant weapon swings wildly, cleaving through the illusions like smoke. But it is useless. To his shock, every fallen clone stands back up, unharmed. Our boy decides enough is enough. It is time to end this little game. As the blonde stands frozen in fear, a shadow stretches behind him. A terrifying beast emerges from the void, shredding his summoned monsters in a single breath. A blood-curdling scream tears through the air, and then silence. The blonde collapses, completely out cold. The hero steps forward, calm amidst the chaos. A satisfied smirk crosses his lips. The skill evolution is perfect. This upgraded ability is terrifying. He can now cast high-tier illusions on anything humans, beasts, even summoned monsters simultaneously. The unlock condition was brutal 20 hours of active combat. The survival game wasn't a challenge, it was the perfect training ground to master it. He swipes the heart badges from his defeated prey. Job done. He vanishes into the brush to regroup with his squad. Reunited, the trio becomes an unstoppable force. They sweep through the rest of the competition without a single hitch until the final bell rings. Time is up. A flash of light returns everyone to the arena for the verdict. The announcer booms. In third place, Team Dorgo with 46 hearts. The crowd goes wild. Second place goes to Team Jessica with 55 hearts, shattering the previous record of 50. But then, silence falls. The announcer's voice shakes. First place, Team Jfrey, with a staggering 108 hearts. The arena erupts into chaos. Whispers spread like wildfire. The crowd realizes they've seen his name in the headlines before. The spoils of war are massive 100 million gold and a mysterious keyless chest. The timid elf girl stammers, "Wait, is all the gold really for me?" The wolf girl scoffs, waving her hand. "Keep it. It's more fun to steal gold than to earn it." Smack, and he lightly chops the wolf girl's head. He turns to the elf. "Keep the coin. I only want the chest." Her eyes light up. As an apothecary, she desperately needs funds for rare ingredients. She agrees instantly. But before they part, he has one final request. "Synthesize this for me." He reveals material secretly gathered during the bloodshed. The elf nods, completes the craft, and bows out. Midnight. While the wolf girl snores, he slips away into the shadows. He switches to his summoner class. "Come forth." Dendon. The prize sits before him, the mysterious treasure chest. No keyhole, no lock, just an enigma. Most would give up, but our boy approaches it with a knowing smile. He has the blueprint. He positions his summons like chess pieces. Pikachu charges a lightning bolt. Two spirit plants prepare to unleash fire and ice simultaneously. Now, fire, ice, and lightning strike in perfect harmony. Click. The ancient seal breaks. The lid creaks open. Inside lies a hidden rank artifact, the left cuff of the god of destruction. A god tier item with 3 sealed skills. The first one is active, a powerful repulsion force that blasts enemies away. Normally, he would rush to the S rank dungeon immediately, but there is a complication. The wolf girl wants to tag along, and she is nowhere near ready. An S rank dungeon isn't a playground. A demon lord waits inside a monster far beyond her current power level. To keep her alive, he concocts a distraction. He drags her to a mountain with a special training mission. Retrieve the rare herb, but no thief skills allowed. "That will take forever," she whines. His gaze turns cold. Disobey, and our master-disciple bond ends here. Pouting, she realizes he isn't bluffing. Reluctantly, she accepts the challenge. He smirks. Her simple nature makes her easy to manipulate. With the dead weight gone, Baul, he can finally focus on the real mission. He steps into the portal for the 5th S-rank dungeon. Leaving her behind was an act of mercy. The world shifts, gravity vanishes. He is plummeting through the clouds. This dungeon begins in the sky. No ground, no safety net. Adventurers must survive the fall or perish. Amateurs scream as they fall to their deaths. Even the prepared are not safe. Airborne monsters swarm a parachuting man nearby. Crunch, and the man is devoured midair. Our boy sighs in relief. Bringing the wolf girl here would have been a death sentence. The flock turns their hunger toward him. He doesn't panic. He raises the god of destruction's cuff. Boom! A shockwave blasts the predators into oblivion. Impressed by the overwhelming power, he teleports straight to the Isle of Destruction and Creation. He lands before a mysterious mirror. But there is no time to investigate. Monsters surge from every corner. They charge blindly. Foolish. He triggers the repulsion again, vaporizing the entire horde in a flash of light. He removes Lucifer's halo, revealing his true face. The mirror ripples. An entity stares back his own reflection and speaks. "I am your other half. Show me your worth." A knowing smirk plays on our hero's lips as the memories flood back. This secret event only triggers for those who have conquered the nightmares of the past. He raises the hidden rank bracelet to the mirror, and suddenly, a blinding light erupts. The ancient entity speaks from the void. Since he has proven himself worthy by wielding the god of destruction's left cuff, the system now bestows upon him the ultimate counterpart, the right cuff of the god of creation. The duality of power is finally within his grasp. This new artifact is no ordinary item. It is hidden rank gear of the highest order. Unlike the first bracelet, which pushed the world away, this one commands the force of attraction, a power that drags all creation to his feet. With repulsion in one hand and attraction in the other, he is on the verge of unleashing a technique that rivals the legendary Hollow Purple. But before challenging the lord of this realm, he opens his status window. Every unassigned point is poured into strength. He is ready to face the boss of this dungeon, the Sky Dragon. Bahamuten. The demon lord senses an intruder and is killing intense spikes. Our protagonist stands before the colossal beast, mocking the dragon's arrogance with a fearless grin. However, The dragon possesses a terrifying innate skill, dominion of the sky. While airborne, his stats skyrocket by 25%, while crushing his enemy's power by the same amount. Tension thickens in the air. The dragon pauses, his nostrils flaring. He demands to know if they have crossed paths, for he never forgets the scent of a true predator. The conversation ends in an instant. The battle begins with a roar that unleashes a torrent of black flame. Our hero blinks out of existence. Teleporting instantly, he activates the attraction skill, dragging the demon lord into range, and slams a fist wreathed in fire straight into the beast's jaw. Mercy is for the weak. He unleashes the dragon god storm, a barrage of relentless strikes. But as the dust settles, the demon lord stands tall, barely scratched, and laughing at the attempt. The beast takes to the skies, now airborne. The demon lord's power swells, triggering his overwhelming advantage. He looks down on the human like an insect before launching a black flame bomb. Our boy dodges with super repulsion, but the dragon is faster, following up with a deadly black flame decapitation. Gasping for air, our hero barely evades the lethal strike. Sweat pours down his face. He knows that one mistake means instant death. The dragon's eyes narrow. He realizes the human is using high-level gravity magic just to survive the impact of each blow. The beast roars, shaking the heavens. As our hero dodges the sonic blast, a second attack is already hurtling towards him. But in that split second of despair, a system notification flashes before his eyes. The hidden conditions to unlock the bracelet's true potential have been met. Despair turns to triumph. A chilling smile returns to his face. He extends his hand and manifests a dark vortex, the black hole abyss, a void that devours all creation. The dragon watches in absolute horror as his invincible flames are swallowed into nothingness. This is the second secret art of the god of destruction, an absolute defense that consumes every attack thrown its way. The beast is shaken to its core, unable to comprehend such power. Seeing the fear in the monster's eyes, our boy taunts him. "Are you panicking, oh mighty dragon?" The demon lord roars in denial. He claims he won't fall for such cheap provocations, yet he blindly rushes forward to crush the insolent human. This time, the hero drops his defenses. He doesn't use the black hole. The dragon's confidence soars. Believing he has found the weakness, the void cannot stop physical strikes. But just as the dragon prepares to land the killing blow, the hero vanishes. He reappears instantly behind the beast and activates both bracelets in perfect synchronization. The black hole absorbs infinite energy. The white hole releases absolute force. The two opposing powers collide to create the wrathful spiral, a vortex that reflects every ounce of pain the demon lord inflicted. The dragon is consumed by his own inferno. With a furious howl, he disperses the flames, scoffing that this is nothing but a cheap imitation of true power. Our boy steps through the smoke, his eyes glowing with intensity. "An imitation," he whispers. "Let's see if you can survive an imitation that is 3 times stronger." He combines the reflected energy with his own strength. Counter black flame decapitation. The punch connects with the force of a meteor, burying the boss into the bedrock. Silence falls over the dungeon. The 5th demon lord has fallen. Another impossible victory is etched into our hero's legend. Meanwhile, at the Adventurers Association headquarters, Vice President Nick stands before the elite. He thanks the gathered members for answering the urgent summons. The atmosphere is tense. He explains that their 4 strongest operatives are tied up with other calamities. Wyatt, the iron-willed tanker, pounds his chest in loyalty. Beside him, Maria the healer yawns, admitting she only came because she had nothing better to do. The mysterious summoner girl remains silent, her eyes sharp. The vice president cuts the pleasantries short. Disturbing reports have been flooding in from the frontier. The shield warrior asks if it's a rogue guild or a beast outbreak, but the vice president shakes his head. "It is neither," he says, sending a chill through the room. The first report, he begins gravely, describes the sighting of a black ghost. Back in the dungeon, our hero reviews his spoils. With the 5th demon lord defeated, his eyes turn toward ground 6. He pauses, his thoughts drifting to his companion. The wolf girl is still out there, hunting for rare materials to aid his journey. He returns to the city, but the streets are in chaos. A massive crowd has gathered around the central plaza. Pushing through the masses, the truth hits him. The portal to Ground 6 has gone dark. Shock ripples through him. This is a bug that never existed in the original game. At the headquarters, the briefing continues. The vice president describes the anomaly. It resembles a moving shadow, or perhaps a living mist. It first appeared exactly 2 weeks ago, in the city square. The hero curses the delay. But suddenly, the hairs on his neck stand up. He feels it. A shadow is watching him from the darkness. The vice president's voice drops to a whisper. These things, they are not human. They are not demon lords. And they are certainly not monsters. They materialize without warning, slaughtering civilians with zero remorse. Their origin is a mystery, but one fact is undeniable: these abominations are a catastrophic threat to the entire world. The vice president wastes no time, commanding the League to eradicate them before the destruction becomes irreversible. At that exact moment, the shadows looming behind our hero begin to twist and contort, expanding into a terrifying, mist-like nightmare. For the first time since entering this game, a cold shiver of true fear runs down his spine. The vice president admits they know nothing of this enemy, yet failure is not an option, they must win. The shapeless chaos finally solidifies, morphing into a demonic entity straight from the depths of hell. Chaos erupts as the townspeople scream in terror, and the creature lets out a blood-curdling roar, rattling our hero to his core. This monster never existed in the game's database. In the desperate stampede to escape, a civilian stumbles, falling helplessly into the path of death. Before the demon can claim its prey, the protagonist reacts. He unleashes super repulsion, blasting the civilian out of harm's way just in the nick of time. He steps forward to confront the beast, his mind racing. Monsters of this caliber should never spawn within city limits. Suddenly, the creature gathers violent energy in its palm and hurls it forward. Our hero freezes in shock. That technique is the crushing orb fist, a high-level boxing skill used by adventurers. This changes everything. This abomination can mimic player abilities, but it ignores him, turning its bloodlust toward the fleeing innocents once more. The hero sprints to intercept, but he knows he is too slow. Suddenly, a skeleton soldier emerges from the void, blocking the monster's path with an iron defense. The two forces clash for a split second before the skeleton's blade flashes, slicing the monster down with surgical precision. Our hero watches in stunned silence as the undead warrior stands victorious over the corpse. The vice president manifests beside his summon, calmly ordering his undead legion to escort the civilians to safety. Recognizing the League member, the terrified crowd instantly obeys. Hearing whispers of the League, our hero wonders if this powerful figure is an ally of that summoner girl he met before. The vice president turns, offering a sincere thanks for protecting the citizens. But before another word can be spoken, a holographic window pops up. The other League members report and the immediate threat has been neutralized. Eavesdropping on the report, our hero learns two crucial facts. These creatures are called nobodies, and they are swarming in massive numbers. The call ends, and the man's intense gaze shifts back to our hero, addressing him by his full name. Caught off guard, our hero listens as the vice president explains that his reputation has spread far and wide. He even extends an invitation, "Will you join the League?" He politely declines, valuing his freedom as a solo adventurer above all else. The vice president notes that the summoner girl spoke highly of him, adding that his aura is distinct from any normal adventurer. His eyes narrow slightly. "And your equipment? It is far from ordinary." The vice president formally introduces himself, and the realization hits our hero like a truck. This man is the strongest pillar of the legendary League of Eight. Their conversation is shattered as the fallen creature suddenly twitches. With a deafening roar, the defeated nobody rises from the dead. The protagonist tenses for round 2, but the vice president remains dangerously calm. Just as the report stated, he muses, unfazed by the beast's resilience. He explains that nobodies defy the laws of normal monsters. Their origins are shrouded in darkness, but one thing is certain: if left alive, they will evolve into catastrophes capable of wiping out humanity. In a blink, his skeletons descend, obliterating the creature into dust, leaving our hero astonished. The vice president offers a final piece of advice: if you see a nobody, destroy it immediately. I have faith in your strength. The display of raw power is so overwhelming that our hero is left speechless. unable to utter a single word. It is revealed that the vice president is a necromancer, the supreme, ascended form of the wizard class. Elsewhere in the city, the shield master faces down another nobody. The beast roars and charges, but he meets the assault head-on with his impregnable defense. Feeling the weight of the impact, he grimaces. This is no ordinary mob. Its level is far beyond the standard monsters. However, raw power means nothing against technique. He activates his parry skill, reflecting the kinetic energy right back at the attacker. As the creature staggers, he follows up with a devastating shield smash, slamming it into the concrete. With the threat neutralized, he opens a channel to the vice president. Meanwhile, the healer of the group encounters her own target. Cigarette dangling from her lips, she glares at the beast. Filthy impurities like you need to disappear. She leaps into the air to exorcise the trash. Don't let the class fool you despite being a healer. She summons a massive holy axe and cleaves the creature in two without breaking a sweat. Her unique skill manifests weapons based on her prayers. Ironically, the more she trash talks and curses during the prayer, the more devastating the weapon becomes. She is a healer in name, but a grim reaper in combat. Back at the main scene, our hero begins to analyze the situation. He realizes the gravity of the threat if these nobodies aren't exterminated. All intercontinental travel gates will remain sealed indefinitely. He racks his brain. These creatures never existed in the original storyline. However, faint memories of obscure rumors begin to surface. If those ancient legends are true, this chaos might be a blessing in disguise. It could lead him to a legendary hidden piece of equipment he was never able to obtain in his past life. The vice president commends the league for their flawless execution. But the celebration is cut short. The summoner girl reports that her target has escaped containment. Alarmed, he asks if she is injured. She assures him she is unharmed and is currently hunting the target down with her spirit summons. With sharp instincts, he immediately made his move, commanding all league members to converge on coordinates S5. Our hero stepped forward to volunteer for the vanguard, claiming he needed critical intel on these nobodies before the travel restrictions locked them down. The vice president granted permission, but there was a catch. He made it clear that he, would lead the charge. The rookie's safety was his burden to bear. Meanwhile, at points 15, the summoner and her spirits were hot on the heels of a fleeing enemy. She swore to crush it, but the healer cut in sharply, mocking her for letting such a pathetic weakling slip through her fingers. The shield bearer arrived just in time, his voice booming as he reminded them that the league survives on teamwork, not petty squabbles. Surrounded, the creature had nowhere left to run. At that precise moment, the vice president and our protagonist descended upon the scene. Shock flashed across the summoner's face. She demanded her shark mask back instantly, completely unaware he had already tossed that garbage aside long ago. The vice president snapped them back to reality, focused on the war. Turning back to the enemy, she revealed a terrifying detail. This monster, it spoke. Suddenly, a system window flashed before the hero's eyes, warning of a massive wave of hostiles closing in fast. "Fall back," he roared, but it was too late. An entire legion of nobodies emerged from the shadows, chattering with glee at their captured prey. The healer and the summoner were completely encircled. There was no escape. Unleashing her fury, the summoner called forth her fire spirit. A torrent of crimson flames incinerated everything in a wide arc. The healer scoffed, calling the beast fragile, yet the summoner couldn't shake the chilling unease of letting a speaking monster survive. The vice president's eyes narrowed. Speech meant intelligence. It meant these weren't just mindless beasts they were evolving. This changed everything. The rules of the game had been rewritten. Simple monsters were displaying signs of higher thought. The threat level just skyrocketed past critical. While the team reeled from the shock, our hero's senses flared. He detected a dense, ominous magical signature pulsing deep within the forest. "How do you know?" they demanded. He hesitated. How could he explain his system abilities without blowing his cover? The vice president stepped in, offering a cover story. He suggested the rookie might have specialized sensory training from his homeland. With the enemy evolving, they couldn't afford to be blind. He ordered the protagonist to take point and hunt down the source. The hero led them into the suffocating darkness of the woods. He warned that the mana concentration was reaching suffocating levels ahead. The vice president analyzed the energy. This was a dimensional gate, likely torn open by a sage-class spatial skill. The summoner's face went pale. She realized these creatures weren't just learning, They were stealing skills from fallen adventurers. Memories from his past life flooded back. Rumors of entities that could level up like players. These nobodies were the nightmare he remembered. 4 elites and a super rookie. The vice president calculated their odds. It was a squad capable of piercing the darkness. Maria and Wyatt exchanged stunned glances. The pieces clicked. This nobody was the legendary rookie dominating the headlines. Their gaze turned intense, analyzing his every move. Under their scrutiny, our hero broke into a nervous cold sweat. "Move out," the vice president gave the command. Stepping through the portal, they entered a gloomy corridor that led to a solitary, ominous door. The shield bearer took the vanguard, while the healer secured the rear. Wyatt barked at the hero to stay glued to the tank's shadow for protection. He nodded silently, falling into formation. Wyatt threw the door open to an empty chamber. Suddenly, slam! A heavy iron gate crashed down, sealing them inside instantly. The team was severed in two. The vice president roared from the other side. Wyatt shouted back, confirming that he and the rookie were still breathing. The echo of his voice hadn't even faded when the air rippled. Something was manifesting right behind them. Contact. The tanker alerted the leader and launched himself into battle without hesitation. "Stay back, kid." With a single, devastating cleave of his shield, he obliterated the creature in an explosion of gore. Our hero's eyes narrowed. That mob was level 150. He had to admit, the tanker's brute strength was the real deal. But the victory was short-lived. Another entity materialized. This one resembled a demoness. And her aura. She could speak, just like the others. His instincts screamed danger. Her pressure was leagues above the rest. Ignoring the dread, the shield guy charged in for a second strike. Wait, but the warning came too late. The demoness caught the attack effortlessly. With a dark laugh, she unleashed Shield Break, blasting Wyatt into the wall with bone-shattering force. A system notification hovered over her Shabbat. Level 285. A monster beyond logic. Our hero froze. That was a high-tier swordsman skill. The theory was confirmed. These abominations were mirroring player abilities perfectly. "Cat got your tongue," she cackled, broken and bleeding. Wyatt staggered to his feet, still trying to shield the rookie with his own body. She licked her lips, promising to devour them slowly. But then, she paused. The prey in the back wasn't trembling. He was smiling. He wanted to be targeted. From his encyclopedic game knowledge, he recognized her immediately, one of the 4 heavenly kings, the Quattro. The real raid was just beginning. If the legends are true, defeating this monstrosity could unlock a hidden rank artifact, a treasure he never laid hands on in his past life. But greed must wait. Right now, survival is the only quest that matters. The demon girl unleashes her killing intent. She draws her blade and surges forward, ready to carve our hero into ribbons. Death seems certain, but suddenly, a radiant barrier manifests. It blocks the strike mere inches from his face. It is the shield bearer he has activated, Sacrifice, the ultimate tanker skill that redirects all damage from an ally to his own body. But this power comes with a terrible price. If the damage exceeds his health pool, he faces instant death. Yet, he taunts the demon, drawing all her rage onto himself. Our protagonist tries to intervene, but the tanker cuts him off. As a member of the League, ensuring the carry's safety is his solemn duty. The demon girl sneers, swapping her blade for a great bow. She warns him to step aside, declaring that she always savors the most delicious prey first. A flaming arrow screams through the air, but the tanker stands firm, deploying shield territory to neutralize the blast. Her fury explodes. She combines Vital Slash with Shield Breaker, hammering against Wyatt's defenses with a devastating combo. The tanker withstands the barrage, but his stance wavers. Before he can recover, another flame arrow is already notched. Impossible speed. He thought the skill was on cooldown, caught completely off guard. The stalwart defender drops to one knee. The demon girl grins wickedly. Her form blurs and splits, utilizing the terrifying cloning arts of a summoner. Now there are 2. Both knock arrows simultaneously, unleashing a crossfire of hellfire that traps the tanker and forces our hero to scramble. The main character analyzes the trajectory. There is no blind spot. He cannot dodge this storm of fire. As the flames converge, he unleashes his black hole skill. The void opens, swallowing the inferno whole before it can singe a single hair. The tanker stares in shock, thanking him for the assist. Our hero begs him to cancel the sacrifice skill, but the man shakes his head. He refuses to back down. He says he was chosen for this raid because of his resolve. As the team's shield, he vows to protect the main character until his last breath. Our hero analyzes the demon's patterns with his regression knowledge. Even during cooldowns, her defense is impenetrable. If they stay passive, they are dead men walking. Bored with their struggle, the demon decides to end the game. She splits again this time. 3 bodies stand before them. Fear strikes them both. Summoning skills should have limits, but these clones are summoning more clones. Her army could grow infinitely. In seconds, they are surrounded. 5 versions of the demon baddie encircle them, 5 bows drawn, 5 deaths waiting to happen. Outside the chamber, the summoner girl unleashes fire spirit magic against the sealed door, but the barrier mocks her efforts. The vice president commands his undead legion to breach the wall, but the ancient seal remains unbreakable. Helpless, he can only pray that the shield and the hero are still breathing inside that tomb. Back in the arena, silence falls. Our boy kneels beside the fallen tanker, whose consciousness is fading fast. The warrior whispers that he is glad the hero is safe, but our boy silences him, knowing the man has pushed far beyond his limits. Wyatt simply smiles. To stand as the shield of the League of Eight is his greatest pride. But our hero knows he is out of options against the demon. His teleport charges are spent, his defensive artifacts are drained. The situation is hopeless. Suddenly, wounds erupt across the hero's body, blood pours freely as the delayed backlash of the sacrifice skill finally shatters the limit. The tanker realizes the connection is killing them both. Tears fill his eyes as he apologizes for his failure. With his health critical, the hero leans in and whispers a final request. The tanker agrees without a second thought, accepting his fate. The demon girl interrupts, mocking their tearful goodbye. She fires a volley to finish them, but suddenly, blood sprays not from the hero, but from one of her own clones. The demon freezes, her mind unable to process the speed. Our boy stands before her, the centipede sword humming with power. It is over. Shock paralyzes her. She never even saw him move. She screams and charges, but he is a blur of motion. In a single stroke, a clone's head flies. He warns the remaining copies that their time has run out. He activates liquefaction. His body moves like water, striking with the force of a tsunami, annihilating the remaining clones in an instant. The system pings. A notification confirms the defeat of Shabad. The first leaf card is his, but there is no victory cry. He turns solemnly toward the shield bearer, recalling the grim pact they made moments ago. To win this impossible fight, he had asked the tanker to perform the forbidden art of soul transfer to restore the centipede sword. Knowing it was their only hope, the man agreed instantly. With his dying breath, he entrusted the very soul of his weapon to the hero. In this world, when an adventurer falls, the soul of their weapon usually fades into the void. But if a comrade carries their burning will, that essence can defy death itself through the power of inheritance. Our boy grips the centipede sword, swearing a silent oath to carry Wyatt's burning spirit within the blade, ensuring the tanker's legacy never fades. The heavy gates finally groan open, and the party rushes inside, but their momentum shatters, and they freeze in absolute horror at the scene before them. The vice president stands paralyzed in stunned silence, but the healer screams, sprinting to the tanker's side and frantically pouring her mana into desperate healing spells. One member asks what happened, but words are unnecessary. Our boy whispers the painful truth: the shield accepted death to protect him. The tableau of sacrifice explains the rest. Light floods the room as the healer refuses to let go, burning her life force, but the summoner gently catches her trembling hand, whispering the cruel reality: it is too late. The great shield has shattered. Wyatt is gone. Stepping forward, the vice president's voice trembles. He declares Wyatt the true pride of the League of Eight, a guardian who may finally rest in eternal peace. Heads bow in heavy silence, mourning their fallen brother. But slowly, the tears dry up, replaced by a cold, burning fire of determination. Grief has forged a new purpose: total annihilation of these monsters. Vengeance fuels their steps as they breach the next gate, with the vice president taking the vanguard. Inside, the shadows writhe. The chamber is swarming with an endless ocean of lesser enemies waiting to devour them. The vice president commands the formation to hold back, but grief demands blood. The healer and summoner ignore his orders, roaring as they charge straight into the jaws of the enemy. Understanding their rage, he abandons safety. Dark mana erupts as he summons his own legion of the undead to support their reckless advance. The undead army crashes into the enemy lines, tearing them apart amidst the chaos. The two maidens become whirlwinds of destruction, silencing the survivors. As the slaughter continues, the vice president vows to wipe them all out to honor Wyatt. But his eyes shift to the hero, who remains unsettlingly silent amidst the carnage. When pressed, the hero finally speaks. The weight of the world sits on his shoulders. He confesses that he bears the responsibility for the tanker's death. The vice president asks if Wyatt left any final curses, but our boy shakes his head. All he remembers is that final, peaceful smile. A soft smile touches the vice president's lips. He realizes Wyatt didn't die for a stranger. He died protecting family. He had fully accepted our boy as one of their own. Now, there is only one way to repay that debt. They must carry his will forward and conquer this dungeon. The battlefield falls silent as the last enemy falls. Pushing deeper into the abyss, they soon face a crossroads where the path splits in two. Instinct says to stick together, but the vice president warns them. A single area of effect trap in these narrow corridors could wipe the entire party instantly. It's a gamble, but they must split up. Dividing their strength is dangerous, but bunching up is suicide. Before the words are fully out, the healer instantly claims the hero as her partner. She loudly complains that the necromancer and summoner cramp her style, but her eagerness to fight alongside our boy is obvious. The duo takes the left path, but their journey is cut short. A massive, grotesque figure blocks the way the second quattro. Boobkit. Simultaneously, the vice president and summoner encounter their own nightmare. Standing before them is the third quattro, a powerful elder named Abet. Grief transforms into killing intent, fueled by the desire to avenge Wyatt. Both teams prepare to unleash hell. Facing the gluttonous beast, the hero's eyes widen. The pressure is suffocating. This monster's level far exceeds even the 5th demon lord they fought before. He tries to analyze attack patterns, but logic goes out the window. The healer screams and launches herself straight at the boss. She begins a holy prayer that sounds more like trash talk, summoning the colossal order axe. Our boy watches in disbelief, wondering if that counts as piety or blasphemy. But the results speak for themselves. With a thunderous crash, the massive giant is slammed into the stone floor. Her style is absolute chaos, yet every strike lands with surgical precision. This is the terrifying power of the 8 elites. Suddenly, she pauses, realizing she summoned the wrong legendary weapon. Our boy facepalms, instantly retracting his mental praise. The glutton rises, drooling as he calls them snacks. The healer's expression hardens. His thick hide absorbed the blow like it was nothing. A chill runs down her spine. If these monsters are this durable, she finally understands how a fortress like Wyatt could be overwhelmed. Gritting her teeth, she begins another chant, but her swing is so wild she nearly decapitates our boy in the process. She tosses a quick apology before screaming at him to pay attention. Despite the confusion, he decides to trust her madness. He draws the centipede sword, ready to engage. She asks for support, and quite literally uses his back as a launch pad, stomping on him to soar into the air. But the beast moves with impossible speed for its size. He dodges effortlessly, and the hero's spine-crushing sacrifice yields 0 damage. He sighs, rubbing his bruised back. She is a total maniac. How did Wyatt manage to keep this berserker alive all these years? But then, he senses the aura around her. It isn't just chaos, it's pure, unadulterated rage. She is fighting through tears to avenge her fallen friend. She snaps him out of his thoughts, reminding him that he is the backliner now. He needs to play his part perfectly. He nods, locking in, no more hesitation. He shifts his stance to cover her blind spots, fully committing to the support role. She takes to the skies once more, screaming for the monster to repent for his obesity, and prepares to bring her weapon down with world-shattering force. Meanwhile, on the other front, the summoner unleashes her thunder spirit. Blue lightning crackles, electrocuting the elderly quattro. But the old man stands tall, brushing off the voltage like a refreshing breeze. The vice president narrows his eyes and signals the summoner the real battle starts now. The summoner weaves the volatile spirits of water and thunder together. A devastating fusion technique creates the legendary Aqua Bolt, finally piercing the elder's ironclad defense. Seizing the opening, the necromancer's legion of undead surges forward, their rotting hands locking the beast's limbs in a vice grip of death. He calculates the odds coldly. Even a monster of this caliber cannot withstand such relentless, restrained bombardment forever. The creature howls about filial piety and disrespecting one's elders. But the vice president's eyes are shards of ice. He declares that monsters masquerading as humans forfeit all rights to respect. He calls forth his trump card. The elite knight emerges from the shadows carrying a lance drenched in the blood of 1,000 battles. Before the old monster can react, steel pierces his heart, ringing a scream of agony from his twisted throat. The vice president knows this kill won't resurrect the fallen. But watching the life fade from this beast serves as a grim form of justice. Believing the sector cleared, they turn to reinforce the other team, but a chill runs down their spines. A sound from the void behind them freezes their blood. They spin around, only to find the corpse has vanished into thin air. In a blink of an eye, the elder materializes directly above them, a flash of silver, and the vice president's arm is severed from his body in a single-time brutal stroke. The monster cackles with pure madness. Licking his lips, he gazes at them hungrily, declaring that their high-ranking skills look absolutely delicious. The summoner's mind races in terror. He combined a thief's stealth with a fighter's immortal soul to cheat death. The realization strikes her like lightning. These abominations don't just kill. They steal skills and stack them for infinite power. The vice president screams at her to raise her guard against this anomaly, but the old monster just grins. His aura explodes outwards as he prepares to unveil the depths of his stolen might. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the healer lands a critical blow right on the glutton's face, but the impact is nothing. 0 damage. The fat creature rises calmly, revealing he negated the physical strike with the magician's enhancement art since he couldn't dodge in time. Furious, the healer demands he stop playing games and fight for real. The beast mocks her pride, but she silences him with a venomous retort. She unleashes a torrent of blows, driving him back with sheer, aggressive, overwhelming force. She doesn't let up for a second. Swapping to a massive golden axe, she commands the protagonist to restrain the beast because she is winding up for an execution skill. Our hero nods, his own rage mirroring hers. He wants this glutton dead immediately. Yet, his instincts scream a warning. Despite the creature's magical defenses, the air around him feels deceptive. His intuition was spot on. The monster drops the act, condensing mana into a massive aqua cannon. He fires point blank at the hero, but to the beast's horror, the attack vanishes, swallowed effortlessly by the protagonist's black hole skill. The monster freezes. That was his trump card, and it was nullified like a child's toy. A twisted greed fills the beast's eyes as he covets that absorption power. The hero responds with cold steel, unleashing the centipede arts. He shears the creature's arm clean off. The creature merely clicks his tongue in annoyance. Light envelops the stump. Using a stolen healer's ability, the limb regenerates in a split second. But the healer's chant is complete. A divine aura wraps around her weapon as she finishes her prayer. She charges. The monster tries to evade, but terror strikes him. His body refuses to obey. The protagonist stands calm amidst the chaos. His twin bracelets glow, locking the enemy in a gravity bind. With the target immobilized, the healer descends like a Valkyrie. Her axe crashes down, cleaving the glutton perfectly in two. As the corpse falls, she spits one final insult at the pile of meat. The second leaf drops from the remains. She tosses it aside like trash, but our hero snatches the precious item from the air. He is relieved to be halfway to completing the set. The healer eyes him suspiciously, realizing his binding skill was the key to their victory. With the battle finished, they prepare to regroup with the vanguard. However, their advance hits a wall literally. The hero sighs, realizing this terrifying warrior woman has zero sense of direction. He suggests backtracking, but she is utterly lost, and demands he take point before she destroys something. Suddenly, a crushing spiritual pressure descends upon them. The world warps and glitches like a broken screen. Space bends. In an instant, they are transported to a new location, and the sight before them stops their hearts. The vice president and the summoner lie broken on the cold stone. The hero sprints to the girl's side, checking for a pulse while she struggles to whisper a warning. A manic laughter echoes from the shadows. It is the elder monster, mocking that they should be grateful. He claims he warped them here as a favor to their dying friends. The truth is terrifying. He doesn't just know where they are, he controls the very fabric of space within this dungeon. The healer screams, dashing toward the bleeding vice president to cast a recovery spell. But she never reaches him. A lance of pure darkness impales her mid-stride. Blood erupts from her chest as she crumbles to the floor, convulsing in agony. The old monster steps into the light, a cruel grin on his face, declaring that he cannot allow a healer to interrupt his meal. The vice president shouts desperately, urging her to cling to consciousness and activate her healing arts, but terror grips her heart as her magic fails to respond. Her gaze shifts upward, only to find her own battle axe clutched in the enemy's hands. Our hero instantly deduces the horrifying truth. That weapon is a manifestation of her soul, meaning this monster plundered her ability while she still breathes. A twisted smirk plays on the old man's lips as he swings the stolen artifact, arrogantly flaunting his newfound strength. The healer screams for him to return it, but her legs give way beneath her injuries. The protagonist knows they cannot worry about the theft yet. They must staunch her lifeblood before she fades away. But the elder offers a cruel wager, claiming her powers will only return once he lies dead at their feet. Our boy remains skeptical of the villain's promise, knowing that charging blindly against an unknown ability is a death sentence. Yet, the clock is ticking against them, and fate offers him no other choice but to accept the gamble. He launches a blitz attack, but his body suddenly locks in midair. The enemy has unleashed a high-tier binding art, paralyzing his target instantly. Unwilling to watch another comrade fall, the vice president forces his battered body into motion, refusing to let history repeat itself. He unleashes the Shadow Edge with lethal speed, but the old monster sidesteps effortlessly, sneering at the desperation in his strikes. Fury ignites within the summoner's eyes as she declares with cold conviction that such a wretched existence must be purged from this world. Channeling the might of all three elemental spirits, she unleashes the Burst Trio. A cataclysmic wave of energy threatens to consume the entire battlefield. Even the arrogant elder senses the lethal threat approaching and, in a split second, raises 5 layers of iron wall to intercept the blast. She is thunderstruck. His mana capacity allows for endless spellcasting. The dust settles, revealing his mocking grin. He praises the sheer potency of her magic, despite her weakened state. Seizing the opening, the vice president conjures a titanic Shadow Knight directly behind the foe, poised to deliver the killing blow. Synchronization complete. The summoner infuses the knight's blade with elemental fury, triggering a devastating explosion upon impact. Thick smoke chokes the chamber as the girl calls out, hopeful that the beast has finally been slain. But the vice president barks a warning. The battle is far from over, and complacency kills. A sudden beam tears through the haze. Despair hits them as the monster retaliates, using the vice president's own signature technique against him. Our protagonist observes with hawk-like precision, desperately trying to decode the mechanics behind this parasitic ability copying. Though paralyzed, his tactical mind races. He screams a warning. The enemy materializes behind them, but the fire spirit instinctively manifests a shield. The villain retreats in a blur, narrowly escaping the counter. In a grotesque display, he activates the healer's stolen art to regenerate his own mutilated face. His greedy eyes lock onto the summoner. He proclaims that her elemental powers will be the next addition to his collection. The vice president screams for her to flee, but death is already inching closer. Just before the strike connects, a mysterious force yanks them backward. The paralysis has shattered. Our hero has returned to the fray, using his supergravity to drag his allies from the jaws of death. The elder feigns composure, but shock flickers in his gaze. The protagonist steps forward, his aura flaring, commanding his team to withdraw. He has cracked the code. The enemy's theft ability operates under 2 strict conditions. First, he must witness the technique with his own eyes. Second, he must draw the blood of its master. The realization hits the vice president like a truck. Since the old man hasn't tasted the summoner's blood, her powers remain her own. This is a nightmare matchup. Every exchange only feeds the monster more weapons for his arsenal. Accepting their tactical disadvantage, the vice president relinquishes control. He turns to our boy, placing the weight of their survival on his shoulders. With a calm nod, the hero accepts the burden. He will not let them fall. The villain shifts his focus to the greatest threat. He admits he froze the boy first because he sensed the overwhelming danger he posed. Now that the restraints are broken, the predator decides to stop playing with his food. Ice-cold composure radiates from the protagonist as he calmly inquires if slaying the thief will restore what was stolen. The elder shrugs, admitting the skills are merely borrowed from the living, but with a sinister laugh, he claims he has never known defeat to test the theory. Our boy knows the dungeon holds greater horrors beyond this room. With his team crumbling, Every second wasted is a step closer to annihilation. The enemy lunges, taunting his prey, but the hero answers with a violent blast of repulsion force. The old man skids back, his eyes widening not in fear, but in twisted delight. He craves this new power. Before he can react, gravity reverses. The hero drags him into range and unleashes the centipede sword in a lethal arc. Blood sprays, yet the monster merely grins. That strike stung far more than anything the others could muster. With Maria's life hanging by a thread, retreat is impossible. He unequips his blade, staring into the abyss, asking if the thief feels any guilt for his crimes. Laughter echoes through the hall. The villain revels in the despair of his victims, preaching that weakness is the only true sin in this world. Realizing that holding back is no longer an option, our hero activates the pendant class change Great Swordsman. The sudden transformation leaves the entire group, even the old monster, stunned in absolute silence. The old man scoffs, asking if this is a cheap trick, but the hero smirks. The only one dancing in this performance will be you. Before the words can settle, the old man vanishes. He reappears instantly behind him, a lethal strike incoming. A thin line of crimson appears on the hero's cheek, a shallow cut. The old monster cackles maniacally, thinking he has finally won. He attempts to steal the skill, but to his horror, nothing happens. The logic is confirmed. The beast can steal sound class skills, but not abilities granted by equipment. Now, wielding the power of the Great Swordsman, the hero summons his blade, instantly unlocking 2 new skills. First skill, Poison Range Expansion. Second skill, Dual Blade Mastery. The old man still believes victory is his, but his body suddenly seizes up. He is standing right in the poison's domain. The paralysis seals his skills completely. However, the cost is devastating. The hero's health drops to exactly 1 point. 1 hit means death, but fear is not in his vocabulary. He rushes in Mind's Eye, activated. A dual sword slash tears through the air. The impact is catastrophic, instant death. The enemy falls, and the legendary third leaf is finally secured. As the monster's life fades, the stolen skills return to their rightful owners. The hero turns to see the healer patching everyone up. She rushes to the vice president, but he refuses, pointing her urgently toward the summoner instead. But amidst their bickering, a chill runs down the hero's spine. A sinister energy is approaching from the distance. The vice president offers his gratitude, but the hero cuts him off. Save your thanks. The nightmare isn't over yet. The source reveals itself. The 4th king appears, a green-haired child named Jfrey. Level 400. He looks innocent, but the vice president screams a warning. This aura, it is completely unnatural. Too fast. Jfrey teleports right in front of our hero. He has found his toy, the strongest warrior in the room. The hero flinches in surprise. The vice president goes pale. He cannot even track the movement. Jfrey smiles with twisted innocence. I only like strong toys. My friends break too easily. It's so boring. The healer snaps at the insult, but Jfrey ignores her completely. Quiet. Weakling. I'm talking to him. In an instant, a dark formation surrounds the 3 allies. A curse barrier has been erected. They are frozen in place, and worse, their life force is draining away, second by second. The hero realizes the stakes immediately. If he hesitates for even a moment, his team is dead. Jfrey giggles at their helplessness. Forget the trash, he mocks. Play with me instead. Refusing to play games, the hero lashes out with the centipede sword, but Jfrey dodges effortlessly. Ooh, you're fast. The boy's eyes light up. He explains that he has been searching for anyone who can keep up with him. To him, the other kings were boring disappointments. But this human, he claims he is different. I want to play with you forever. The hero rejects the twisted offer immediately, but Jfrey grins. You don't get a choice. I'll break you until you stop moving, and then I'll simply eat the leftovers. The hero glares back, undaunted. Keep dreaming, brat. I'll drag your sorry carcass across the floor. Jfrey laughs in pure delight. Fun so fun. Thunder crashes down in a chaotic barrage. The hero weaves through the lightning storm. Jfrey warns him gleefully. 1 touch, and poof, you're dust. It is not a bluff. And the hero has a fatal problem he was never healed. His health is still at 1. A single graze means game over. The hero deploys Black Hole. Jfrey's eyes sparkle with curiosity. More, show me more. The healer watches in horror, regretting her timing. But the vice president is grim. The only way to break this barrier is to defeat the caster. It is a dance of death. The hero dodges, but the assault is relentless. Eri wonders if he can absorb blades too. The hero blocks with Centipede, but he knows he is losing ground. Attacking while maintaining the barrier. This kid's mana is bottomless. The pressure is overwhelming. Blades didn't work. Fine. Fire bullets. Then, a summon doubles the firepower. It is a rain of hellfire. The hero counters skill divide. He wasn't just defending, he activated White Hole. Eri claps his hands in excitement. He expected absorption, but the hero released the stored thunder instead. Trembling with joy, the kid adds wind attribute to the mix. The hero absorbs it with Black Hole, but he realizes a terrifying truth. He lacks the firepower to finish this. With only one single health point remaining, he cannot risk changing classes, and his best skills are locked by cooldowns. He is backed into a corner. The fourth king unleashes a devastating martial art, the light dark fist wave. But our hero doesn't flinch. He simply absorbs the dual energies into his own body. As he tactically retreats, the gears in his mind are already turning, assembling the final pieces of a ruthless strategy. The brat believes he has pushed our hero to his limit, demanding more entertainment. But suddenly, the protagonist stops and declares the playtime is over. Confusion washes over the enemy, followed by bitter disappointment. But our main character doubles down, staring him dead in the eyes and telling the boy that he is the letdown. Rage explodes within the kid. He screams of his own invincibility, but our hero just shakes his head, calling him a naive child who knows nothing of true power. He delivers a harsh lesson in reality. To claim true supremacy, one must control at least 6 elemental attributes. And the boy, he barely masters 5. One crucial element is missing. Desperate to prove him wrong, the kid instantly fires a catastrophic aqua burst. A smirk cuts across our hero's face as he devours the water attack effortlessly. The kid stands frozen in shock. He never imagined his hydro arts could be nullified. The trap is finally revealed. The protagonist admits he bluffed earlier, pretending to be weak against water just to bait a weaker attack he could consume. The conditions are met, with all elemental requirements satisfied. The system resonates, and his bracelets unlock their third hidden ability. He rises like a titan, radiating dominance, while his companions watch in awe from the safety of the barrier. He acknowledges the boy's raw power, but exposes his fatal flaw, a childish mind. If the kid had used the hostages as human shields, the outcome might have been different. The fourth king trembles with fury at being underestimated. He screams that he needs no cheap tricks, claiming he only spared them to witness his glory. The brat insists the battle still rages on, but our hero looks down with eyes cold as ice and tells him, "For you, it ended long ago." Screaming, the kid charges with twin blades drawn, but the protagonist calmly activates his ultimate technique, Universe, swallowing the enemy into an infinite void. The boy slashes wildly at the darkness, trying to comprehend his reality, but his blades hit nothing but empty space. The Universe skill is a devastating trump card. It only activates when 6 elements are absorbed, and its cooldown lasts an entire month. Trapped within the abyss, the kid realizes with horror that his powers have been completely sealed. Our hero's voice echoes through the dark. This is an unfair technique designed to devour absolutely everything in its path. The darkness obeys his command, constricting around the boy and isolating him in absolute nothingness. Terror finally grips the child's heart. The game is over, and he realizes he is truly, utterly alone. As the void collapses into itself, our hero leaves him with one final mockery: enjoy your eternal solitude. With the fourth king vanquished, the loot drops. He obtains the Black Clover number 4, and the curse binding his teammates finally shatters. The healer dashes forward, desperate to treat his wounds, asking if the enemy is truly dead. He assures her the brat is gone, likely drifting through the endless cosmos. The vice president bows in gratitude, but the protagonist remains humble, insisting their support was the key to victory. After Maria heals the vice president, the summoner surveys the empty hall. There are no treasures left. It is time to retreat. He nods in agreement, sensing the magic has faded from the room, but suddenly, the summoner gasps, the exit has vanished. Panic sets in as they realize the door they entered through is gone. It seems the dungeon has one final surprise for them. Our hero scowls. This smells like the pettiness of the kid, a final trap to keep them as playmates for eternity. If this dungeon was truly born from a sage's skill, the logic of the system should still apply. A spark of inspiration hits him. He immediately pulls up his inventory interface. The healer watches in confusion. He explains he has a crazy theory. Aligning the 4 black clovers with the 3rd Demon Lord's soul, he switches his class to Synthesizer. Magic circles flare as he activates the synthesis skill. He forces the legendary items to merge into a single form. The light fades to reveal a hidden rank artifact, the Grim Reaper. But the awe turns to shock when the skull on the weapon bursts into maniacal laughter. Fresh air, I can finally smell the fresh air. The summoner rolls her eyes at the gimmick, while the healer covers her ears, begging for a mute button. The skull is offended, screaming it is no mere toy. Then, it locks eyes with the hero and instantly pledges loyalty to its new master. It turns out the Grim Reaper is a sentient ego weapon with a massive personality problem. It begins gossiping immediately, asking the girls about their love lives and roasting the vice president's torn clothes as a tragic fashion disaster. Its power is undeniably divine rank, but its personality is a chaotic nuisance. Wielding the chatty blade, our hero slices through reality itself, opening a dimensional gate to freedom. The weapon boasts it can sever anything its master imagines, except for romantic ties. Of course, it claims to be a gentleman of high standards. Our boy admires the god-tier stats, even if his ears are bleeding from the weapon's non-stop narration. As they leave, a shadow watches from the distance. But when our hero turns to look, the mysterious presence has vanished into thin air. Safe at last, the vice president offers his thanks again. They must head to the Adventurers Association immediately. A report on a dungeon of this magnitude will change everything. The official extends an invitation, urging him to step into the inner circle. Our hero is taken aback, but the man explains that the association no longer sees him as a suspect, but as a critical witness to history. Memories of their earlier interrogation flash through his mind. He knows the vice president will inevitably demand answers about his hidden arsenal. A cold sweat forms. Will they detain him? Interrogate him until he breaks, or worse, confiscate the powerful gear he risked his life for? For a split second, the thought of fleeing crosses his mind. But then, the vice president drops a bombshell. The president himself has requested a personal audience. The hero blinks, caught completely off guard, and asks if he heard that correctly. The man clarifies the gravity of the situation. The association is treating the incident with the nobodies as a top priority crisis, though they will not force his hand. He weighs his options, the gears turning in his head, before a confident smirk plays on his lips. He accepts the challenge. Meanwhile, far away on Ground 8, a subordinate trembles as he reports to 4 shadowy figures. The Quattro squad has been annihilated, wiped out by humans in a surprise ambush. But he reveals a detail that shatters their composure. A human was seen wielding a divine artifact during the battle. The 4 figures freeze in disbelief. Divine equipment has not been seen for over 1,000 years. They know all too well that such weapons possess the power to unravel everything they have built. Yet, their resolve does not waver. They swear eternal loyalty to their master, Lord Abyss, vowing to crush any insect that dares to stand in their path. Back within the fortified walls of the Adventurers Association, the vice president and his team stand at attention before the legendary president, Jinsman. The old man praises their triumph, but bows his head in sorrow for Wyatt. Mourning the loss of a warrior who was a pillar of the association, he then turns his gaze to our hero, offering sincere gratitude. But our boy instantly tenses up. The aura radiating from this old man is monstrous, far beyond that of any ordinary human. The veteran introduces himself, his voice grave. He explains the summons, although the hero is a key witness. The nightmare involving the nobodies is far from finished. A nearby screen flickers to life, displaying a horrifying scene. Monsters are rampaging freely through the city streets. The room falls silent. Even the hero is stunned. A chilling thought strikes him. Is this chaos connected to the nobodies he just destroyed? The president explains the timeline. The moment the nobodies were defeated, the balance shifted. Emergency reports flooded in. Monster activity has spiked to catastrophic levels across the cities of Ground 6. The association wasted no time. Every remaining member of the League, along with the Special Extermination Forces, has already been deployed to the front lines. Thankfully, the evacuation orders were executed perfectly. The civilians and lower-ranked adventurers are safe for now. The vice president doesn't hesitate. He immediately proposes that his team regroup with the vanguard forces already stationed on Ground 6. The president nods at his decisiveness but eyes them with concern. Can they fight? The vice president assures him that thanks to their healer's divine arts, they are back in peak condition. Guilt flashes across the old man's face. Sending them back into the fire so soon weighs on him, but the crisis allows for no mercy. Elite fighters are a rare resource. With a heavy heart, he urges them to depart immediately. The healer girl studies the data. While the monster count is overwhelming, she notes a strange detail: none of the nobodies have been sighted in this wave. The president confirms her observation. She adds that while the current swarm is manageable, the equation changes instantly if a high-tier enemy appears. If a nobody with the power of the dungeon boss they just faced shows up, this mission could turn into a massacre. The old man warns them to stay sharp. Just because the enemy is hiding in the shadows doesn't mean they won't strike when the heroes are exhausted. Our boy narrows his eyes, recalling the vice president's warning these nobodies possess terrifying intelligence. They are planning something. The vice president shifts the focus, asking for a status report on the other league members who deployed ahead of them. The president shares a glimmer of hope. Ruka successfully cleared a C-rank dungeon boss, and instantly, all monsters linked to that dungeon vanish from the city. The summoner girl connects the dots. If they hunt down and slaughter every dungeon boss on ground 6, the monster invasion in the cities should cease. The president nods solemnly. That is their current working theory: strike the source to kill the swarm. However, a darker mystery remains. How did the monsters breach the impregnable defensive walls in the first place? Without solving that puzzle, they are trapped in a nightmare loop. The monsters will simply return every time the dungeon bosses respawn. Furthermore, the question hangs in the air: are the nobodies orchestrating this invasion, or is this a separate calamity? For now, speculation is a luxury they cannot afford. Their objective is clear: purge the cities of every beast in sight. The president locks eyes with them, confirming the mission. He details the battlefield. The other league members are already assaulting the A, D, B, and E rank dungeons. That leaves only the anomalies, an F rank dungeon, and an S rank dungeon remain untouched. The vice president steps up. They will handle the outliers. In the back of his mind, our boy realizes something suspicious. The president hasn't said a word about his hidden equipment. Did the vice president keep his secret? But before he can breathe a sigh of relief, the old man calls out his name. The air in the room shifts. The president acknowledges his role in defeating the nobodies, but his tone hardens. The next matter is entirely different. Suddenly, the old man straightens his back. A crushing pressure floods the room. He declares that he cannot trust a warrior's strength without testing it with his own hands. Our hero stiffens, sweat trickling down his neck. He realizes the truth instantly. This old man is the absolute strongest monster he has ever faced. The old man's aura is suffocating, far stronger than our protagonist anticipated. Our boy realizes that even if he unleashes every piece of hidden rank gear he possesses, victory against this monster is not guaranteed. Just as the atmosphere reaches a breaking point, the vice president intervenes. He steps between the two powerhouses, reminding the elder that time is a luxury they cannot afford to waste. The killing intent vanishes instantly. The president laughs heartily, patting our boy on the shoulder and dismissing the deadly tension as merely an old habit of his. He implores the young hero to lend his overwhelming strength to their cause. He praises the boy's talent, noting that he hunts monsters that even the vice president's elite squad would fear to face. But the hero remains cold and calculating. He replies plainly that he holds no loyalty and has zero responsibility toward the association. However, a debt is a debt. Since he owes the vice president a favor, he agrees to step in this one time. He confidently claims his kill count will surpass the entire League of 8 combined. To prove his dominance, he demands the deadliest assignment of them all. He states he will conquer the Catastrophe class S-rank dungeon himself. The old beast grins through his massive beard, amused by the boy's audacity. He accepts the challenge immediately. Wasting not a single second, our protagonist shatters the window and leaps from the skyscraper, diving straight into the action. He knows the enemy faction could strike from the shadows at any moment, but his true priority lies elsewhere: securing the next piece of legendary hidden equipment. He and the summoner dive into the S-rank hellscape on floor 6. She unleashes her fire spirit, incinerating the horde, but the endless waves of enemies quickly drain her mana reserves. Gasping for breath, she looks up and witnesses a spectacle. The hero is dancing through the chaos, carving a bloody path with his centipede sword. He is actually enjoying the slaughter. She wonders if he fights this hard because of his promise to the president, but he scoffs. The deal was merely insurance for his own plans. Her eyes narrow with suspicion, sensing an ulterior motive. He retorts sharply, telling her to stop making him sound like a villain in the making. He reminds her that his rampages help the association regardless. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement, nothing more. She opens her mouth to argue, but a sudden transmission cuts her off. Meanwhile, his mind is purely on the loot. The crafting material he needs for the next hidden gear has an abysmal drop rate, requiring patience and a mountain of corpses. But with this catastrophic outbreak, the monster density is perfect. The odds of finding his prize have never been higher. The president's voice crackles over the comms, asking for a status report. The girl replies that they are alive, but the sheer volume of monsters is suffocating. The old man asks if the two of them can hold the line alone. Every other elite squad is tied down, leading defenses in other sectors. The hero snatches the comms, his voice dripping with arrogance. He declares that if they cannot handle a disaster of this scale, they have no right to be recognized for their strength anyway. The president roars with laughter at the audacity. He decides to entrust the entire dungeon to their care. As our boy resumes his massacre, the girl watches in awe. He is just as unhinged as the old man, but there is no denying his god-tier combat skills. The president shifts gears, broadcasting a situation report on the other war zones. Leon, Gigant, and Ryu are crushing their opposition. Their squads are tearing through the lines and are closing in on the dungeon bosses. The vice president and the support teams are operating with machine-like efficiency. Their advance is steady and unstoppable. Hearing this, the summoner breathes a sigh of relief, but then asks about Ruka. The president admits the rogue agent has gone radio silent, which is typical for him. The girl sighs, noting that Ruka belongs in the same asylum as the hero and the president. The president waves off the concern. Ruka's last signal was near the A-rank dungeon, and since he has not begged for backup, he is likely obliterating it solo. She nods in agreement. After all, that man is widely considered the apex predator among the League members. The transmission ends, and our boy turns to her casually. He tells her to pick up the pace, as he has already exterminated everything in the path ahead. Back at headquarters, the president checks in with the other fronts. The reports are all green, victory is within reach. The president is pleased with the flow of battle, but suddenly, a signal breaks through. It is Ruka, finally calling in to ask how the other squads are faring. The president scolds him for the lack of discipline. The guy just laughs it off, announcing he has finally arrived at the A-rank dungeon entrance and is heading in. The old man demands to know why he is so late to the party. The agent casually mentions he hit a slight speed bump on the way, but he assures the boss that the trouble has been permanently dealt with. Before signing off, the president issues a code red for any anomalies. He also takes a moment to brief the elites about the new monster rookie in their midst. Lion bursts into laughter, hearing about the newcomer's arrogance. He admits he has a soft spot for that kind of reckless confidence. Ryu remains stoic, though his interest is piqued. Gigant, however, grinds his teeth. Furious that a rookie dared to disrespect the president pacifies his subordinates. He assures them that while the kid has a sharp tongue, his heart and blade are in the right place. With that, the call ends. A mysterious blue-haired figure, having monitored the channel, finds his curiosity piqued by this new hero. Deep within the S-rank abyss, the hero and the summoner finally reach the throne room. Looming before them is the catastrophe-class demon lord, the Iron Golem. The behemoth gazes down at the mountain of monster corpses surrounding it. It seems genuinely shocked that mere humans survived the slaughter to reach its domain. Our boy steps forward, his aura flaring. He declares he will dismantle this demon god single-handedly, and the girl steps back, knowing better than to interfere. But just as the final battle is about to erupt, a blur of blue motion tears through the air. The mysterious blue-haired stranger appears from nowhere, freezing the blood of both the hero and the demon. With a single piercing glance, the stranger makes his decision. He needs to witness this rookie's true power with his own eyes. The protagonist doesn't recognize him, but his instincts scream in alarm. This man's aura is suffocating. He stands on the same summit as the association president, perhaps even higher. The summoner gasps his name, Rua, instantly. The pieces fall into place. This man is a legendary member of the League of Eight. Rua speaks calmly. He heard whispers of a fearless rookie daring to challenge the association, and he simply had to see the spectacle for himself. The summoner is confused. Wasn't he assigned to clear an A-rank dungeon? Rua scoffs effortlessly. That trivial task, he cleared it ages ago and came straight here. Shock washes over her face. The president contacted her only moments ago. How could anyone move that fast? Suddenly, a massive boulder smashes toward them. The demon lord roars in fury, insulted that these humans dare to chat casually in his terrifying presence. Rua laughs it off with a cheerful apology. With a single leap, he vanishes to a distant vantage point. The summoner stands frozen. He really intends to just watch them die. The main character steps forward, his voice steady. He orders her to retreat. This is his fight now. She worries that Rua's gaze is distracting him, but she is wrong. His aura explodes outward, focused entirely on the enemy. Even the demon lord pauses, stunned that this human intends to face him alone. The monster sneers, mocking that the weak woman would be useless anyway. Rage flares in the summoner's eyes at the insult. She prepares to cast a spell, but the hero stops her. He insists on handling this solo. Up on the cliffs, the blue-haired legend watches with keen interest. There is only one known method to slay an S-rank demon lord. Will this rookie follow the rules or break them? The hero launches himself forward. He uses the demon lord's own massive hand as a stepping stone, vaulting into the air and bringing the centipede sword down in a devastating arc. The boss raises its titanic arms to block. The impact shakes the ground, and the monster's eyes widen in surprise. It can't believe the human's raw physical strength. After slaughtering an army of monsters just to get here, how does he still possess this kind of power? The protagonist unleashes a flurry of strikes with the centipede sword, but the blade bounces off this creature is far tougher than he anticipated. His mind races. The demon lord's stats are abnormal. This must be a side effect of the Nobody incident. This boss should be level 350, but it has mutated to level 400, yet, compared to that monstrous kid he fought before, this is nothing. Watching from the sidelines, the summoner shudders. She finally understands the terrifying reality of an S-rank boss. It lacks Quattro's explosive attack power, but its defense is absolute. The armor is impenetrable. Landing a critical hit seems impossible. Rua observes the clash, but disappointment creeps into his expression. The hero is relying on mindless brute force. The battle is becoming dull. He admits it is impressive for a rookie to reach this depth, especially alone. Even with support, this kid is leagues above any normal adventurer. But why is the president so obsessed with him? Suddenly, the hero closes the distance. He bypasses the defense and thrusts directly at the demon lord's heart. Rua's eyes narrow. The core is exposed already. He demands to know if the girl gave him a walkthrough, but she shakes her head. She told him nothing. This reignites his curiosity. If he is truly a rookie, this should be his first encounter with this boss outside the tutorial. How could he possibly know the core's location? The sixth demon lord conceals its core deep within its flesh. More importantly, the clear reward changes based on the destructive power used to crush it. The centipede sword would be enough for a standard kill, but the hero unsummons it. He reaches into the void and draws the Grim Reaper. He isn't just trying to win, he wants to dominate. As the cursed scythe materializes, the skull upon the hilt bursts into maniacal, bloodthirsty laughter. The weapon spots the summoner and cackles, teasing his master. Oh ho, are we on a little romantic dungeon date? Rua watches intensely, calculating every move. Was revealing the core mere luck? No. The true test is coming. Can this boy secure the S-rank reward? A feat achieved only by Rua himself, the president, and a handful of legends. Even the Grim Reaper acknowledges the demon lord's might. The weapon hums with dark energy, activating its second skill. The condition, a level gap of 200 or more. The hero deliberately used the demon lord's boosted level against it. He turned a disadvantage into his ultimate weapon. Rua leans forward, his eyes shining with anticipation. The real show is about to begin.